Bite the Hand That Forgives, by Void and Velvet. Chapter 1. The Peacekeeper's Salary. The argument had been going on for 40 minutes before Brennan was called in, and he could tell by the way the air tasted when he entered the lower hall. There was a specific quality to rooms that had been stewing in grievance. Something metallic and close like breath held too long. Brennan had learned to read it the way other men read weather, and this room was telling him there was going to be a storm if he did not get there first. He took stock as he crossed the threshold. 2 delegations, each arranged on opposite sides of the long oak table, as if the grain of the wood between them was the only thing standing between them and blood. To the left, Lord Cassiel Thorne of Thornwall, 60-something, built like a man who had spent decades being important in a room full of lesser important people. To the right, Lady Mira Alden of the Alden Reaches, younger by 2 decades, with the particular rigid set of the shoulders that said she had prepared for this meeting and the particular brightness of the eye that said Thorne had already said something she considered actionable. Between them, technically speaking, was a border dispute over 300 acres of floodplain that neither house had found particularly profitable until one of them had. Practically speaking, it was about something that had happened 11 years ago at a marriage that Brennan did not yet know the details of, because he had only been given the briefing documents 20 minutes before and had spent most of that time in the corridor outside, listening. He was very good at listening. "Lord Thorne," he said, crossing toward the table with the unhurried stride of someone who had absolutely meant to arrive now and not 5 minutes ago. "Lady Alden, thank you for your patience." Thorne looked at him the way men of his generation sometimes looked at Brennan, taking in the sentinel's gray, the silver thread at the cuffs, the wolf blood lines of jaw and shoulder, and arriving at a calculation. "They sent a wolf blood mediator," he said, and it was not quite a complaint. "They sent their best," Alden said, which was either a compliment or a test, and her eyes were sharp enough that Brennan suspected it was both. He sat. He folded his hands on the table and did not reach for the briefing documents still tucked under his arm, because doing so would have told both of them he wasn't certain, and he needed them to believe he already knew everything that mattered. He did not yet know everything that mattered, but he knew most of it, and the rest he could read from their faces. "The floodplain," he said. "Specifically, the routing of the Thornwall tributary as it crosses the eastern edge of the Alden Reaches before meeting the main river. I understand there is disagreement about the survey from 2 years past. The survey was commissioned by Thornwall representatives without notification to the Alden House," Alden said. "The survey was commissioned under the Ashveil Consolidated Land Protocol, which does not require notification," Thorne replied, and the specific quality of a man who had said this before came through. "The protocol applies to unclaimed land. The protocol applies to disputed land, which that strip has been for 30 years. Brennan let them go for another 30 seconds. He was not ignoring them. He was reading the room the way Idris sometimes accused him of reading rooms, with the particular attention of a man cataloging pressure points. The real problem was not the survey. The real problem was that Thorne believed Alden had gone to the court council 6 months ago with a petition that circumvented the direct negotiation both houses had agreed to. Whether she had or not was irrelevant. He believed it. That was the wound. "Lord Thorne," he said, at a natural pause. "The council petition from 6 months ago. You weren't consulted before it was filed." The silence that followed was informative. Alden's posture changed fractionally. Not guilt exactly. Something more defensive. Thorne looked at Brennan with the expression of a man who had been talking around the real thing for 40 minutes and had not expected anyone to walk in and name it. "The petition was filed without my knowledge, yes. I did what was within my rights," Alden said, and the slight change in her voice told Brennan she had not expected him to get there either. "You did," Brennan agreed, and meant it, and watched her blink in surprise at being agreed with. "The petition was within your rights. The survey was within Lord Thorne's rights. The problem isn't what either of you did. The problem is what you each understood you'd agreed not to do." Another silence. This one was different. This was the silence of 2 people who had been arguing in the wrong language and had just heard a translation. "There was a meeting," Thorne said slowly, 2 years before the survey. "A private meeting. An understanding was reached, which was not documented, Brennan said. Which was not documented. Thorne agreed, and the weight of that admission sat between them. Alden said nothing for a moment. Then, the petition was filed before I knew about the survey. I found out the survey was being done after the fact. I believe Lord Thorne had moved first. The room shifted. Brennan watched Thorne absorb this. Watched the calculus shift in real time. The old man's jaw working slightly as something reorganized itself in his understanding of the last 2 years. Alden was watching him too, and her expression had lost some of its brightness and replaced it with something more tired. The tributary routing, Brennan said, before the moment could collapse back into grievance, is actually secondary to the rights of survey. If the two houses can agree on a protocol for future land assessments that requires joint notification within a specific window, the floodplain question becomes considerably less urgent because the precedent that alarmed you, Lord Thorne, would no longer be possible. It took another hour. Brennan did not perform miracles. He simply kept both parties talking long enough that they got tired of performing at each other and started addressing the actual problem. He let Thorne believe, at the end, that the joint notification protocol had been substantially his idea. It had not been. It had been a provision from a border treaty 2 generations old that Brennan had read in the briefing documents and recognized as applicable. But there was no version of this situation where Thorne accepting a provision as his own idea was worse than Thorne refusing a provision he felt he'd been handed. Neither lord thanked him. Alden gave him a nod on her way out that was more acknowledgement than he usually received. Thorne did not look at him at all, which meant the man was either still digesting or had decided to pretend the last hour hadn't happened. Brennan gathered his documents and walked out into the corridor. Commander Aldrich Finn was waiting, which meant he had been watching through the observation room above. Finn was a tall, silver-haired man who carried authority the way other men carried pocket watches, kept close, consulted often, and a reliable indicator of how much time he thought you were wasting. He was also, in the particular way of men who had spent decades being exactly right about exactly the kind of thing he was expert in, completely unable to imagine that the world was larger than his expertise. Clean resolution, Finn said. He put his hand on Brennan's shoulder with the warmth of a man who found competence genuinely pleasing. 40 minutes, and without the survey dispute becoming a formal grievance. Well done. Thank you, Commander. The joint notification protocol is solid ground. I'll have the office drafted up. Thorne will sign it, I think, now that he believes it protects him. Finn paused. You're good at this, Brennan. You know that. Brennan smiled, easy and warm, the smile that cost him nothing visible. Thank you, sir. Indispensable, Finn said, squeezing once and letting go. That's what you are. I'll need you at the full court session next week. The Varentis border situation is getting more complicated, and the Crown wants neutral representation present when Aldrich addresses it. Of course. Finn nodded, satisfied, and moved back down the corridor with the stride of a man who had confirmed what he already knew and was content. Brennan watched him go. Idris was around the corner, because Idris was always around a corner when the situation called for it, leaning against the stone wall with a flask in one hand and the expression of a man who had been told the whole story by the walls themselves. 40 minutes, Idris said. Idris Calloway, you owe me a drink. Specifically the drink in my flask. You owe yourself a drink. You said 45. I said under 50, which was technically correct. Under 50 is not 40, Brennan said, but he took the flask when Idris extended it, because it was something to do with his hands and because he was suddenly aware of the particular weight of his feet on the stone floor after an hour of keeping his body perfectly calibrated to the demands of the room. They fell into step together toward the Garrison Road, the long outer loop that Brennan walked most evenings when the weather permitted and some evenings when it didn't. The sun was dropping behind the Ashveil Mountains to the west, doing what it always did at this hour, bleeding amber into the low-lying cloud, the kind of light that made the peaks look like something wounded and beautiful. Brennan looked at them and thought nothing specific, which was the closest he got to rest. Idris was talking. Idris was generally talking. He had the gift of filling silence without pressing on it, a continuous low-level commentary that Brennan had long since learned to listen to at about 60% of his attention, the rest free for the mountain light and the cooling air and the specific release of not being required to manage anything. Finn looked pleased, Idris said. Finn is always pleased when things work. That's the thing about tools, isn't it? Idris took his flask back. Very gratifying when they function. Brennan glanced at him. That's not what he meant. No, I know. He meant it as a compliment. Idris shrugged with one shoulder, the particular shrug of someone who wanted to say something and was deciding how much of it to say. He called you indispensable. He did. Right. The shrug again. Just, there's a version of indispensable that means we'd fall apart without you, and a version that means we've built the whole structure around the assumption that you'll hold the thing we don't want to touch. And I'm never entirely sure which version Finn means. Brennan said nothing. The mountain light shifted. Somewhere on the training yard below, 2 younger sentinels were running the evening form drills, their movements sharp and synchronized, the particular economy of people who had learned to move in bodies that had fully, cleanly become their own. That was almost profound, he said eventually. Idris laughed. Almost. The flask helps. He drank, offered it back. How are you, actually? Fine. Tired. You're always tired in the way that means I am operating well within functional parameters. Thank you for asking. Idris stopped walking to look at him with the direct, unhurried attention of someone who had known him long enough to know when he was performing fine. Brennan. I'm Fine, Idris. Okay, Idris said after a moment. And let it go. Both of them knew he would let it go. He always let it go, eventually, and Brennan was aware, in a low and untended corner of himself, that he had always counted on this. They walked the rest of the loop as the light finished dying, talking about smaller things. A wager Idris had lost on the last territorial skirmish dispatch, a letter from Idris's mother that had contained 3 separate criticisms and 1 recipe for a dish Idris had not eaten since he was 12. Brennan listened and asked the right questions and made the right sounds. And by the time they reached the garrison hall and parted ways, the shape of the evening had resolved itself into something ordinary and survivable. He took the stairs to his quarters on the 3rd floor. The room was what it had always been. Functional, orderly, without decoration except the mountain view through the single window and 1 book on the shelf whose spine he kept turned toward the wall. Not because it was shameful, because it was his. There were very few things in Brennan's life that were only his, and he had learned, without ever quite deciding to keep the handful of them out of sight. He sat on the edge of his bed, still in the sentinel's gray, and pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. It was a habit he'd had for years. He couldn't have said exactly when it had started. Something to do with the wolf blood manifesting, the specific new awareness of his own body that had come with it, the need to locate himself in his own chest. He wasn't sure anymore whether it meant something or whether it was simply the thing his left hand did when the rest of him was done for the day. He sat with it for a while. The mountains were invisible now, lost in the dark, but he knew exactly where they were. He'd never told anyone that he loved this view. It seemed like the kind of thing that would require explaining, and he was tired of explaining things in ways that cost him nothing visible. He turned off the lamp. He lay down in the dark and let the quiet of the garrison close around him. Distant footsteps on stone, the sound of the training yard winding down, someone 3 rooms down with a window open letting in the night air. All of it familiar, all of it someone else's warmth. He was asleep before the mountains could ask anything of him. Chapter 2, What Forgiveness Costs. The court dinner had been 3 hours of other people's problems. This was not unusual. Court dinners were always 3 hours of other people's problems arranged vertically around a long table with good wine and bad intentions, and Brennan had navigated more of them than he could count by now. He was good at dinners the way he was good at most contained social events. He read the room, identified the pressure points, and made sure that by the time the plates were cleared, the worst of what could have happened had quietly not. Tonight's had involved Lord Cassiel Thorne at the same table as a representative from the Alden Reaches for the first time since their mediated agreement, which had been unfortunate timing. Brennan had spent 40 minutes managing the proximate space around them, absorbing 2 separate pointed comments from Thorne that had been aimed at the Alden representative like thrown knives. blunting both of them with the particular deflective warmth he had long since perfected. And by the end of it, he had succeeded in engineering a successful dessert course during which neither party had said anything that would require him to get up early tomorrow. He also, somewhere in the middle of the second hour, helped a junior court secretary locate her missing place card, smoothed over a seating complaint from a minor Varentis-adjacent lord who had been given a chair he considered beneath his station, and talked a moderately drunk dragon blood noble out of a declaration he would almost certainly have regretted making before witnesses. Nobody asked him to do any of these things. That was the part that nobody talked about. Idris had been at the dinner, seated at the far end of the table where the wolf-blood garrison officers tended to cluster in the companionable way of people who knew each other well enough to be boring together. He caught Brennan's eye once around the second hour with the expression that meant, "I see what you're doing, and also, do you want rescuing?" Brennan had shaken his head fractionally. Idris had returned to his own conversation. Now it was past 11, and they were walking the servants' corridor out of the East Wing because it was shorter and because neither of them was performing for an audience anymore. Idris had unbuttoned the top button of his formal collar the moment the main doors closed behind them, which was a reasonable response to 3 hours of formal collar, and he was giving Brennan the debrief he always gave after court dinners. A running commentary on the most interesting things that had happened at the far end of the table, delivered with the particular pleasure of someone who had spent the evening collecting stories for exactly this moment. "Lord Veston tried to tell me," Idris said, "that the Easter border skirmish was actually a miscommunication between two subordinate captains and not, in any way, a deliberate test of the Varentis boundary markers." He said this with genuine conviction. I found it very moving. Was he the one with the gray coat or the one with the ring? Gray coat. The ring was his second, who spent most of dinner staring at the Varentis representative like he was trying to set something on fire with his mind. Idris paused. "Which, I mean, dragon blood." He might have been. Brennan made a sound that was not quite a laugh. Idris was good at that, at the flat, factual delivery of something that was only funny if you were paying attention, and it usually got him close to the real laugh if the timing was right. "You did the thing again," Idris said, in a different register. Still conversational, still warm. "But the thing." "Which thing?" "The thing where you spend the whole dinner making sure nobody else's evening catches fire, and then you leave looking like it cost you nothing, and somehow everyone else leaves thinking the evening was just naturally pleasant." Idris glanced at him sideways. "You know, that's not how it works for normal people. I was just at a dinner." "Brennan, you managed Thorne and the Alden representative in the same room, extracted Lord Veston's second for what looked very much like a building confrontation around the third course, and found Marta's place card in the flower arrangement." Idris paused. "Nobody puts a place card in the flower arrangement." "Someone did tonight. The point is you noticed, and fixed it, and then went back to whatever you were doing as if it was unremarkable." Idris stopped walking. They had reached the junction at the end of the servants' corridor, where the narrow stone passage opened back into the main hall. It was quiet here, the kind of quiet that collected after large gatherings wound down, the low hum of distant clearing and footsteps fading. "Do you ever get tired of it?" Brennan looked at him. It was not an aggressive question. Idris was not being pointed about it. His face was the same warm, slightly too attentive face it always was when he decided to ask something he'd been sitting on. He asked it like it was a genuine inquiry, which it was, and he asked it without expectation, which meant he would accept whatever answer Brennan gave him, which was, Brennan thought, precisely the problem. "Someone has to do it," he said. "Easy. Light." The answer that cost nothing. Idris held his gaze for a moment. The answer hung in the air between them in the specific way of things that had been given too quickly, and they both knew it, and Idris nodded once and let it settle. "Right," he said, and then, with the slight forward lean of someone switching registers, "Lord Veston's second, by the way, has a name. Calix. He's been seconded from the northern garrison, and he's been in the capital for exactly 3 weeks. According to the man himself, who told me this while staring at the Varentis contingent, he has opinions about the current territorial situation that he wanted me to know he was keeping to himself. Very diplomatic of him, to tell you. Exceptionally. I gave him full marks." Idris resumed walking. "Drink. I should sleep." One drink, and then you can sleep virtuously. He produced a flask from somewhere inside his formal jacket, which meant he'd had it on him all evening and had not mentioned it during any of the moments Brennan could have used it. Brennan took it on principle. They ended up sitting in the small room off the garrison quartermaster's hall, the one with the good chairs and the bad lighting that the senior officers had informally adopted as an after-hours conversation space. Idris lit the lamp. Brennan sat with the flask between his hands and let the evening settle. The room had a window, but not the right window. No mountains, just the inner yard, cobbled and quiet, with the training posts throwing long shadows in the lamplight. "Have you thought more about the Eastern posting?" Idris asked. He said it carefully, which meant he'd been meaning to ask for a while. Fenn hasn't formally offered it. Fenn has been circling it for 2 months. You know he has. It would be a significant assignment, Brennan. The garrison commander role in the East, with the territorial disputes heating up the way they are, that's not a routine posting. I know what it is. It's also the kind of thing that ends careers if the politics turn. Idris met his eyes, which I believe I mentioned to you approximately 12 days ago, and which you agreed with, and then we talked about something else. We did. So, Brennan looked at the flask. He turned it in his hands once, a slow rotation, feeling the worn metal warm under his palms. "What would you do?" he asked, and the question came out more serious than he'd intended, and he didn't pull it back. Idris considered. This was one of the things Brennan valued about him, that he didn't deflect serious questions with jokes when he could tell the question was being asked in earnest. He thought, and then he said, "I'd want to know if the assignment was mine because Finn thought I was the best person for it, or because I was the most useful person for it. Those aren't the same thing." Brennan looked at the training post shadows on the cobblestones. "Useful covers a lot of ground," he said. "It does." Idris hesitated, and Brennan could feel him deciding something. "I think you're good at the useful version of things, Bren. I think sometimes I'm not sure whether that's because you love it or because you got good at it early and nobody ever asked." The room was quiet. It was not a comfortable quiet. "Who are you?" Brennan said, very quietly, mostly to the window. "When you're not being what someone needs?" He hadn't meant to say it that way. It had come up from somewhere below the level of managed language, and he sat with the shape of it for a moment before deciding to leave it there. Idris was looking at him. "Is that a question you know the answer to?" "I think it's a question I should probably know the answer to." "Yeah." Idris was quiet for a moment. "Yeah, I think so too." They sat with that for a while, in the way of old friends who had developed, over years, the specific skill of sitting with things that were too substantial for the available language. The lamp burned low. Outside, someone crossed the inner yard with unhurried footsteps, the sound rising and then falling away. Idris leaned forward eventually, elbows on his knees, and said, in the tone of a man changing the subject deliberately and with full knowledge that he was doing so, "Tell me the thorn thing again from the beginning." The part where he decided the notification protocol was his idea. Brennan told him, and it was a good story, told well, and Idris laughed in the right places, and by the time Brennan walked back to his own quarters the night had resolved itself into something manageable again. He sat at the window for a while before sleeping. The mountains were already dark, swallowed by it, invisible at this hour. He knew exactly where they were. He had always known exactly where they were, which was not the same as being able to see them, which was not the same as them seeing him back. Beyond the outer wall lay the lower city, and somewhere past that the floodplain, and then the edge of the known eastern territories. He had never posted east. He had stayed close to the court because the court needed him close, which had always seemed sufficient, which had always been enough of a reason. The room was orderly, functional. On the shelf, the book with its spine to the wall. On the desk, the briefing documents for tomorrow's assignments, neatly squared. Everything in its place. He pulled the book from the shelf without looking at the title, which he knew anyway. It was a collection of territorial surveys from 3 generations back, annotated in his great-uncle's handwriting, and the annotation on the inside cover said, "For Brennan, who will want to know where things are." His great-uncle had been a cartographer who thought that understanding the shape of a place was the most fundamental form of knowing. Brennan ran his thumb along the spine. He did not open it. He was touch-starved in a way that had nothing to do with skin. He had known this for a long time without ever having found a name for it. That wasn't embarrassing. What he wanted, what the wolf in him had always wanted, in the particular pack-oriented language of wolf blood need, was not contact. It was witness. Someone to see the view and know he loved it. Someone to ask the question Idris had almost asked and wait for an answer that was true. He turned off the lamp and sat in the dark with a book in his hands. It was not a new feeling. He had learned to live around it the way you learn to live around a room with bad acoustics, adjusting without thinking, compensating constantly. So used to the adjustment that he'd stopped noticing it was an adjustment at all. He put the book back. He went to bed. He told himself the question would keep. It had been keeping for 29 years. It was very good at it by now. Chapter 3. The Shape of an Old Wound. The leather detailing on the jacket had taken Luc 40 minutes to get right, which was 20 minutes longer than it should have, and which he attributed to Sarah. Specifically, he attributed it to Sarah sitting on the edge of his dressing table and asking questions, which was not an environment conducive to the precision required for the third button, which had a catch mechanism he had designed himself, and which was therefore his own fault for being finicky. "I'm not asking questions," Sarah said, which was what she always said when she was asking questions. "You asked whether I thought Lord Calla's renovation of the East Wing would affect the layout of tonight's reception." That was small talk. That was surveillance. He did not look up from the button. "You were doing reconnaissance on my mood via architectural commentary. I've told you about this. I've told you about your mood," she said, and there was warmth in it, the specific warmth of someone who was exasperated by you in the way that meant they paid close attention. Sarah Vex had been in his orbit for 3 years now, since she'd arrived at the Dragon Court at 21 with a letter of introduction and the particular quality of a person who intended to build something here and did not plan to be subtle about it. She was, in Luc's considered assessment, one of the 3 most genuinely perceptive people in the Ashveil court. She was also 24 and constitutionally incapable of minding her own business, which he found useful despite himself. "My mood," Luc said, "is fine." "Your mood has been fine for 11 days in a way that suggests it is the opposite of fine." She tilted her head. The lamplight caught the side of her face, the dark shimmer of her hair, the very precise way she was watching him. "The Calla renovation will push the Varentis contingent toward the south end of the reception hall. You'll be in the same visual range as the Thornwall delegation and also as the garrison representatives." Luc finished the button. "Is there a point to this geography?" "The garrison representative for tonight's function is Sentinel Brennan Ashveil," Sarah said. "He was pulled from the border assignment this week. He'll be doing court liaison for the next month at minimum." There was a pause. Luc did not move. He could feel Sarah watching for the pause, cataloging it, filing it in the specific way of someone who had learned to read him the way he read everyone else, which was both inconvenient and, in its own way, something he had never quite managed to resent. He looked up. He met her eyes in the mirror with the calibrated neutrality he brought to every room that required it. "That's a routine assignment rotation," he said. "Yes," Sarah agreed, in the tone that meant she was letting him have it. He looked back at the jacket. The third button was correct now, the leather catch seated cleanly against the dark fabric, the detailing along the lapel doing what he'd intended it to do, drawing the eye down and then up, the precise visual line that said, "I know exactly what I'm doing," which was true for the jacket and which he had learned, at some point, to project convincingly for everything else. The jacket was hand-finished, leatherwork sourced from a maker in the lower city who supplied the underground community that had been meeting in the older parts of the capital for as long as the Dragon Court had maintained its particular relationship with ceremony and tradition. Luc had found them at 18, the year after the mentor. He had not told anyone about finding them for another 2 years, because there was a specific kind of caution that installed itself in you when you learned, at 17, that the things you confided could be arranged into weapons. He still wore leather. Every day, some piece of it, regardless of formality. It was, if anyone asked, an aesthetic choice. If anyone looked closer, it was something else. Nobody looked closer except Sarah, and Sarah already knew. "You've been checking," she said, "periodically, haven't you?" Whether he'd done anything about it. Luc was quiet for a moment. He transferred to the Eastern Garrison within the week. "I know. That's all he did." He reached for his gloves, drew them on with the practiced motion of someone who had never once been careless with things he'd had to fight for. He transferred, and then he didn't do anything. No petition, no whisper campaign, no formal complaint. He paused. You know how many people in this court would have used what I gave them that night? I know, Sarah said, more softly. He didn't use it. The gloves were straight. He checked them anyway. And then he went east, and then he came back, and for 5 years he has been present in this court, and nothing. That bothers you more than retaliation would have. It was not a question. Luc looked at her reflection in the mirror, the calm, attentive face of someone who had sat with him in enough silences to know which ones to break. He thought about telling her she was wrong. He considered the specific shape of that particular lie and decided it was too much work for a reception he already didn't want to attend. Yes, he said. Sarah nodded once, as if confirming something she'd already suspected. Are you going to be a problem about it tonight? I'm never a problem. Luc, I will be professional. He turned from a mirror and gathered the last piece. A thin leather cord worn at the wrist, over the cuff, the small ritual scar on the inside of his left wrist just visible beneath it. The scar was his own choice, made at 21, the Dragon Court's coming-of-age marking that most nobles had done in private and then covered. He'd kept it visible on purpose. It was the kind of choice that made the court slightly uncomfortable, which was fine. He was used to the court being slightly uncomfortable. He had learned, early, that discomfort was a form of attention, and attention was a form of power if you controlled the conditions of it. I will be perfectly professional. You will be perfectly professional in a way that is somehow still hostile, Sarah said. He looked at her. She looked back. She was in green tonight, something simple and precise, with one piece of leather at the collar in the way of someone who was finding her own relationship to the aesthetic, which Luc watched with the fond attention he brought to watching Sarah find things. She was 3 years younger than him and had arrived at the court navigating everything with the specific bravery of someone who had decided to figure themselves out in public. He respected that. It was, in its way, braver than anything he did, because Luc's version of public self-making had always had armor inside it, and Sarah was learning to do it without. I'll be fine, he said, and this time he meant it, more or less. She slid off the dressing table. I'll be at the south end if you need somewhere to look. I won't need somewhere to look. I'll be there anyway. He followed her out. The reception hall was exactly where Sarah's architectural commentary had suggested it would be. The East Wing renovation pushing the gathering toward the south end, the Varentis contingent and the garrison representatives on converging sight lines without being in direct proximity. Luc arrived exactly late enough to be noticed, which was a discipline, not an effect, because arriving on time at a court function meant being available for whatever the first 20 minutes delivered, and he had learned long ago to let the first 20 minutes sort themselves. He found his people, spoke to the 3 individuals who required speaking to, accepted a glass of something clear and sharp from a passing server, and permitted himself a survey of the room. He found Brennan Ashveil in under 30 seconds, which was about 27 seconds faster than he would have liked. The man was standing at the edge of the main group near the south windows, which put him at the junction where the Thornwall and Alden delegations met without quite touching, and he was doing the thing he did, not centering himself, not performing visibility, just being useful in a way that looked like natural presence. Luc watched him for a moment in the specific way he watched things he wanted to understand, methodically, without judgment, cataloging. Ashveil was taller than Luc remembered. No, that wasn't quite right. He was the same height. What had changed was the specific quality of how he occupied it. 5 years ago, he had been a younger, wolf-blood sentinel with the broad-shouldered build of someone built to endure and the quiet manner of someone who had learned that taking up space required justification. He was still quiet. He was still broad-shouldered. But there was something different in the calibration of it, something harder to name, some quality in the way he stood that said, I know where everything is in this room, and I have already decided what to do about most of it. Luc did not like that he'd noticed this. He filed it away regardless. 5 years ago, Luc had said specific things. He had said them in the court's West Hall, in a gathering of perhaps 30 people, with the particular precision he brought to saying things he intended to land. The things he had said were accurate. They had been designed, with the efficiency of someone who had learned early to identify soft points and apply pressure there, to dismantle a man who Luc had identified, at 21, as dangerously readable. Dangerously because readability in a court environment was either leverage or liability, and Brennan Ashveil had been wearing his openness like an unmarked entrance, and Luc had walked through it. He had been right about everything he'd said. That was what he'd told himself afterward, and it was true. The things he'd said were accurate. The manner of saying them, the audience selected for maximum strategic humiliation, the timing designed to land before Ashveil could recover. Those were the parts he did not revisit. He had not revisited them because revisiting them produced a feeling he did not have a shelf for, and Luc was meticulous about his internal architecture. Feelings with no shelf caused structural problems. Ashveil had transferred east. Luc had expected the retaliation to follow with him. He'd prepared for it. In a thorough way, he prepared for everything, identifying the specific counters he'd use to each likely form the retaliation would take. He had spent the better part of 2 months in a state of readiness that produced, as it declined, a secondary feeling he also did not have a shelf for, the specific low-level restlessness of someone waiting for an impact that never arrived. It had never arrived. 5 years. Ashveil had returned to the capital for garrison assignments twice in that period, and each time Luc had felt him return the way he felt any potential threat. With precision, with readiness, with the particular sharpening of attention he brought to things that might require a response. And each time, nothing. No whisper campaign. No carefully positioned comment at a dinner table. Not even the pointed social distance that was the most common passive form of retaliation among the court's officer class. Nothing. As if what Luc had done that night was a thing that had happened, and then simply stopped mattering. He had been waiting, without quite deciding to wait, for 5 years, and the waiting had calcified into something he carried around the way he carried the ritual scar. Visible, chosen, part of the picture of himself. A reminder that the retaliation was still coming, that he had not yet paid the price, that the price would be named eventually, and he should be ready. Across the room, Brennan Ashveil laughed at something the person beside him said. It was his public laugh, the easy social laugh, pleasant and undemanding. Luc recognized it from other gatherings, other distances. He also, for reasons he did not examine, knew what the other laugh sounded like. He had heard it once, 3 years ago, through a corridor wall, when Ashveil had been talking to his friend, Calloway, the wolf blood lieutenant, and the laugh that had come through the stone was different. Louder, less managed. The laugh of someone who had forgotten, for a moment, that they were performing. Luc had filed that away then. He did not examine why he'd filed it, or why it came up now. He moved to the section of the room his presence was required in and was professionally unreachable for the next hour. He spoke to the people he needed to speak to. He assessed the territorial update from Lord Veston's second with the efficiency of someone who processed political information the way other people breathed. He did not look at the south windows again. He mostly did not look at the south windows again. At some point near the end of the reception, with the room beginning its gradual dissolution into smaller groups and departing figures, Sarah materialized at his elbow and said, very quietly, "He's good at it." Luc did not ask who she meant. "I know. That bothers you." "So, it's not a criticism. It's an observation." She tilted her head, the specific tilt that meant she was about to say something she'd been holding for a while. The thing about someone who's very good at being steady is that you can't tell, from the outside, whether the steadiness is genuine or whether it's the thing they learned to perform instead of being frightened. Luc was quiet for a moment. "And which do you think it is?" Sarah looked across the room toward the south windows. Brennan Ashveil had his back to the room now, speaking quietly with someone Luc didn't recognize, and from this distance all Luc could see was the line of his shoulders and the steady set of his head. The sentinel's gray, the silver thread at the cuffs. "I think," Sarah said carefully, "that it might be both, and that not knowing which is going to be a problem for someone." She moved away before he could respond, which was a thing she did when she'd said the precise amount she intended to say. Luc finished his drink. He set the glass on a passing server's tray with the unhurried precision that said nothing was happening here. that he was a man attending a reception and departing it, and nothing between those two events had required any particular attention. He left the hall without looking at the south windows. He was almost certain of it. He went back to his chambers and stood at the window looking at the Ashveil mountains going dark in the west, the amber bleeding out of the sky, and did not examine what Sarah had said. He had a system for things that required time before examination, and it involved placing them in a specific internal location and leaving them there until they had the decency to become manageable. The feeling he'd had watching Brennan Ashveil across the reception hall, watching the easy public laugh, knowing the sound of the other one, that was a feeling he could not yet examine. He did not have a shelf for it. He would build one later. He was very good at building shelves. Chapter 4. Territorial Matters. The briefing came on a Tuesday, which was, in Brennan's experience, the worst day for consequential news. Mondays had a certain momentum to them that made difficult things easier to absorb. Wednesdays were halfway through, which gave you something to aim at. Tuesdays just sat there, flat and unremarkable, and delivered unwelcome information with no structural context to hang it on. Finn's office was on the second floor of the Sentinel Command Wing, with a window that faced the training yards and a desk that had clearly been chosen to communicate something about permanence and solidity. Everything in the room communicated something about permanence and solidity. The man himself was one of the more effective communicators Brennan had met, in a specific sense of communicating without saying the thing he was actually saying. The situation in the Eastern Corridor, Finn began, which was how Finn began most things these days, in medias res, with the particular confidence of a man who assumed you had been thinking about the same thing he'd been thinking about, has shifted from a border dispute between the Cashin vassals and the Alden reaches into something more politically complex. Brennan was sitting across the desk with his hands on his knees, a posture he'd adopted years ago in Finn's office, present and attentive without being either tense or slouched, the precise body language of a man who was here to receive information and do something useful with it. The Varentis involvement? Finn glanced at him with approval. You've read the dispatches. They circulate through Garrison Command. The Varentis border sits adjacent to the disputed corridor, which means any resolution of the Cashin-Alden disagreement will have direct implications for the Varentis territorial definition. He paused. Which means the Varentis household has a stake in how the resolution is framed, regardless of whether they're party to the original dispute. Precisely. Finn leaned back slightly. The Crown wants a war council. Neutral representation, all major stakeholders present, mediated session rather than formal arbitration. The goal is to contain the situation before it escalates from skirmishes to formal territorial declaration. He folded his hands. I want you in the room. Brennan kept his expression easy. As mediator? As the court's neutral representative. The War Council will include Varentis delegates, Cashin vassals, Alden, and the Crown's legal office. Having a wolf-blood sentinel present who is known to the court as a disinterested party, known to be, in your particular case, someone who resolves rather than inflames, is essential to the optics of neutrality. The optics of neutrality. Brennan filed that phrase in the place. He kept phrases that were technically compliments. I understand, he said. When is the council? 4 days. I want you there from the opening session, which means travel to the neutral hall tomorrow. Finn paused, and in the pause was the specific quality of something about to be added. The Varentis household's representative for the War Council will be Lord Luc Varentis himself. Brennan kept his eyes on Finn's face. He let the name arrive and pass through him the way he let most things arrive and pass through him, with the specific discipline of a man who had learned, at some point, that visible reaction was a form of giving ground. I see, he said. Finn was watching him. Finn was always watching him, in the particular way of a commanding officer who had long since learned to read the men under his command and who had specifically read Brennan as someone who needed, occasionally, a signal that information had been heard. You've crossed paths with Varentis before. Briefly. 5 years ago. The West Hall incident. Finn's voice carried no judgment, no opinion. He was relaying a known fact. He made some remarks. You transferred east. The eastern posting was a good assignment. The timing was coincidental. Finn looked at him for a moment with the expression of a man who had heard a great deal of managed language in his career and could recognize it by texture. Then he nodded once. The Council will require exactly the kind of steadiness you've demonstrated throughout your time here, Brennan. I trust your ability to maintain it regardless of the other parties present. He reached for the briefing documents on his desk. Indispensable, he said again, the word worn smooth with use, and handed them across. Brennan took them. Thank you, Commander. He left Finn's office and stood in the corridor for a moment. Around him, the command wing moved at its usual pace. Footsteps on stone, voices through walls, the particular bureaucratic rhythm of a facility that ran on routine and managed consequence. He was very familiar with this corridor. He had stood in it, feeling various versions of this for 11 years. He walked to Idris's quarters, knocked twice, and did not wait to be asked before opening the door, because this was a conversation that needed to happen in the next 4 minutes before he had time to edit it into something more presentable. Idris was at his desk with maps, because Idris was always at his desk with maps, and he looked up with the expression of someone who had read the knock. That bad. Brennan sat down in the other chair and put the briefing documents on the corner of the desk. I've been assigned to the Varentis War Council. Idris looked at the documents, then at Brennan. And Luc Varentis is the Varentis delegate. Idris put down his pen. He did it with the deliberate care of someone setting down something fragile, which was a thing Idris did when he was taking a situation seriously. Right? Finn says it's an important assignment. Neutral representation. Crown wants a settled outcome. War Council needs to hold. All of which is true, Idris said. He was watching Brennan with the particular attention he brought to conversations that mattered. And also, Finn is smart enough to know the history, and he assigned you anyway, which means either he doesn't think it's a significant complication or he's decided your ability to manage it outweighs the complication. Either way, it's an important assignment, Brennan agreed. Which is what I told him. Idris said nothing for a moment. Then, you know what I'm going to ask. I know. Are you going to be all right in that room? Brennan looked at the briefing documents. He thought about Luc Varentis and the West Hall and the 30 people who had been present for what had been said, and the 3 days after, and the Eastern posting, and the 5 years of nothing that had followed. He thought about the way he had processed all of it, at the time and since, with the practiced efficiency of a man who had learned very early that feelings were most survivable when they were converted quickly into something functional. He had forgiven Varentis, not explicitly, not in any ceremony, but in the only way he'd found reliable, by deciding it was done with and letting it be done with. He had been very good at that decision. He was still very good at it. The whole structure of who he was in a room depended on being very good at that decision. I'll be fine, he said. Idris held his gaze. He had known Brennan for 9 years, and he had the specific disadvantage of knowing exactly when Brennan was performing fine versus when he meant it, and Brennan watched him make the calculation. Then Idris picked up his pen again and said, "Let me look at those documents." They spent the next hour with the briefing materials spread across Idris's desk, working through the territorial situation with the focused attention of 2 men who understood the material and each other well enough to move fast. It helped. This was one of the things Brennan valued most about his friendship with Idris, that Idris understood that being useful was sometimes the most honest form of presence, and that he met Brennan there without making it conditional on having first said the difficult thing. The territorial situation was, as the documents made clear, considerably more complicated than a simple border dispute. The Kashan vassal houses occupied a strip of eastern corridor that had been contested since the last significant territorial war 2 generations back. The Alban Reach's eastern edge bordered this corridor on one side. The Varentis household's southern boundary bordered it on the other. The disputed floodplain, the very same one Brennan had spent an hour mediating over 2 weeks ago, was at the junction of all 3 territorial claims. Someone, Idris said, tracing the boundary lines on a map with one finger, made a very deliberate choice about what to put where 200 years ago. Multiple someones. The boundaries were drawn in phases. The southern Varentis line was established in the first remapping. The Kashan corridor was formalized in the second. The Alden Eastern Edge was the last defined, which means the Alden House has always been working with the boundaries they were given rather than the boundaries they chose, which explains why they went to the council with the petition. They've been playing catch-up for 2 generations. Brennan ran his thumb along the edge of the corridor. The War Council isn't going to resolve the underlying geometry. The best they can do is establish a framework that prevents the current skirmishes from becoming formal declarations. And your job is to keep everyone in the room long enough to agree to the framework. My job is to make sure no one leaves the room feeling like they lost. He picked up the document detailing the Varentis position. It was precise and thorough, which he would have expected from anyone who understood the situation, and the handwriting in the marginal notes was small and angular and entirely consistent with what he would have expected from someone who processed information the way Luc Varentis processed information, which Brennan knew because he had spent 5 years being peripherally aware of how Luc Varentis processed information. For the same reason, he kept track of most potential variables in his professional environment. Not because it mattered, because it was his job to know the room. He set the document down. "It's a routine assignment," he said. Idris looked at him over the map. "Right. The council is 4 days. Neutral hall, contained environment, structured sessions. I've done more complicated mediations." "You have. It'll be fine." Idris picked up his pen and made a note on the margin of the map. "Of course it will," he said, in the tone that meant he was letting Brennan have this one and reserving judgment on the next. Brennan gathered the briefing documents and went back to his quarters to pack. It did not take long. He traveled light by habit, sentinel's gear, formal uniform for the council sessions, 2 changes of civilian clothes for the evenings. The worn book he never left without because it had been his great uncle's and because there was something about its specific weight in his bag that felt like a kind of company. He squared everything into the travel case, checked the clasps, and stood at the window looking out at the training yard while the afternoon light made the cobblestones glow amber. The briefing documents said Luc Varentis had been 21 at the West Hall incident. Brennan had been 24, which he had thought at the time and still thought gave Varentis something of an argument, if not a defense. 21 was young enough to believe that precision was the same as rightness, that accuracy alone justified the manner of delivery. Brennan had been 24 and had not known this yet, but he had been old enough to know that some rooms required you to be the larger version of yourself. And he had simply not been that night, and something in him had understood, even in the moment, that the failure was at least partly his own. He'd thought, leaving the hall that night, that he would figure out what to do with that eventually. He was still figuring it out. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. Let the pressure settle. Let himself locate the point of warmth there, reliable and constant, the specific thing the wolf in him had always oriented around. The assignment was real. The politics were real. The War Council needed what he was good at. That was sufficient. It had always been sufficient. He picked up his travel case, told himself for the last time that it was a routine assignment, and believed it almost completely. Chapter 5. The War Table Doesn't Lie. The neutral hall sat at the junction of the court's 3 oldest wings, which meant it was drafty in all seasons and had the particular smell of rooms where important people had been unhappy for several centuries. Someone had placed fresh candles in the iron brackets and laid a fire in the deep-set hearth on the north wall, and neither of these things had made the room less cold or less old, but they had made it functional, which was the most a room like this could aspire to. Brennan arrived early, as he always arrived early to rooms he would need to manage. He walked the perimeter first, a habit from his early years. Identify the exits, the sight lines, the chairs that would be occupied by whom. The War Council table was long and rectangular, dark wood worn smooth at the edges from generations of elbows and grievance. He counted the seats. 12. For the Kashan vassal representatives, 2 for Alden, 2 for Varentis, 2 for the Crown's legal office, 1 for the designated neutral representative, and 1 at the head for the session's appointed chair, a senior Crown magistrate named Aldis who had the reputation of a man who could hold a room the way stone held a wall, without heat, without give, without the slightest interest in being liked. Brennan set his documents at the neutral representative's seat and did not sit down. He stood at the window instead and watched the outer courtyard while the other delegations arrived in stages. Cashin delegation first, which was predictable because the Cashin vassals had traveled the farthest and were therefore most conscious of having spent 2 days in a carriage. Alden second. Lady Mira, accompanied by 2 advisors Brennan, had not met. The Crown's legal office at exactly the appointed hour, which was a statement. Magistrate Aldis 3 minutes after, which was a different statement. Luc Varentis arrived 7 minutes late. Brennan did not watch the door. He was looking at the Alden seating arrangement and thinking about how the next 4 hours were most likely to go sideways, and whether the Cashin contingent's obvious fatigue would make them more or less willing to accept a provisional framework. And he was aware of Luc entering the room the way he was aware of changes in air pressure, not through any specific mechanism he could name, but through the particular quality of how the room reorganized itself around a new presence. He looked up. Luc was with Sarah, who took her seat among the Varentis support staff at the room's far wall and immediately produced a notebook, the quick, efficient movement of someone who was there to witness and document rather than participate. Luc himself crossed to the Varentis seats without looking at anyone directly, which was not the same as not seeing everyone in the room. He moved the way he always moved, with the precise economy of someone who had decided exactly how much of any given space was his. He sat. He placed his documents on the table. He looked up. For a moment, perhaps 3 seconds, which was long enough that it registered and not long enough that it qualified as anything. His eyes met Brennan's across the table. 5 years and 7 months. That was the precise interval, if Brennan was counting, which he was not. He gave Luc the same nod he gave any council participant he had professional history with. Luc held his gaze for a moment that might have been nothing and then shifted his attention to the document in front of him. The session opened on schedule. Brennan did what he did in rooms. He listened, he watched, he said the right thing at the right interval to keep the pressure from concentrating. The Cashin contingent was more exhausted than he'd anticipated and therefore more defensive. He made a note of this and adjusted the approach he'd planned. The Alden advisors were sharper than the briefing documents had suggested, which was useful because it meant the Cashin representatives would have to engage with actual arguments rather than simply outlasting the session. The Crown's legal office contributed, at regular intervals, interpretations of existing territorial law that were technically accurate and practically useless, which was consistent with everything Brennan knew about the Crown's legal office. And Luc Varentis, across the table, was the most prepared person in the room. This was not surprising. What was surprising was the manner of it. Brennan had expected precision, because Luc was precise about everything. He had expected the specific efficiency of someone who processed information quickly and communicated it with the minimum number of words required. What he had not expected was the quality of the listening. Luc sat very still while other people spoke, and the stillness was not patience in the waiting for the other person to finish sense. It was the stillness of someone paying complete and genuine attention, cataloging each argument's actual merit, and preparing responses that addressed the real thing being said rather than the political surface of it. It made him very effective and also, in the particular way of people who said accurate things without managing the delivery, occasionally difficult to be in a room with. 3 hours in, the Cashin contingent's lead representative said something about the Varentis southern boundary that was technically within the bounds of the discussion and practically designed to make the Varentis position look opportunistic. Brennan had seen it coming for 20 minutes and had been maneuvering to intercept it, but Luc got there first. The southern boundary claim, Luc said, has been consistent in every Varentis territorial document for 4 generations, which predates the current dispute by approximately 160 years. The Cashin corridor's eastern edge was mapped against it, not the other way around. If Lord Cashin would like to review the primary survey records, I have copies. He said it the way he said most things, quietly, without heat, in the tone of someone who had decided that accuracy was sufficient and that performing certainty was a waste of everyone's time. The Cashin representative, who had clearly expected either defensiveness or capitulation and had prepared for neither, sat back in his chair. Brennan made a small adjustment to the next point he'd been planning to raise. Luc had done his work for him, which meant the session's next 20 minutes could go towards something more productive. He He almost said something. He caught himself and did not. They broke for the midday recess at the appointed hour. The room reorganized itself into smaller groups, the delegation clusters reforming along familiar lines, the specific social geometry of people who had been in contained proximity for 3 hours and were now recalibrating. Brennan was standing at the window with a cup of something warm when he heard Caius Drell's voice from across the room. He knew the voice the way he knew most court voices, from the specific texture of too many encounters to count, too many moments in which Caius Drell had been exactly where things were happening and had emerged from each one unscathed because he was talented at positioning himself as an observer rather than a participant. Caius was a minor court noble whose family had old ties to the Eastern Corridor disputes, which meant he had a seat in the observer's gallery rather than at the table, and he had spent the morning watching the session with the bright-eyed attentiveness of someone who was not particularly interested in the territorial question, but was very interested in the people in the room. He was 33 and handsome in a way that took work to maintain, with the particular social warmth of someone who had learned that being liked was an asset worth investing in. And he had been directing that warmth at various members of the Alden delegation for most of the morning. He was now directing it at the window alcove where Brennan was standing, crossing the room with the unhurried purposefulness of a man who had decided this was the conversation he wanted to have. Sentinel Ashveil, Caius said, with the familiar warmth of someone who treated past encounters as the foundation of an ongoing relationship regardless of what those encounters had actually been. I didn't realize you'd been assigned to this one. I was assigned 2 weeks ago. I heard about the Thornalden resolution. Clean work. He settled into the window alcove with the ease of someone who had never once felt unwelcome anywhere. What do you make of the morning session? I think the afternoon will be more productive. Brennan looked at his cup. Varentis is impressive, Caius said, in the specific tone of someone trying to determine what response the statement would produce. I've forgotten how he is in a room. Very precise. He's well prepared. He always is. A pause, calculated in the way that Caius's pauses were always calculated. Have the two of you been in the same room since you know, Brennan met his eyes. He kept his expression what it always was, easy, pleasant, entirely unreadable. I've been at several court functions where Lord Varentis was also present. Of course. Caius smiled. It was a warm smile. It was also doing something else. I only ask because I remember that evening rather clearly. I was there, you know. I remember thinking that you handled it with remarkable composure. Brennan heard what was underneath that. Composure. The word that meant, I watched him strip you in public, and you did nothing. The word that was either a compliment or a record of a debt, and he had never been quite certain which Caius intended it as. Thank you, he said. Of course. Caius glanced across the room toward where Luc was speaking with Sarah and one of the Varentis advisors, something quiet and efficient that had the quality of a logistical exchange. He never did apologize, did he? It wasn't required, Brennan said, and kept his voice as neutral as the statement. Caius looked at him. Something moved in his expression that Brennan could not entirely read, which was unusual because Brennan was good at reading expressions. No, Caius said, after a moment. I suppose it wasn't. Still, he pushed off from the window with the easy grace of someone concluding a conversation on their own terms. It's an interesting room you're in. He drifted away toward the Alden delegation. Brennan set down his cup and stood at the window and let the last 60 seconds settle. The recess ended. He returned to his seat. The afternoon session opened, and Magistrate Aldis had barely introduced the second agenda point when the bond happened. There was no warning. No mythology had prepared Brennan for the specific quality of it, because nothing in the official records or the court's accumulated lore on mating bonds had described what he would come to think of later as the exact moment of it. Not soft, not romantic, nothing like the warmth that the old texts used as their primary metaphor. It was more like recognition, not the recognition of someone you had met before, but recognition at a level beneath that, below deliberate memory, in the part of him that processed the world before language got to it. The wolf in him went completely, suddenly alert. Not alarmed. Alert. The specific quality of a predator who has been still for a very long time and has just heard, unmistakably, the exact thing it had been waiting for. Not a threat. Something else. Something that required absolute attention and absolute stillness until he understood what he was dealing with. He was dealing with Luc Varentis. Across the table, 7 feet of dark wood, an old grievance, and 5 years of not quite settled history between them. And the bond sat in Brennan's chest like something had been added there without his knowledge or consent. Warm, specific, unmistakable, nothing like anything he had ever felt in his life. He did not move. He was very good at not moving. He was aware, in the peripheral way of a man whose attention had just been entirely redistributed, that the session was continuing around him. Magistrate Aldis was addressing a question about boundary survey rights. The Cashin representative was nodding. Someone to Brennan's left was making a note. He looked at Luc. Luc was looking at the documents in front of him, where he had been half a second ago. Now he was not reading them. His eyes were on the document, and he was not reading it. And the quality of the not reading was the specific quality of a man who was doing something internal that required him to not appear to be doing anything at all. He looked up. Their eyes met for the second time. Brennan held Luc's gaze for exactly as long as it took to confirm that Luc had felt it too, and that the fury that crossed his expression was not fury at the situation, or not only that, but fury at himself for feeling it, which told Brennan something about the shape of what they were both in. He also saw, for exactly 1 second, before Luc's expression reassembled itself into the controlled precision he wore to every room, something that looked like the last thing Brennan had expected. Something that looked disturbingly like relief. Then it was gone. Luc returned his gaze to the documents. Brennan returned his gaze to the agenda in front of him. He was aware, in the way he was aware of his own heartbeat during tense mediations, that his chest was warm in a way it had never been before, and that the warmth had a direction to it, a specific pull toward the far side of the table, and that this was going to make the next 2 hours of this session considerably more complicated than he had planned for. He made a note in the margin of his agenda document that said Framework Language, Section 3, which was a thing he'd been meaning to note for 40 minutes, and which would look, to anyone glancing at it, like exactly what it was. His handwriting was very steady. He was proud of that. The session continued for another 2 hours. Brennan mediated. He navigated the Cashin fatigue and the Alden advisor's sharpness, and the Crown Legal Office's procedural contributions, and the specific weight of Caius Drell's occasional commentary, which was useful to the discussion in the way that a lit match was useful to a room full of old wood, technically functional, structurally dangerous. He did not look at Luc again unless the discussion required it. When it required it, he looked at him the way he looked at every other participant, directly, professionally, with the specific. Attention of a man whose job was to see everything in the room. He thought Luc was doing the same thing. He was almost certain of it. He was not entirely certain, because Luc was very good at looking at things in ways that could not be read. The session closed with a provisional framework agreed on, contingent on review by all parties before the follow-up session in 3 days. Magistrate Aldis gave a brief summation. The room began to clear. Brennan gathered his documents without rushing. He was aware of Luc doing the same, across the table and to the left, with the methodical attention of someone who did not leave a room without accounting for everything he'd brought into it. The room cleared in stages. The Cashin contingent, relieved. Alden, cautiously satisfied. The Crown's legal office without expression, because that was apparently a professional standard. Caius Drell, with one last glance in Brennan's direction that carried something Brennan could not entirely read and did not have time to analyze. Eventually, it was just the two of them at the table, and Sarah at her chair along the wall, closing her notebook. Brennan looked at Luc. Luc was looking at him. The bond sat in Brennan's chest like a second heartbeat, warm and specific and entirely without his consent, and across 7 feet of dark with the man who had humiliated him in public 5 years ago, was looking at him with an expression that was controlled and careful, and underneath both of those things. Not what Brennan had expected. "We should speak with a mage," Brennan said. His voice was steady. He was proud of that too. Luc held his gaze. Something moved through his expression. he said, after a moment that lasted long enough to feel deliberate. Yes. His voice was steady as well. Neither of them said anything else. Brennan picked up his documents. Luc turned toward Sarah. The room was very cold and very old around them, and the fire in the north hearth had burned down to coals, and outside the neutral hall's windows the Ashveil Mountains were beginning their evening performance with the amber light, which Brennan did not look at because now was not the time. He walked out of the room with his documents under his arm and his chest warm with something that had not asked permission to be there, and he was aware, in the specific way of a man whose body has just made a decision without consulting him, that nothing about the next several weeks was going to be routine. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum as he turned into the corridor. The warmth was still there. He left his hand there a moment longer than usual. Then he walked. Chapter 6, Mages Don't Do Comfort. Thessaly Morn's office was on the upper floor of the court's administrative annex, which meant it had a good view and poor heating and the accumulated effect of 30 years of a single occupant's very particular habits. There were books on every surface that was not actively needed for something else and several surfaces that were, and the books were organized in a system that appeared chaotic and was, Brennan suspected, extremely precise in a way that would only be apparent to the person who had created it. There was a desk facing the window and a chair facing the desk and very little else in the way of comfort, which seemed like either a philosophical position or a practical one. Thessaly herself was 52, compact, and had the quality of someone who had been doing the same work for a very long time and had developed, through repetition, a relationship with precision that other people developed with comfort. She had been the court mage for 11 years and the court's specialist in bond mechanics for longer than that, and she wore her authority the way she wore her gray coat, without ceremony, without adjustment, as if it had always been there and she had simply never found a reason to take it off. She looked at Brennan the way people who were very good at their work looked at new problems, with interest and without sentiment. "Sit," she said, and he sat. She had already received the notification from the council session, which meant Aldous had filed a procedural report within the hour, which meant Brennan had roughly 40 minutes between the bond's occurrence and this appointment to think about how he intended to approach it. He had spent those 40 minutes walking the outer wall of the neutral hall in the cold air and arriving at the following. He would ask the right questions in the right order. He would not perform anything, and he would listen to what she said without deciding in advance what it meant. "Mating bond," Thessaly said, without preamble. She had a folder open on the desk that already had documents in it, which meant the court's protocols moved faster than he'd expected. "Between you and Lord Luc Varentis of the Varentis household. Manifested approximately 2.5 hours ago during the War Council session." "Yes. You're wolf-blooded. He's dragon blood. Mixed lineage bonds are less common than same lineage, but not rare." She pulled a document from the folder. "Do you have any history of prior bond indicators?" "Proximity resonance, heightened awareness of a specific individual, repeated instinctive orientation." Brennan thought about the last 5 years and the specific quality of peripheral attention he had directed at Luc Varentis during every shared space they had occupied. "I wasn't aware of it as such," he said. Thessaly looked at him over the document with the expression of someone who had received this answer before and had developed an opinion about it. "That's common," she said, neutrally. "Mixed lineage bonds often have a longer latency period than same lineage. The recognition can take years to surface, and the parties involved frequently don't identify early indicators for what they are." "How does it work?" he said. "Mechanically." She set down the document and looked at him with what he was beginning to recognize as her version of appreciation, a slight sharpening of attention that said he had asked the right question. "Wolf blood bonds are distributed," she said. "They don't sit in one location. They run through the whole system. The specific biological architecture of pack-oriented species means the bond integrates into existing neural and physical pathways rather than establishing a separate channel. It's woven in. In dragon blood, dragon bonds are centralized. They anchor at a specific point, typically the chest, occasionally the base of the skull, depending on the individual. More contained, more intense in that location." She picked up a different document. "When the bond is mixed lineage, the integration tends to follow the wolf blood architecture. Both parties will experience the distributed version, though the dragon-blooded party will usually also feel a stronger concentration at their central anchor. Brennan thought about the warmth in his chest since the council session, the specific quality of it, not concentrated but present everywhere at once, woven through him the way she'd described. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum and then stopped and put his hand on his knee instead. Thessaly noted the gesture and did not comment on it. "What are the court's protocols?" he said. "Bonded parties are required to attend a series of joint sessions with a court mage, specifically to ensure the bond doesn't destabilize their professional functions or court relationships. Mandatory. The frequency depends on the party's circumstances." She pulled out another sheet. "Given the territorial dispute context in which the bond manifested, the Crown will want this handled carefully. A wolf-blood sentinel bonded to a Varentis noble while serving as the council's neutral representative is a political complication, and the Crown will frame it as such. I want you to know that before you encounter any official communication on the subject." Brennan looked at the document she'd placed in front of him. It was the standard bond notification form, his name and Luc's already filled in with the particular efficiency of bureaucratic process. "What does Lord Varentis know at this point?" "He received the same notification you did from a court mage at the neutral hall approximately 30 minutes ago. He will receive the same briefing information separately, and then there will be a joint session with both of you present." She paused. "The joint sessions are not optional. I want to be clear about that." "I understand. You're going to want to manage this," Thessaly said, and her voice had a quality he couldn't quite categorize. Not unkind, very direct. You're going to want to approach it as a situation to be handled and resolve it into something that costs you as little visible disruption as possible. I am noting that inclination because it is relevant to how effectively this process goes. Brennan looked at her. "It's not a criticism," she said. "It's information. The bond doesn't respond well to management. It responds to the truth of what the people involved actually feel, and the more distance there's between those two things, the more unstable the bond's expression becomes. I've seen it happen a number of times." "What does unstable look like?" "In wolf bloodlines, particularly, a kind of pressure that builds when the individual attempts to suppress the bond signal. It doesn't cause harm, exactly, but it's not comfortable, and it has a way of making itself known at inconvenient moments." She paused. "In more serious cases, physical symptoms. Disrupted sleep. Difficulty concentrating. A heightened instinctive response to anything the wolf registers as a threat to the bond's object." He sat with this. "And in dragon bloodlines? Dragon bonds, when suppressed, tend to produce emotional volatility, which is its own kind of inconvenient." Brennan thought about Luc. He thought about the specific quality of Luc's emotional architecture as he had observed it from a professional distance over 5 years. Controlled, precise, the particular discipline of someone who had decided that feeling things openly was a structural liability. He thought about how that architecture was going to respond to a bond that didn't care about architecture. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum, aware this time that he was doing it, aware of Thessaly's neutral gaze. "The bond right now," he said. "The warmth. Is that?" "That's him," Thessaly said. "What you're feeling is a low-level transmission of his affective state. It will become more specific over time as the bond establishes itself. Eventually, if the bond is permitted to develop without suppression, bonded parties in wolf bloodlines tend to develop a fairly detailed sense of each other's general state. Not thoughts, not words, but something closer to a continuous background reading of emotional temperature." Brennan thought about this for a moment. He thought about the quality of what he'd felt since the council session. Not soft, not comfortable, like standing next to something that generated tremendous heat without being consumed by it, like being aware of something that was entirely itself and had no intention of adjusting for his comfort. That was Luc, he thought. That was just exactly Luc. "The joint sessions," he said. "When do they start?" 3 days from now, which gives both parties time to process the initial information and arrive without. She glanced at him very briefly, performing composure for each other. "I'm not going to perform composure." I know, she said, in the tone of someone who had heard this assurance before and retained their own opinion on the matter. She pushed the notification form across the desk. I need your signature. There's a copy for each party and one for the court's records. He picked up her pen and signed where indicated. His handwriting was, as usual, completely steady. One more thing, Thessaly said, as he put the pen down. She was looking at her document rather than at him, which told him the thing she was about to say had a specific quality. In mixed lineage bonds with prior interpersonal history between the parties, there's occasionally what we call a confirmation asymmetry. One party may be aware of the bond's development over a longer period than the other, may have been experiencing low-level indicators for some time without recognizing them. This can create a significant imbalance in how the bond is experienced initially. She looked up. I'm not making a clinical judgment. I'm noting that it's worth considering what the prior history between you and Lord Varentis means for how each of you arrives at this situation. Brennan thought about Luc's expression when their eyes had met across the council table. The fury, and underneath it, the thing that looked like relief. I've considered it, he said. Thessaly gave him a look that said she thought this was probably not entirely true, but that she was willing to let it stand. The joint sessions are every other day in this office for the initial 3 weeks. After that, we'll assess. Any questions? Not at this time. Then I'll see you in 3 days. With Lord Varentis. She was already returning the folder to its place on her desk, the small, efficient motions of someone closing one file and moving to the next. Don't walk into walls. He blinked. I am sorry. Wolf blood, she said without looking up. First 48 hours of a confirmed bond. The distributed integration means your spatial awareness is being partially redistributed toward the bond's object. It usually normalizes, but it's been known to cause minor collisions with stationary objects. Consider it a data point, not a medical emergency. He stood. He gathered the notification copy she'd set aside for him. Thank you, he said, because this was what one said when leaving a room where important information had been competently delivered. Don't thank me, Thessaly said. Come back in 3 days, prepare to be honest. He walked out. The corridor outside was cool and long and currently empty, which was useful because he stopped in it, stood still for approximately 10 seconds, and did absolutely nothing except breathe and feel the bond hum in his chest like something alive and entirely unmanageable. Then he walked to find Idris. Idris was at the garrison hall, because it was past the dinner hour, and Idris was a predictable man in his best habits, seated in the corner of the common room with a plate and a book and the expression of someone who was very much enjoying not being involved in anything that required management. He looked up when Brennan came in, read his face, and pushed his book aside. How bad? Idris asked. The mating bond manifested during the War Council. A pause. With Luc Varentis. Idris set down his fork. He did this very carefully, in the manner of someone putting something down so that his hand were free. Right, he said. Thessaly explained the mechanics. Joint sessions starting in 3 days. Court protocol mandatory. Brennan sat down across from him and felt the weight of the day arrange itself in his legs. It's manageable. Idris looked at him. He had the expression of a man who was deciding something. Brennan, I know. You don't know what I was going to say. You were going to say that manageable is exactly the kind of thing I say when I have already decided how this is going to go and am now performing certainty about it. A long pause. Yes, Idris said. That is what I was going to say. It is manageable, Brennan said. The process is defined. The sessions are scheduled. The framework exists. I know how to do this. You know how to manage this, Idris said carefully. That might not be the same thing. Brennan looked at his hands on the table. The bond hummed in his chest. He could feel Luc somewhere, not located, not directional, but present in the way of a sound at the edge of hearing, a frequency below what the conscious mind resolved into information, but that the body registered anyway. Thessaly said not to try to manage it, he said. Smart woman. She's not warm about it. Warmth doesn't seem like the relevant quality for her job. Idris leaned back in his chair, studying him with the honest attention he'd been giving Brennan for 9 years, the attention that never quite became the question it needed to be. How do you feel? Brennan thought about this the way he thought about most direct questions, honestly, and then edited down to what he could actually say. Strange, he said, like something was added to my chest while I wasn't watching. Like, he stopped, started again. It's warm. It doesn't feel like what I expected a bond to feel like. What did you expect? Something softer. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum, and the warmth was there, specific and present, and nothing like soft. It feels like standing next to a lit forge. It's not unpleasant, but it's not gentle either. Idris was quiet for a moment. And him? Is he? I have no idea, Brennan said. He looked. He thought about Luc's face in the moment after the bond. The controlled fury, the 1 second of something else. He looked like a man who had just encountered something he didn't have a category for and was very unhappy about it. That sounds about right. Yes. Brennan picked up Idris's abandoned fork, turned it once, set it back down. 3 days. 3 days, Idris agreed. He looked at him steadily. Do you want the rest of my dinner? You look like you haven't eaten since this morning. I had something at the recess. That's not a no. Idris flagged down a server. They ate. Idris talked about the day's other events, the ordinary machinery of the garrison that had continued turning regardless of what had happened in the war council room. And Brennan listened at his usual 60% and let the rest go toward the bond's quiet hum and the question he was not yet ready to ask himself. The bond sat in his chest all through dinner and all the way back to his quarters and all through the night, warm and distributed and entirely, stubbornly present. He lay in the dark and let it be there. It occurred to him, somewhere around the 2nd hour of not quite sleeping, that in the 3 days since arriving at the War Council, he had not once pressed 2 fingers to his sternum and felt nothing. He had always felt nothing before. He had been pressing his fingers to an absence for years without knowing that was what it was. That was, he thought, a significant piece of information. He was not sure what to do with it yet. He put in the same place he kept the mountain view and the book with its spine to the wall, the small private inventory of things that were only his, and let himself fall asleep with the warmth still there, the bond like a second pulse, like something that had been waiting for a long time to be confirmed. Chapter 7. Ash and Inventory. Luc already knew about mating bond mechanics. This was not useful information in the way it ought to have been. He had grown up in the Dragon Court, which meant he had grown up in a community with a long institutional memory of mating bonds, the particular rituals that surrounded them, the protocols that managed them, the stories, cautionary and otherwise, that circulated through the court's informal networks alongside the formal documentation. He could have written out the mechanism of a mixed lineage bond from memory. The wolf blood distributed architecture, the dragon anchor point, the progressive deepening of the bond's signal over weeks, the joint session requirements, the general recommendation that suppression was inadvisable. He knew all of this. He had known it since he was perhaps 16, when a distant Varentis relation had manifested a bond with a wolf blood officer from the garrison, and the household had spent 3 weeks navigating the political and personal implications with the particular energy of a family that found itself required to manage something that had not been planned for. He had observed that process from a considerable remove and drawn from it the following conclusion. Bonds were manageable. They were predictable in their arc, if not their timing, and the only significant risk they posed was to people who were not prepared for them. He had been wrong about that. He was prepared for the bond in every way except the way that mattered, which was that he had not been prepared for Brennan Ashveil to be on the other end of it. The court mage who had met with him at the neutral hall, a junior practitioner named Sarek, sent because Thessaly was already meeting with Brennan, which was the first indication Luc had that the court's protocols were managing this as a joint event rather than 2 separate individual situations, had been thorough and slightly nervous, which Luc had filed without comment. He had asked the same questions he would have asked in any briefing of this kind. He had listened to the answers. He had signed the notification form with his usual precision. And then he had walked back to the chambers the Varentis household maintained at the neutral hall and stood at the window looking at the Ashveil Mountains in the late afternoon light and done nothing for approximately 9 minutes, which was the longest he had been still without purpose since he was 17 years old. Sarah had not let him be still for the 9th minute. Say something, she said from the doorway. Close the door. She closed it behind her and came to stand beside him at the window. She did not touch him. She had learned in 3 years when he needed proximity and when he needed space. And right now he needed both in proportions he couldn't have specified. So she split the difference and stood close enough to be present without being an intrusion. Tell me what Sarek said. He told her. All of it. In the precise sequential manner he used to process information that he was not yet ready to have opinions about. She listened without interrupting, which was one of the things about Sarah that he had come to rely on. She understood that sometimes the telling had to come first, before the reaction, and she gave him the space for it. When he finished, she said, "How do you feel?" "I feel," Luc said, "as if the universe has a very poor sense of comedic timing." That's a deflection. It's also accurate. You can have both. She turned to look at him. He did not turn to look at her. He kept his eyes on the mountains, on the amber bleeding into the sky as the day ended, and was aware of her gaze the way he was aware of most things, peripherally, completely. "Luc, it's Brennan Ashveil," he said. "I know. Of all the—" He stopped. His jaw tightened. He was doing a thing he never did, which was beginning sentences without knowing how they ended, and he did not like the texture of it. He breathed through his nose. He knows the bond mechanics as well as I do by now. He'll have asked the right questions. He'll approach the joint sessions with the same calibrated competence he brings to everything, and he'll be professional about it, and he'll manage the situation with his characteristic. He stopped again. "Brennan Ashveil is the problem," Sarah said, "because he's not going to do what you expect him to do." Luc was quiet for a moment. "I expected him to retaliate," he said. 5 years ago. I know. I prepared for it. I identified every possible form it could take, and I prepared counter-responses for all of them." He looked at the mountains. The amber was darkening toward bronze, toward the particular color that his own scales carried in the places where the light hit at an angle, and he registered this without examining what it meant to register it. He transferred east and said nothing and came back and said nothing and has been in this court, in my peripheral vision, for 5 years, and he has done absolutely nothing. "Which is not what nothing feels like," Sarah said. Luc didn't answer that. She let the silence run for a moment, the particular patience of someone who had learned that with Luc, silence was not absence. Then she said, "What did it feel like when it happened?" He had been waiting for this question and had been hoping she wouldn't ask it until he'd had more time to construct an answer that was accurate without being fully exposed. He did not have that time. It felt, he said, carefully, like recognition. Recognition of what? He thought about the moment in the War Council room. The Bond's arrival. Not soft, not ceremonious, nothing like the stories. A specific quality of attention that had relocated from him, from his own interior, toward the far side of the table, and the immediate, visceral certainty of where it was going and who it was going toward. He had looked up. He had met Brennan's eyes. He had felt. And here was the thing he did not have a shelf for, something that was not anger at the situation or frustration at the universe's timing. Something that was, under those things, warmer and more specific and considerably more alarming. "I knew it was him before I looked up," Luc said. "I already knew." Sarah was very still beside him. And nothing," he said. "And it was him. And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he said we should speak with a mage, as if he was suggesting we address a procedural matter." He paused. His voice was completely steady. "Were you angry?" "I'm always composed in professional settings." "That's not what I asked." Luc looked at the mountains for a long moment. "Yes," he said. "I was angry. At him. At the situation. At the timing." He stopped. The Bond sat in his chest, anchored at the specific point just below his sternum, and it had been there for 4 hours now, and he had not yet developed the ability to not notice it. It was warm. It was specific. It was the most intrusive thing he had experienced since he was 17 years old, and considerably less manageable than that had been. "At myself," he said finally. Sarah made a small sound that was not quite a word. "Don't," he said. "I wasn't going to say anything. You were going to say it was understandable. I was going to say it makes sense." She turned to face him properly. "Luc, you spent 5 years waiting for him to do something about what you did to him. And he didn't. And now you're bonded to him. And you're furious at yourself because part of what you're feeling isn't anger." He did not respond to this. "Is it relief?" she asked, very quietly. Is that the part you don't have a shelf for? Lucas Joutaitunde. He breathed through his nose. He looked at the mountains and felt the bond sitting in his chest like a second heartbeat, and thought about Brennan Ashveil's steady voice, saying we should speak with a mage, and the thing that had moved through him in the moment between the bond arriving and the moment he had managed to reassemble his expression. He's going to be gracious about it, Luc said. He's going to be professional and steady, and he's going to manage the situation with the same competence he manages everything. And at no point is he going to make it about the 5 years. And at no point is he going to ask me for an accounting. And that is, he stopped. Infuriating, Sarah offered. It is what it is, Luc said, which was not the answer, and they both knew it. Sarah watched him for a moment. She had the look she sometimes had when she was deciding whether to say the thing that needed saying or give him more time. She was 24, and she had arrived at the court 3 years ago, and she was, in Luc's assessment, one of the most genuinely perceptive people he had encountered, which meant that when she said difficult things, he was generally required to take them seriously because she was usually right. What do you actually know about him? She asked. Not professionally. Personally. Luc thought about this. He thought about Brennan Ashveil, not as a professional variable, but as a person, and cataloged what he had. The real laugh, heard through a wall, different from the public laugh. The specific quality of the peripheral attention he had paid Brennan over 5 years. The automatic tracking of a man he had told himself was a potential threat and who had never threatened him. The warmth of Brennan's hands, observed across the table during the council session, the way he held a pen with the slight calluses of someone who had been doing the same physical work for years. The sternum touch. He had noticed the sternum touch. The habitual gesture of someone locating themselves in their own chest, which Luc now understood had been Brennan pressing his hand against the place where the bond had been humming for. Years, possibly. For longer than either of them had known it was there. He's been carrying the bond's latency for some time, Luc said slowly. Thessaly, or whoever Brennan spoke to, likely told him this. The prior indicators, the proximity resonance. He was feeling it before it manifested without knowing what it was. So he's been walking around this court for years with a low-level frequency of you in his chest, Sarah said, and you didn't notice. Luc was quiet for a moment. I noticed something, but you cataloged it as a threat response. It was the most logical interpretation of heightened attention to an individual with a history of yes. He paused. I cataloged it as a threat response, because that was safer. He did not answer that either. The joint sessions, Sarah said, after a moment. 3 days. What are you going to do? Attend them. And conduct them professionally and ensure that the bond's development is managed in a way that doesn't destabilize the court's function or the territorial situation, which is still unresolved, and which requires both Brennan and me to be functional participants in the follow-up sessions. That's what you're going to do professionally, Sarah said. I asked what you're going to do. Luc looked at her. She looked back. She had the expression she wore when she had decided to be inconvenient on purpose, which was the expression of someone who cared enough to cause discomfort. I'm going to attend the sessions, Luc said more quietly, and I'm going to see what he actually is. Not the file I've been keeping on him, not the threat response, or the variable, or the person I've been waiting 5 years to receive retaliation from. He paused. I'm going to see what he is. Sarah watched him for a moment. That's the most honest thing you've said in the last 4 hours. It's the most uncomfortable thing. Those tend to be the same. He turned away from the window. The bond's anchor point sat in his chest, warm and specific and entirely without his consent, and he had spent the last 4 hours doing what he did with everything that arrived without his consent. Taking inventory of it, identifying its components, refusing to engage with the parts that required him to want something he hadn't decided to want. He had been wrong about Brennan Ashveil for 5 years. He had been wrong about what the man was, wrong about what the silence meant, wrong about what the absence of retaliation said about his character. He had constructed a file that said, soft, readable, manageable, the kind of person who forgave because they didn't have the strength for the alternative. What he had seen in the council room today, the steadiness, the real competence, the quality of the listening was not that. What the bond was telling him, in its low, warm, insistent way, was not that. He had been wrong. He was going to have to revise the file. He found this against every reasonable preference interesting. Go home, he told Sarah. I'm going to think. You're always thinking. I'm going to think specifically and without you narrating it. She laughed, which was one of her best qualities, the ease with which she laughed, the way it never had an edge in it when it was for him. I'll see you in the morning, she said, and stood up from her chair. At the door she paused. Luc. He looked at her. He said we should speak with a mage. She tilted her head slightly. Not this needs to be addressed. We. He said we. She left. Luc stood in the room with the mountains going dark outside and the bond sitting in his chest and Sarah's observation settling into the space she'd left behind. We. He had not noticed that. He had been cataloging the steadiness of Brennan's voice and had not noticed the specific word. We. Inclusive. Both of them in it. Not the situation to be managed. The thing to be navigated together. Luc was very good at constructing shelves for feelings he did not want. He had been doing it since he was 17. He had a whole interior architecture of careful compartmentalization. Everything labeled, everything accessible, but contained, everything in its place. He built a new one now. He labeled it carefully. He put the we inside it. Then he sat down on the floor. Luc, who did not sit on floors, sat down on the stone floor of his chambers in his good trousers and put his back against the wall and felt the bond hum in his chest and thought about Brennan Ashveil saying we. He stayed there for a long time. Outside, the mountains disappeared entirely into the dark. The amber was gone. Just the cold and the stars and the bond, warm and patient and thoroughly, irrevocably present, asking nothing and expecting nothing and simply being there. Luc breathed through his nose. He was going to need a great deal more shelving. Chapter 8. Neutral ground has teeth. The joint sessions were held in Thessaly's office because Thessaly had decided this, and because Thessaly's office was the kind of room that communicated, without being asked, that you were here to do work rather than perform. Brennan arrived 3 minutes early. He sat in the chair that faced the desk and set his hands on his knees and looked at the books on the nearest shelf and did not prepare anything. This was a decision he had made during the 3 days between the bond's occurrence and this appointment. He had performed preparation for enough rooms in his life, had arrived at enough conversations with his responses already edited into their least revealing shapes, and the specific quality of what Thessaly had told him about the bond, that it responded to truth and not to management, meant that arriving prepared was arriving wrong. He sat with the bond's hum in his chest and waited. Luc arrived 1 minute before the session. Not late. Not early enough to have the room. Not late enough to make an entrance. 1 minute before, which was a calibration Brennan recognized. The precise positioning of someone who had decided they would not flinch from this, but had also decided that unnecessary waiting was its own form of giving ground. He was in his usual assembly. The jacket was different from the War Council. Lighter fabric, darker leather at the cuffs rather than the lapel, the kind of difference that was visible only to someone paying specific attention. And Brennan was paying specific attention because the bond made it difficult to be in the same room as Luc without paying specific attention. The ritual scar at his left wrist was visible. His hair was slightly different, one side pushed back in a way that looked like a consequence of wind rather than effort. He looked at Brennan when he entered. It was a brief look, professional, the kind of acknowledgement that said, I am aware you are here and I have decided what to do with that information. Then he sat in the second chair, the one perpendicular to Brennan's, angled so they were both facing Thessaly without facing each other directly. A conscious choice, Brennan noted. He had made the same one. Thessaly came in with her folder and sat down and looked at them both with the expression of someone who had conducted this kind of session many times and had no illusions about how the first one usually went. Good, she said. You're both here. Neither of you walked out. We'll call that a successful start. Neither of them responded to this. I've already given each of you the individual briefing, Thessaly said. Today is about establishing the shared context, how the bond works for both of you together, what the protocol requires, and what I need from each of you for this to go well. She folded her hands. I want to be clear about what going well means in this context. It does not mean comfortable. It means honest. Those are different things, and I want you to understand the distinction before we proceed. Brennan looked at the space between his hands. The bond, Thessaly continued, is now 3 days established. At this point, it's past the initial integration phase and into the early stabilization period, which means both of you are receiving a fairly consistent low-level signal from each other. This is going to continue and become more specific over time regardless of what either of you does about it. You cannot turn it off. You can suppress your awareness of it, which I have already advised against, or you can let it run and work with the information it gives you. She looked at them each in turn. Questions so far? What does the protocol require of us specifically? Luc said. In terms of the joint sessions, what are we here to do? Thessaly looked at him with what Brennan had come to recognize as her version of approval, the slight sharpening that meant the right question had been asked. The sessions serve 3 functions. First, they give me the information I need to assess the bond's development and flag any instability before it becomes a core concern. Second, they give you both a structured space to address the bond's practical implications without the complication of an audience. Third, and most importantly, they give you both the opportunity to be in the same room without managing each other. Because the bond is going to make management increasingly difficult, and the sooner you both stop trying, the better the next 3 weeks will go. A pause. That said, Thessaly continued, I'm not asking you to resolve anything today. I'm asking you to be in a room. That's the whole task for this session. Brennan looked up. Across the small angle between their chairs, he could see Luc's profile, the sharp line of jaw, the slight tension at the corner of his mouth. That was the version of expression Luc apparently wore when he was in a situation he found uncomfortable and had decided to remain in. His hands were in his lap, not on the chair arms. One finger was slightly bent, not quite a fist, not quite relaxed. He was processing. He was doing it privately and thoroughly, and he was sitting with it, which was more than Brennan had expected on the first day. I have a question, Brennan said. Thessaly looked at him. Not procedural. About the bond signal. He thought about how to frame it and decided not to frame it at all. The warmth. The specific quality of it. Does it convey emotional state or just presence? Both, Thessaly said. Presence is the base layer. Emotional state is the secondary transmission that develops over the first several weeks. At 3 days, you're receiving presence plus broad emotional temperature. Agitation, calm, focused attention, that kind of thing. It becomes more specific over time. She paused. Is there something specific you've been receiving that you want to account for? Brennan thought about the last 3 nights. The bond's hum through his sleep, the specific quality of the warmth that was not peaceful exactly, but was very, very focused, the feeling consistent through the days of something at the other end of the bond that was intensely, almost feverishly engaged with a problem it intended to resolve. Something working through a problem, he said. Sustained focus. Not distressed exactly. More like compelled. He was not looking at Luc when he said this. He heard, in the quality of the silence that followed, the slight adjustment of someone who had just been accurately described and was deciding whether to acknowledge it. That's consistent with the dragon blood anchor pattern, Thessaly said, neutrally. Dragon bonds tend to transmit cognitive engagement more directly than wolf blood bonds in the early period. Is there anything at the sentinel's end that's been transmitting? Luc asked. His voice was even. It was always even. Brennan was beginning to understand that this was not absence of effect, but a very particular form of self-discipline that had been in place for a long time. From a wolf blood bond at early stabilization, Thessaly considered, you would be receiving warmth, readiness, and whatever the dominant somatic state is. Wolf blood bonds transmit physical state more directly than emotional state in the early period. What they feel in their body rather than what they think. She looked at Brennan with a mild expression of someone who had just said something that he might find informative and was leaving him to it. Brennan thought about the last 3 days. The warmth, yes. The readiness. The specific quality the wolf had been in since the bond arrived. The heightened alertness that was not alarmed, but was very, very awake. And the dominant somatic state. He had been carrying hunger for years. He had been pressing 2 fingers to an absence in his chest for years and calling a habit. He thought about what that had been transmitting in low-level form down a bond that had existed for longer than either of them had known, directly into the chest of the man currently sitting 3 feet to his left. He looked at the window. He looked at the mountains very briefly. He put his hands back on his knees. "Right," he said. Luc was very still beside him. Thessaly watched them both. "I want to establish a few things for the session structure going forward," she said. "You'll meet here every other day. The sessions are 1 hour. I'll direct the first portion of each session, and the second portion is open for you to use as you choose. You don't have to talk directly to each other. You don't have to resolve anything. You don't have to address the prior history." She paused. "But I'm going to ask you both, at the start of each session, to report honestly on what the bond signal has been telling you. Not your interpretation of it. The signal itself. Can you both commit to that?" "Yes," Brennan said. "A beat." "Then, yes," Luc said. "Good." Thessaly made a note. "Then for the remainder of today's session, I'm going to leave you both in this room for 15 minutes. I have to speak with the administrative office about the court's protocol documentation. When I come back, I'll close out the session." She stood. She gathered what she needed with the brisk efficiency of someone who had planned exactly this exit. At the door, she paused, not looking back, and said, "The second chair was placed where it is on purpose. You can move it if you want." She left. The room was quiet. The sound of her footsteps faded down the corridor. A distant door closed. Then there was nothing except the fire in the small hearth, the early autumn light coming through the window, and the bond's warmth in Brennan's chest, and the full, silent, unmanaged presence of Luc Varentis in the chair 3 feet to his left. Brennan did not move the chair. He did not move his own either. 30 seconds. 40. He counted them, not deliberately, but because he had a sentinel sense of elapsed time and the habit was too ingrained to turn off. He was aware, in the continuous background way of the bond, that the focused intensity he'd been reading for 3 days had shifted slightly. Something quieter now. Waiting. The same quality of waiting that he sometimes felt in himself in the moment before a mediation session, when both parties were in the room and the work was about to begin, and there was a half-second of perfect suspension before anyone spoke. Luc spoke first. "You were at the Varentis function," he said, 2 winters ago. The household memorial gathering at the Capitol Hall. Brennan thought back. "Yes. You spent 40 minutes managing Lord Callis II, who was drunk enough to be a problem and sober enough to be offended at being removed from the room." A pause. "You got him out without removing him from the room." "He wanted to be there," Brennan said. "He was grieving. He just needed somewhere to put that wasn't in the direction of Lord Callis' guests." "Yes," Luc said. Another pause, longer this time. "I noticed." Brennan looked at the hearth. The fire was small but steady, good quality wood, not the damp stuff that smoked. Someone had made a considered choice about it. "I know you noticed," he said. "I saw." A longer silence. "I've been tracking you," Luc said, "as a variable, for 5 years. I thought it was a threat response." "I know. You knew. I noticed that you were tracking me." Brennan kept his voice even. "I assumed it was consistent with waiting for retaliation." "It wasn't," Luc said. The words were flat, declarative, the specific register of a man who had decided to say a thing and was saying it without performance. "I mean that it started as that. It became something else, and I didn't identify what it had become." Brennan thought about this. He thought about the parallel quality of both of them carrying this for 5 years, tracking each other across the shared space of the court, each misreading the other's attention as something it wasn't. He felt something that was not quite amusement and not quite grief. "What did Thessaly tell you about the latency period?" he asked. "That mixed lineage bonds can have extended latency. That prior indicators are frequently misread. A pause that had weight in it. That the parties involved often don't identify them for what they are." "How long do you think it had been there?" Brennan asked. Silence. A full 5 seconds of it, which from Luc was a significant interval. "Since the West Hall," Luc said. Very quiet. "Possibly before." Brennan sat with this. The West Hall. 5 years and 7 months ago. Luc at 21 and Brennan at 24, and the specific things that had been said, and the 30 people who had been there to hear them, and Caius Drell watching with his warm, attentive eyes. He sat with it and felt the bond warm in his chest, and thought about what it meant that the bond had been developing since the moment Luc had walked into a room and said the most precisely calibrated, unkind things Brennan had ever been said to, and that the warmth he had been pressing his fingers to for years was the residue of that. He did not know what to do with that yet. He was filing it. I didn't know, he said, what it was. I thought it was, he paused. I thought it was the habit of keeping track of a variable. Yes, Luc said. So did I. Another silence. This one was different from the ones before. Not hostile, not performed. The specific quality of two people who have both said something true and are sitting with the fact of having said it. We are in a strange situation, Brennan said. That is a considerable understatement, Luc said. And then, in a slightly different register, the one Brennan was beginning to learn was what happened when the architecture cracked slightly and something underneath came through. You were calm. In the council room, after the bond. I wasn't calm. Your voice was calm. My hands were warm, Brennan said. The bond, apparently, was transmitting the somatic state rather than the cognitive one. A beat. Then Luc said, with what Brennan was almost certain was the closest he got to dry humor. That is not reassuring information. No, Brennan agreed. It isn't. The fire settled. The light through the window moved a degree as the cloud shifted outside. The bond sat between them, warm and distributed and entirely indifferent to whether any of this was comfortable. 30 seconds, Brennan said. I'm sorry. Thessaly said 15 minutes. That's the time remaining. A pause. You counted. Sentinel habit. You counted the remaining time, Luc said, with a quality in his voice that Brennan could not quite categorize. Not mockery. Something more like discovery. The specific tone of someone who has learned a specific small thing about a person and is filing it with more care than the thing warrants. Occupational habit, Brennan said. Yes, Luc said, and did not say anything else until Thessaly came back. But he turned his chair slightly. Not to face Brennan directly, nothing as overt as that. Just a degree or two, the small adjustment of someone who had moved toward rather than away, and then had chosen not to move it back. Brennan kept his chair where it was. He thought, there it is. He thought, that's the first honest thing. Thessaly came back, made her notes, closed the session with the procedural precision she brought to everything. She told them the next session was in 2 days, same time, same room. She did not comment on the chairs. They left the office at the same time because the door was single and there was no logical reason to leave separately. They walked the same corridor for exactly 33 seconds. Brennan knew it was 33. Before the corridor split, Brennan's route bearing left toward the garrison wing, Luc's bearing right toward the Varentis chambers. At the split, Luc stopped. Brennan stopped. Luc looked at him. His expression was assembled, controlled, the usual architecture. Underneath it, the bond transmitted something that Brennan could not yet parse with precision, but that had the broad temperature of something neither hostile nor soft. Something more like attention, the specific quality of someone looking at a thing they intend to understand. Thursday, Luc said. Thursday, Brennan agreed. Luc turned right. His footsteps were unhurried, precise, the sound of someone who had decided where they were going and had no need to adjust their pace to demonstrate it. Brennan stood at the corridor split for a moment. He listened to the footsteps diminish. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum and felt the warmth there, the bond's hum, and underneath it a specific quality that was new and had not been there in the days before the joint session. Something that the bond was reading from Luc's side as he walked away. Something that, in the broad emotional temperature of early stabilization, felt considerably like, still here. Brennan turned left. He walked toward the garrison wing through the afternoon light, with the bond warm in his chest and 33 seconds of shared corridor and the memory of one chair turned by 2 degrees, and thought that for a first session, for a first honest exchange, for the beginning of a thing that neither of them had asked for and both of them were apparently going to be in anyway. This was something. Not enough. Not resolved. Not comfortable. Something. He put it in the private inventory beside the mountain view and the book and the warmth he'd been pressing his fingers to for years without knowing its name. He walked toward the garrison. The bond walked with him. Chapter 9. The B story wears leather. The gathering had no official name, which was part of how it had survived in the court's older quarters for as long as anyone could remember. It was held twice yearly, at the autumn turning and at midsummer, in a set of connected rooms on the lower level of the East residential wing that had been used for storage for several decades, and for something considerably more interesting before that. The rooms had low ceilings and good acoustics, and the particular warmth of spaces that had held a lot of human feeling over a long time, the way stone absorbed heat. Candles in iron brackets, leather and incense, and the sound of people talking at a volume that suggested they had decided, collectively, to be present here rather than anywhere else. The Dragon Court's community had been meeting like this since before the current court's founding. Brennan knew this the way he knew most things about the court's informal structures, from the peripheral awareness of someone who moved through many rooms and paid attention in all of them. He had been peripherally aware of the autumn gathering for 6 years. He had been peripherally aware of it and had not attended it, because attending it would have required him to be there as himself rather than as a function, and he had not, until recently, been certain there was a meaningful difference between those two things. Tonight, he was not certain of very much. The bond had been in his chest for 8 days, and the joint sessions with Thessaly had been running every other day, and the War Council's follow-up session was in 3 days, and the particular quality of the warmth in his chest had begun, as Thessaly had warned him it would, to become more specific. Less background frequency and more texture. He could feel, in the broad, imprecise language of early bond transmission, that Luc was somewhere in the court and was engaged with something that required sustained attention. He had been feeling this for most of the day. It was informative, and it was not comfortable, and he had dealt with it by going for a long walk in the direction of the older residential wing, with no particular destination in mind. He had found himself at the door to the lower east rooms by the simple operation of his feet, which apparently had an opinion. He stood at the door for a moment. Through it came light and warmth, and the specific sound of a room full of people who were not performing at each other. The low, comfortable frequency of community that the wolf in him had been oriented toward since he could remember. He put his hand on the doorframe. He stood there. "Are you going in?" said a voice from slightly behind and to his left. "Or are you doing a spiritual contemplation of the threshold? Both are valid, but I'd like to know which, so I can decide whether to wait." He turned. She was perhaps 24, slight, dark-haired, with a quick, precise quality of someone who had learned to see quickly because the alternative was being surprised. She was wearing green, something simple, and at her collar a piece of leather sewn into the lapel with the careful attention of a person still learning the vocabulary and taking it seriously. She had a notebook under one arm and the expression of someone who was asking a genuine question and also testing whether he had a sense of humor. He had seen her before, in the Varentis support staff at the War Council session, and before that in glimpses at various court functions, always on the periphery of whatever gathering Luc was navigating, positioned with the particular intentionality of someone whose job was to witness accurately. "Going in," he said. "Good," she said. "I'm Sarah." "I know," he said. "Brennan." "I know," she said, with a quality that told him she had known for a while and had been waiting to be introduced properly. They went in together. The room inside was not large, but it felt larger than its dimensions because of how the people in it were arranged. Not in the clustered defensive formations of court functions, where bodies position themselves according to alliances and threat assessments, but in the loose, open geometry of people who had decided they could take up space here. There were perhaps 40 people, dragon-blooded mostly, which made sense given the community's roots, but not exclusively. Brennan counted 6 wolf blood sigils in the room within 30 seconds, and then stopped counting, because counting was the kind of thing you did when you were treating a room as a space to be assessed rather than a space to be in. He let himself be in it instead. Sarah found them a place near the eastern wall, out of the main traffic but not hidden, with a good sight line to the room. She poured 2 cups of something warm and smoky from a jug on the table and handed him one and sat down with the comfortable economy of someone who knew this space well. "You haven't been before," she said. "No. What changed?" Brennan considered. "I'm not sure," he said, and it was true enough. "I found myself at the door." Sarah looked at him sideways. She had the quality, he was realizing, of someone who listened to the exact words people chose and formed opinions about the gaps between them. Luc's been coming since he was 18, she said. He found it the year after the mentor. He doesn't talk about that period much, but he talks about finding this. She paused. He'd call it a tactical decision. He decided that if the court was going to see his presentation as a political provocation, he was going to make it one on his own terms. He found the community that made that coherent. Another pause. I think it was also the first time he understood that he could want things for himself rather than in spite of others. Brennan turned his cup in his hands. The warmth of the ceramic was real and specific against his palms. "You're telling me about him," he said. "You're bonded to him," she said. "I'm telling you things that might be useful." She met his eyes. "Also things that I would only tell you if I decided you were worth telling. So consider that a data point." He looked at her. She was, he thought, considerably more direct than she had appeared in the War Council room. "How long have you known him?" 3 years. Since I arrived at the court." She wrapped both hands around her cup and looked at the room. "He's the most perceptive person I've met, and he uses it like a weapon, and it makes him very lonely in a way he would never describe as loneliness." She said this without apparent sentiment, in the tone of someone reporting an observed fact. He would call it preference for selective company. He would also, if pressed, admit that selective company has meant 2 people in 3 years who he actually let see the floor under the armor. Me, and in a different way, Thessaly. She glanced at him. "He wasn't expecting you." "No one plans for a mating bond," Brennan said. "No, but most people, when they encounter one, already know the other person well enough to have a framework for it. Luc's framework for you was 5 years of waiting for retaliation that never came. That's not nothing, but it's also not," she paused, reaching for the word. "It's not a foundation. It's a debt he's been trying to pay, and you keep refusing to collect." Brennan was quiet for a moment. Around them the room moved through its own rhythms, conversations and laughter, and the particular ease of people who had arrived here on purpose. And the bond sat warm in his chest, and somewhere in the court Luc was working through something with sustained focus. "He thinks I forgave him," Brennan said. "Did you?" He thought about this honestly. He thought about the West Hall and the 30 people who had been there and the specific words Luc had said, which had been accurate. All of them, uncomfortable as that was to admit, and the 3 days after, and the Eastern posting, and 5 years of keeping Luc Varentis in his peripheral vision as a professional variable. "I processed it," he said finally. "I put it somewhere manageable, and I kept it there. That's not the same as forgiving." "No," he agreed. "It isn't." Sarah watched him for a moment. She had the look of someone who was deciding something. "He spent 5 years preparing for you to use it against him," she said. "The specific form the retaliation would take, all the possible variations, what he would do for each. He's very thorough." A slight pause. "He's also never, in 3 years, told me anything about that night that was an excuse. He knows what he did. He knows it was specific, and it was targeted, and it was designed to wound. He just doesn't know what to do with that knowledge except wait for the bill." Brennan looked at the room. A pair near the far wall were deep in conversation, leaning toward each other with the focused quality of people who had found the person in the room they most wanted to talk to. At the center, a larger group had gathered around a man telling a story with generous gestures and a voice that carried the natural rhythm of someone who had been telling stories to rooms for a long time. People were laughing. The sound of it was real, unmanaged, the particular quality of laughter in a room where laughter didn't have to earn its place. "What's he like?" Brennan said. "When there's no one to perform for." Sarah was quiet for a moment. In the candlelight, her face had the particular thoughtfulness of someone taking a question seriously. "Quieter," she said. "He reads. He has very strong opinions about territorial cartography that he never shares in professional settings because they would make him sound like a map enthusiast, which apparently is not the image he's cultivating." A slight warmth in her voice, fond and exasperated. "He makes terrible tea and insists it's correct. He gets absorbed in things, specific problems, specific questions, and when he's absorbed, he goes still in a way that's completely different from the controlled stillness he performs in public. This one is just," she paused, "just in being somewhere entirely, without managing how much of himself to let show. Brennan thought about this. He thought about the bond signal over the last 8 days, the quality of Luc's sustained engagement with whatever he was working through, the specific intensity of it. He thought about someone who had been building shells for his feelings since he was 17 and what it cost to maintain that much interior architecture. He found the community here, Brennan said, when he was 18. Yes, and he's been coming back twice a year since. Every autumn turning, every midsummer. He doesn't announce it. He doesn't make it part of his public presentation, even though it would be entirely consistent with his public presentation. She glanced at him. I asked him once why not. He said some things are yours and not for other people's comfort. Brennan put his cup down. He had been carrying a version of the West Hall incident for 5 years, and the version he had been carrying was Luc Varentis, 21, performing cruelty for an audience with the specific skill of someone who had learned that striking first was a form of self-protection. And that version was not wrong, exactly, but it was incomplete in a way he had not, until the bond arrived, had any particular reason to examine. The community in this room, the leather working its way into more and more of the assembled outfits as a thread of shared vocabulary, the warmth and ease of it. This was what Luc had found at 18 and kept private for years. Not a provocation, a place where the armor came off. You're telling me to see him as a person, Brennan said. I'm telling you, Sarah said, that you're already doing it. I'm just filling in the parts you don't have access to yet. She picked up her cup. He's going to be difficult about it. He's constitutionally incapable of not being difficult about things that matter to him, because being difficult is how he checks whether the thing can survive being tested. She looked at him sideways. I don't know if that's useful information. It's accurate information, Brennan said. That's different. Sarah made a small sound that was not quite a laugh, but had the quality of one. He does that too, she said. Separates accurate from useful. Most people don't bother. They sat together for another hour. The room moved around them, warm and candlelit and easy, and Brennan let himself be in it without managing anything, which was a thing he had not done in recent memory. He talked to 3 people he had not met before. A dragon blood archivist who had opinions about the court's current record-keeping practices that she was only willing to share outside of official settings. A younger wolf-blood officer who was navigating the community with the particular wide-eyed attention of someone for whom everything was still new. And an older man who said very little, but sat with the specific quality of someone who had been arriving here for longer than anyone else in the room and had long since stopped needing to say anything about it. At some point, near the end of the evening, Sarah said, "He's going to find out you came. I assume. He's going to file it under unexpected variable." A pause, and then he's going to think about it for approximately 4 days. Brennan looked at her. Is that a warning? It's a preview. She gathered her notebook. He catalogs things about you. I don't know how much of that he'd tell you directly, but I thought you should know it's happening. Brennan thought about the first joint session, Luc's voice saying, "I've been tracking you," as a variable. He thought about the specific quality of attention that had been directed at him from across every shared space for 5 years, and what Sarah had told him it had become. "I know," he said. "I've been doing the same." Sarah looked at him for a moment with an expression that was recalibrating. "Right," she said. "Well, then you're both in the same situation, and you're both too methodical to admit it first." "That seems likely." She stood. "Good luck with that." "Thank you for the conversation," he said. "Don't thank me," she said, with the precise quality of someone quoting someone else. "Come back in autumn. The midsummer one is better music, but the autumn one is warmer." She moved off into the room with the ease of someone who knew every person there and liked most of them. Brennan sat alone for a moment longer. The bond hummed at his chest. The warmth from Luc's end had settled into something quieter now, less intense, the particular quality of someone who had stopped working and was simply being somewhere. "Still here," the signal said in its low, wordless way. "Still here." He walked home through the court's older quarters in the autumn dark, with the community's warmth still in his hands from the ceramic cup, and thought about someone who made terrible tea and had strong opinions about maps, and had found this place at 18 and kept it private for years. He thought about what Sarah had said. Some things are yours and not for other people's comfort. He thought about his book with its spine to the wall, and the mountain view he had never told anyone he loved. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. The bond was there. The warmth was there. He did not, for once, need to locate himself in the absence of something. He walked home. Chapter 10. What the Dragon Notices. The War Council's follow-up session ran long by 40 minutes, which was 40 minutes more of being in a room with Brennan Ashveil than Luc had planned for, and which produced in him, over the course of those 40 minutes, an inventory so specific and so comprehensive that he was still working through it at dinner and had to be spoken to twice by Sarah before he registered that she had been speaking. The session itself had gone well. The provisional framework from the first meeting had held review by all parties. The caching contingent had arrived rested enough to be less defensive, and Lady Alden had brought an advisor whose specific expertise in historic water rights had resolved the tributary routing question in under 2 hours. Magistrate Aldous had closed the formal portion efficiently. The remaining 40 minutes had been occupied by the intelligence dispatch that arrived mid-session. A new incident at the Varentis southern boundary, minor in scale but notable in location, which required Brennan's presence as the Crown's neutral representative while Luc addressed it with his household's assigned delegate. Luc had managed the boundary incident with the efficiency it required. He had also managed to be in the same room as Brennan for 3 hours, which required a different and considerably less straightforward kind of efficiency. The bond was 11 days established. Thessaly had told him in their most recent joint session that the early stabilization period was progressing normally, that the signal's increasing specificity was expected, and that he should anticipate the process continuing for the next several weeks. She had said this in the tone of someone providing a weather forecast for a storm that was already overhead. He had been receiving, over the last 3 days, something more than warmth. The wolf blood bond transmitted somatic state. Thessaly had told him what Brennan felt in his body rather than what he thought. And what Luc had been receiving for 3 days was hunger. Not the sharp, immediate hunger of a man who had not eaten. The distributed, patient, structural hunger of a man who had been carrying want for a long time and had stopped expecting it to resolve. It ran through everything he received from the bond signal like a low current, present in the background of every warmer transmission, insistent and untended and in no way directed at anything specific. It was, Luc thought, probably the most honest thing Brennan had ever communicated to him. He had been doing his inventory during the session, the methodical cataloging he did with things that required understanding. He had been doing it since the bond manifested, but the session's extended proximity had sharpened it considerably. The inventory, as he had assembled it over 11 days of joint sessions and professional encounters, and the specific information provided by the bond signal, went as follows. Brennan's public laugh was a social instrument. He deployed it with the practiced ease of someone who had been using it in professional settings for long enough that the deployment itself had become natural, no longer effortful. It served a function. It lowered the temperature of rooms, made people feel seen and responded to, smooth surfaces. It was warm and genuine in the way that a well-made tool was genuine, not false but not personal either. The real laugh was different. Luc had heard it before, once, 3 years ago, through a corridor wall, and he had filed it then with more care than it warranted. In 11 days of proximity, he had heard it twice more. Once through a corridor wall during a brief exchange between Brennan and Idris Calloway that Luc had not been meant to hear, and once during the extended session today, when Thessaly had made an observation about the Cashin delegation's lead representative that was dry enough to bypass Brennan's professional filters entirely. The Real laugh arrived fast, slightly louder than Brennan clearly intended, with the quality of something that had gotten out before being checked. It lasted approximately 1.5 seconds before the public laugh replaced it. In that 1.5 seconds, Brennan looked like a different person. Not a better or worse person, a more complete one. The sternum touch. Luc had been watching this for 11 days with the focused attention he brought to things he wanted to understand. It was habitual. It predated the bond. Thessaly had suggested it was the residue of the bond's latency period. Brennan pressing his hand to the warmth he hadn't known was there. Since the bond's manifestation, the gesture had changed slightly. Less the automatic movement of someone locating themselves and more acknowledgement. a brief checking in with something that was now recognized. He watched Brennan do it 3 times during the session today. The second time, Brennan had glanced over and caught Luc watching. Neither of them had said anything. Brennan had put his hand back on the table. Luc had returned his attention to the boundary dispatch. The bond had transmitted, briefly and specifically, a quality that Luc was going to classify as the warmth of being caught at something and not minding as much as expected. He had filed that. The third time Brennan had pressed 2 fingers to his sternum, it was during the boundary discussion, and Luc was fairly certain Brennan wasn't aware he was doing it. His attention was entirely on the dispatch, on the specific location of the incident, and the gesture was pure reflex. Luc had watched it with the specific attention of someone cataloging a thing they had decided to understand and were beginning to, and had thought, he's been doing that for years. Pressing his hand to the absence. And the absence was me. This thought had required him to put his pen down for a moment. He had picked it up again. He had continued working. He had done this very professionally. What he was finding in the inventory was that his file on Brennan Ashveil had been built from the wrong direction. He had begun with the West Hall incident, with a man who had absorbed the sharpest things Luc could say in public without visible reaction, and who had therefore read as soft, manageable, someone who had learned to perform endurance rather than experience it. From that founding error, every subsequent piece of information had been arranged to support it. The 5 years of not retaliation as further evidence of excessive forbearance. The competence in every room as performance, as the skilled maintenance of a chosen role. What the bond and 11 days of proximity were forcing him to revise. The not retaliation was not forbearance. It was something else. He had been sitting with what that something else was for 11 days and had arrived at an answer he did not particularly want. The answer was Brennan had processed the West Hall incident the way he processed most things, efficiently, practically, converting it into something that didn't interfere with his function, and then he had genuinely moved on. Not because he lacked the capacity for anger. Luc had seen the anger in the joint sessions, a low, steady current under the professional surface, the wolf showing in the amber of his eyes in a moment before his expression caught up with his instinct. He had moved on because holding the grudge would have cost him something he couldn't afford, because the whole architecture of his survival in the court was built on converting wounds into working material, because he had, very likely, decided that Luc Varentis at 21 was the product of a specific history that did not require his continued suffering to be accounted for. This was, Luc thought, both more and less forgiving than it appeared on the surface. It was also, he was increasingly certain, not actually forgiveness in any completed sense. It was deferral, a wound placed in a particular location and left there, not healed, not inflamed, simply carried. And the bond, in a specific way bonds had of making things present that had been successfully avoided, was making that carrying visible to both of them in ways that neither of them had arranged for. The follow-up session ended. The room cleared. Brennan gathered his documents. At the door, Brennan paused. Luc was still at the table, making a final note on the boundary dispatch's location relative to the survey records he'd referenced. He was aware of Brennan pausing without looking up. The midsummer gathering, Brennan said, in the lower east rooms. I didn't know it was a brief pause, the slight adjustment of someone choosing words with more care than the sentence seemed to require. I didn't know it had that history. Luc put down his pen. He looked up. Brennan was at the door, documents under his arm, in the sentinel's gray with the silver thread at the cuffs. His expression was what it usually was, easy, professionally warm, giving nothing away. But underneath the professional surface, the bond was transmitting something that Luc was learning to read, a quality of genuine offering. I was there. I know that was yours. I'm telling you I know. Sarah mentioned you attended, Luc said, keeping his voice even. Yes. A pause. I should have gone earlier. Why didn't you? Brennan looked at him. In the corridor light, his eyes had the amber quality the bond always made Luc more aware of, the specific warmth of brown that caught light in a way that felt personal, somehow, in a way that physical details of people Luc observed professionally never felt. I wasn't sure there was a difference, Brennan said. between going as myself and going as what I'm for. I'm working on that distinction. Luc was quiet for a moment. How is the work going? Slowly, the corner of Brennan's mouth moved in a way that was not quite his public smile, and was not quite his real expression either. Something that was for this specific conversation rather than for a room. Luc thought about 11 days of inventory. He thought about a file being revised from the wrong direction. He thought about the bond signal and the hunger it had been transmitting and the specific quality of being accurately seen by someone who was not looking for leverage. Also slowly, he said. Brennan nodded once, with the quality of something acknowledged between them. He left. Luc sat alone at the session table for a moment. The room was very still. The fire in the hearth had burned to coals. Outside the neutral hall's windows, the Ashveil Mountains were doing their late afternoon work, bleeding amber into the sky in a way that Luc had long since stopped noticing until Brennan had made it impossible not to notice, because every time the amber light appeared, something in the bond went warm in a direction he had not yet fully mapped. He was building a revised file. It was more accurate than the first one and considerably more inconvenient. He picked up his things and walked out. He was aware, as he turned toward the Varentis wing, that he was checking the bond signal the way he had been checking it for 11 days. The low, warm background frequency of Brennan somewhere in the court, the specific quality of the wolf blood transmission. Warmth, readiness, and underneath both, the patient structural hunger that ran through everything like a note held too long. He had been telling himself for 11 days that this was information he was monitoring for professional reasons. The way he monitored all relevant variables. He was aware, in the precise and uncomfortable way of a man who had just run out of that particular excuse, that the monitoring had shifted. That he was checking not because it was professionally relevant, but because he stopped walking for a moment in the middle of the corridor with no one nearby to observe the pause. Because he wanted to know, simply that. He wanted to know how Brennan was, not as a bond variable, but as a person, and the want had arrived without his permission and was currently standing in the middle of his careful architecture like a structural question he did not yet know how to answer. He resumed walking. He was going to need to be very honest with Sarah. He found her in his chambers, because Sarah had apparently decided that the post-session period was a time she wanted to be present for, and she was on the window seat with her notebook looking at him with the specific expression of someone who had already read his face and was waiting for him to catch up. How was it, she said. The session was productive. He set his documents on the desk. The boundary incident is minor. The framework is holding. I didn't ask about the session. He looked at her. I know, Luc. He went to the gathering, Luc said. He said it in the tone of a man reporting a fact, and in the process revealing that the fact was not, to him, a simple fact. I know, Sarah said. I introduced him. You introduced him. Someone had to. She closed her notebook. He was standing at the door, doing something that looked like a philosophical contemplation of the threshold. I intervened. Luc was quiet for a moment. He was thinking about Brennan at the door of the lower east rooms, about the person who had spent 6 years being peripherally aware of a community that was his and had not entered it, because he was not certain there was a difference between going as himself and going as what he was for. He said something to me today, Luc said. He moved to the window, about the distinction between going as himself and going as his function. He said he's working on it. Sarah looked at him for a moment. And I believe him. Luc looked at the mountains. The amber was settling into the particular bronze of late afternoon, the specific color. I've been compiling a revised file on him. I know. The original file was assembled from the wrong direction. I know that too. He's been carrying the bond's latency for years. Luc paused. The hunger. You can feel it in the transmission, if you're paying attention. It's not directed at anything specific. It's just structural, like something he stopped expecting to resolve. Sarah was very still on the window seat. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum during the session today, Luc said. 3 times. The second time he caught me watching. What did you do? Nothing. We both looked away. He paused. The 3rd time I don't think he knew he was doing it. Luc, Sarah said, very quietly. I know, he said. Do you? He looked at her. She was watching him with the specific attention she brought to things she considered important, the quality of real focus rather than the performance of it. He thought about what the revised file was telling him and what the bond was telling him and what the hunger running through the transmission had been telling him for 11 days. "I'm going to need you to ask me the question," he said. Sarah put her notebook aside entirely. "What do you want to happen?" Luc stood at the window with the amber light on his face and the bond warm in his chest and the revised file open in his mind, and said nothing for a long moment. Then he said, quietly and with the specific difficulty of someone who had not made a habit of saying things like this, "I want to know him, the actual him, not the variable and not the West Hall and not the 5 years. Him." He paused. "I don't know what to do with that yet." "You don't have to know yet," Sarah said. "That's not how I function." "I know." She picked up her notebook. "You'll figure it out. You're very thorough." He looked at her for a moment. That was almost a compliment. "Don't get used to it." He turned back to the window. The mountains were going dark at the edges. The amber was almost gone. In his chest the bond ran its continuous warm frequency, and through it, at this specific hour when Brennan was somewhere in the garrison and had stopped being actively required by anything, patient, steady, the particular quality of a man who had been waiting for a long time and had gotten very good at it. Luc had been waiting for 5 years for Brennan Ashveil to do something. He had finally, in the middle of an unremarkable afternoon in an unremarkable corridor, understood that the waiting ran in both directions, and that what Brennan had been waiting for was something Luc did not yet know how to give him. He was going to figure it out. He was very thorough. Chapter 11. The Garrison Road at Night. The evening session with Thessaly had run to its appointed end, and Brennan had walked out into the autumn dark, feeling the specific restlessness that the joint sessions sometimes produced in him. Not agitation exactly, but a quality of having had his interior stirred up and not yet allowed to settle. He needed the road. He took it. The Garrison Road at night was different from the Garrison Road in the evenings, which was different again from the morning version. He had walked it in all its forms, and the night version was the most honest. The court's lights at your back, the outer wall a pale bulk against the darker sky, the training yards gone quiet, and the trees on the long loop's far stretch standing in the specific patient way of trees that had been in one place long enough to have opinions about everything that passed them. He walked without destination, which was the Garrison Road's particular gift. You could walk it without being required to be anywhere or become anything. The wolf in him settled when he moved, the distributed bond warmth quieter and more bearable when his body was doing its work. He was roughly 2/3 of the way around the loop, at the section where the elder trees grew close and the path narrowed, when he became aware of another presence. He knew who it was before he could see him. The bond told him, in its warm, specific way, a quality of recognition that arrived as a physical fact. The warmth orienting itself, the wolf going alert in the specific way it had been going alert to Luc Varentis for 11 days. Luc was walking the Garrison Road at night. This was not what Luc did. Luc attended functions, navigated sessions, moved through court spaces with the deliberate precision of someone who had decided exactly which spaces were worth occupying. The Garrison Road was Brennan's road. He had been walking it for 11 years. Luc was walking it tonight. He came around the bend in the path with his hands in the pockets of a coat that was heavier than his usual court assembly. Plainer, the leather detailing still present at the collar, because apparently some things were non-negotiable regardless of context. He was not walking quickly. He was not performing anything. He looked, in the low light from the stars and the distant court windows, like a person who had found themselves outside and had decided to stay outside for a while. He saw Brennan. He stopped. Brennan stopped. They stood like that for a moment in the dark between the elder trees, and the bond sat between them doing its constant warm work, and the night air was cold and smelled of autumn and the particular mineral quality of the Ashveil stone. "You walk this road," Luc said. It was not a question. He had apparently decided to acknowledge the coincidence directly rather than perform around it. "Most evenings," Brennan said. "Some nights." Luc paused. It was a slight pause, the kind that meant something was being selected for rather than simply said. "I needed to be outside." "So did I." Another brief pause. Then, with the quality of a decision being made, Luc started walking again in the direction Brennan had been heading. Not toward him and not away from him. simply forward, along the same path, at a pace that was clearly not designed to leave Brennan behind. Brennan fell into step. They walked in silence for a while. The elder trees were at their autumn peak, the gold just barely visible in the starlight, a warmth of color at the edges of the dark. Brennan did not fill the silence. The silence was not empty. It had the quality of two people who had been in sustained proximity for almost 2 weeks and had arrived, without discussing it, at a form of presence that was simply presence rather than performance. Thessaly asked me something tonight, Brennan said, after perhaps 5 minutes. What? She asked whether my experience of the bond was changing, whether what I was receiving was becoming more specific. He paused. She wanted to know how I would describe what I feel at this end. What did you tell her? He thought about how to say it. He had gotten better in the joint sessions at saying things without the usual editorial process, but this one required some accuracy. That it feels like standing next to something that generates tremendous heat, he said. Not warm in the comfortable sense. More like aware of the heat, aware of the source. The warmth is specific. It has direction. Luc was quiet for a moment. She asked me the same question. What did you say? That the wolf blood transmission reads as structural, Luc said. Not immediate. Something that has been there long enough to become part of the architecture. Another pause. Patient. Brennan thought about that word. Patient. He supposed it was accurate. The hunger he carried, it had been patient. It had been so patient for so long that he had stopped registering it as hunger and had begun to think of it as simply the way things were. Is that how it feels, he said, from that end? Yes. Luc's voice was precise, as it always was, but with the quality he had when the architecture cracked slightly. And also, constant. It doesn't fluctuate much. The intensity stays consistent across the day. I find it, another of those slight pauses, notable. Brennan looked at the path ahead. Why notable? Because most things about you, externally, are calibrated to what the room requires. The patience, the warmth, the ease. They're deployed. They fit the context. Luc paused. The bond transmission doesn't calibrate. It's just what is. I've been working with that information. And it suggests that the public version of you and the private one are considerably more different from each other than the public version would indicate. A pause. I had constructed a file in which they were the same. I'm revising it. Brennan looked at him sideways. In the dark, the lines of Luc's face were softer than they were in daylight. The sharpness of feature that made him formidable in a room reduced to something more like its component parts. He looked, Brennan thought, like someone who had let one layer of the assembly down and had not yet decided whether to put it back. What was in the original file? Brennan asked. Luc was quiet for a moment. The West Hall incident, he said. I catalog you from that night. The way you absorbed the specific things I said without visible reaction. I read it as softness, not in the pejorative sense exactly, but as a fundamental quality of someone who had built their entire function around being resilient rather than resisting. And the revision. The revision notes that what I observed that night was not softness. Luc paused. They were past the elder trees now, onto the section of road where the outer wall was visible and the court's lights were behind them. What I observed was someone who had been performing in public for so long that the performance had become the primary surface and who had specifically, in that moment, decided not to break surface under observation, which is a different skill from not being affected. Brennan kept his gaze on the path. You were 21, he said. Yes. The things you said were accurate. Luc was quiet. I know that, Brennan said. I've always known it. That's part of why. He stopped. This was the territory he had been not quite approaching for 2 weeks, and they were not in Thessaly's office, and there was no structure around this, and the road was dark, and there was no one else on it. He decided, with the specific quality of someone choosing to stop managing, to say it. That's part of why the anger is complicated. Because you were right. Not about the manner, but about the content. He paused. You identified the performance. You said it accurately and specifically in a room full of people who all found it convenient to believe it wasn't happening. And I didn't. I couldn't. He stopped again. You transferred east, Luc said. I transferred east, Brennan agreed. Because it was easier than staying in a room where someone had just said the true thing in the worst possible way, and I didn't know which one to be angrier about. Silence. I've been waiting, Luc said quietly, for 5 years. For you to do something with that. I know. I prepared for all of it. Every version. He paused. I did not prepare for a brief stop, for nothing. I did not prepare for you to simply move on. I didn't move on, Brennan said. I put it somewhere I could carry it without it interfering. Those are different things. Yes, Luc said. Very quiet. I'm beginning to understand that. They walked in silence again. The outer wall was to there right now, and the road curved back toward the garrison hall, and the stars were very clear overhead. Brennan was aware of the bond running its warm, continuous work, and aware of Luc 3 feet away walking in the specific way he walked, the precise economy of it, and aware underneath all of that of the anger he had been carrying for 5 years and 7 months that he had been pretending was not anger. I was aware, Luc said, that what I said was designed to wound you. It was not an apology. Brennan had heard enough apologies in his life to recognize the specific weight of one, and this was not that. This was something older and more difficult than an apology, the specific thing that came before one, the acknowledgement, without excuse, of the intent behind the act. The wolf in him went very still. I know, Brennan said. He felt the anger sitting in its usual location, the place where he had put it 5 years ago, and he did not dissolve it. He let it be there. He said, You chose the room and the audience and the timing. You knew what you were doing. Yes. And you've been waiting for me to use it. Yes. I'm not going to use it, Brennan said. He said it without softness and without performance, in the flat declarative register he had been learning in the joint sessions to speak in. Not because I've forgiven it. I haven't. I put it somewhere and I carry it and it's mine. But I'm not. I don't want retaliation. I never did. What I wanted... He stopped. What? Luc said. His voice was careful in a way that meant he was paying complete attention and pretending not to. To matter, Brennan said. It came out steady, which surprised him. Not to be used. Not to be a tool in a room. To be a person who was worth doing something to, rather than something it was convenient to demonstrate a point on. The silence that followed was full. He was not looking at Luc. He was looking at the garrison road and the court lights and the dark shape of the mountains against the sky. He felt the anger in its location and the bond warm in his chest, and underneath both of those things the old, deep hunger that ran through everything. Yes, Luc said, and his voice was doing something Brennan had not heard before. Not the controlled evenness, not the managed distance. Something underneath that, the quality of a man saying a word that cost something. I know. A pause. That's what I was demonstrating a point on. You're matching. Another pause. More difficult. I identified it, and I used it, and I have been carrying that since the night I did it. Brennan stopped walking. Luc stopped. They stood on the garrison road in the dark, the elder trees behind them and the court ahead, and the bond between them warm and specific, and neither of them performing anything. And Brennan felt the anger sitting in its location and did not dissolve it, and did not use it, and did not pretend it wasn't there. I know that too, he said. Luc looked at him. In the low light his expression was assembled, but only barely, the specific barely of a man who had said something true and was waiting to find out what it cost. His left hand was loose at his side, not quite a fist. The ritual scar on his wrist was pale in the starlight. It doesn't resolve anything, Brennan said. What you just said. I know, but it's the first honest thing you've said to me that wasn't inside a structured session. Luc was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said. It is. Brennan started walking again. After a moment, Luc fell back in his step beside him. They walked the rest of the loop without speaking. The silence had changed. It was not the silence of two people performing composure around each other, or the silence of two people who had run out of managed language. It was the silence of two people who had said something real and were letting it settle into whatever shape it was going to take. At the garrison hall, they stopped. Their routes diverged here. Brennan toward the garrison wing, Luc toward the court's residential section. Brennan looked at him. The bond was warm and specific, and there was something in Luc's expression that he had not seen before, not in 11 days of joint sessions and proximity and professional shared space. A quality of having had something strip away and not immediately replaced it with the architecture. For 1 second, perhaps 2, Luc simply looked at him. It was the unguarded second, the one Brennan had heard Sarah describe, the moment before Luc reassembled. He had seen it from the profile at the joint sessions. He had never seen it straight on. It was, Brennan thought, the face of someone who was genuinely frightened and had decided to stand in it anyway. Thursday, Luc said. The joint session. His voice was even. His voice was always even. But the word had a quality that meant something different now than it had after the first session. Thursday, Brennan said. Luc nodded once and turned toward the residential wing. Brennan stood at the garrison roads in for a long moment. The cold settled around him, the autumn smell of earth and old stone, and the bond walked with him as he turned inside. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. The warmth was there, but tonight, underneath the warmth and the hunger and the patience of the wolf, there was something new, something that had not been there before, something that felt like named, not resolved, not healed, but named, which was a different and more specific kind of beginning. He walked inside and did not try to put it anywhere. For once, he let be exactly what it was. Chapter 12. Sarah asks the wrong question. Caius Drell had 3 people he could reliably reach within 2 hours of seeing something interesting, and Sarah Vex was not one of them. She knew this because Caius had tried twice in the early weeks of her time at the court, and she had been politely and completely unreachable on both occasions, and he had eventually redirected his attention toward people who found him more useful. She had nothing against Caius personally. She simply had no interest in being a node in someone else's information network, and she had the particular skill of becoming briefly invisible to people she did not want to talk to, which was a skill she had cultivated early and with considerable application. So she already knew when Idris Calloway found her outside Thessaly's office 2 days after the garrison rode, that Caius had been talking. Idris was not unfriendly. He had the open face of someone who had learned to be likable out of genuine social preference rather than strategy, which she could tell by the way the openness didn't shift depending on who was watching. He was also, she noted, the kind of person who had learned to manage concern by converting it into information seeking, which was not the worst coping mechanism she had encountered. You're Sarah Vex, he said. I am. Idris Calloway. Brennan's, he paused, apparently selecting the right word. Oldest friend is probably the most accurate term. I know who you are, she said. He talks about you. Idris's expression shifted fractionally. What does he say? That you're funny and that you let him get away with things you know you shouldn't let him get away with, and that you've been doing it long enough that you've both stopped noticing. She said it without unkindness. He didn't say the last part. That's my read. Idris looked at her for a moment with an expression that was recalibrating. You're more direct than I expected. Most people are less direct than the situation warrants. She shifted her notebook. What did Caius tell you? That he saw Brennan and Luc walking the garrison road together 2 nights ago. Late. He paused. He described it as, and I'm quoting here because the phrasing seemed deliberate, remarkably intimate for 2 people who have every reason to be anything but. Sarah considered this. Caius's phrasing was, as always, technically accurate and designed to produce a specific effect. And you're concerned, she said. I'm gathering information, Idris said, which was honest. Brennan came back from the road that night, looking like someone had taken the top layer off everything, and he was still figuring out how he felt about the draft. She would have to tell him something. The question was how much. She waited, her loyalty to Luc, her genuine growing regard for Brennan. The usefulness of Idris as someone who might, if properly oriented, be the mirror Brennan needed rather than the comfortable presence that let him avoid the question. They had a real conversation, she said, as opposed to the managed kind, about what happened 5 years ago and what it actually was. Idris was quiet for a moment. He had the look of someone absorbing something they had been half expecting and were not, now that it arrived, entirely prepared for. Luc addressed it. Partially. She paused. He acknowledged the intent, not an apology. Something harder than that. She looked at Idris steadily. Your read on Brennan. What does he actually need from this situation? From the bond situation, or from Luc specifically? They're the same thing at this point. Idris leaned against the corridor wall and looked at the ceiling for a moment in the way of someone doing honest work. She found this quality useful, the willingness to actually think before answering. He needs to stop managing it, he said. He needs to stop treating every interaction as a room he's responsible for. He does this thing where he makes himself useful before he can be anything else, because being useful is the only version of presence he trusts. He paused. He's been doing it so long he doesn't notice it anymore. Do you tell him that? A beat. Not enough, Idris said. Not clearly enough. He looked at her. It's easier not to. He keeps things moving when I don't push, which is not a thing I'm proud of. No, she agreed, but it's honest. She adjusted the notebook again. Luc is the first person in Brennan's professional life who will not let himself be managed by him. He doesn't respond to the tools. It's not that he resists them. He simply doesn't register them as the currency of the interaction, because he uses the same tools himself. Yes, so they're just two people who can see through each other's performance, stuck in a bond together. Idris's mouth did something that was not quite a smile. That sounds either extremely productive or catastrophic. Those are not mutually exclusive outcomes. They stood in the corridor for a moment in something that was not quite companionable, but was working toward it. She had the sense that Idris was a genuinely good person operating at slightly less than his best capacity, the way people sometimes did when they had been in a comfortable pattern for long enough that the comfort had become a constraint. He came back from the road different, Idris said. Not bad different. Just something had shifted. Something did, she said. Is Luc? He paused. She could feel him deciding how to phrase it. Is he being? I don't know the right word. He's not performing the bond, she said. He doesn't know how to perform it, which is the first time in 9 years he's been in a situation he can't read and manage. He's doing it genuinely or not at all. She paused. That's not a comfort I'm offering you about your friend. It's information. What he does with genuineness is not always easy to receive. No, Idris said. I imagine it isn't. He pushed out from the wall. Thank you for talking to me. I'll probably do it again, she said. I'm building a picture of the situation from multiple directions. You're a useful direction. He gave her a look that was, she thought, the beginning of actual respect rather than the courtesy kind. Likewise, he said. She watched him go. Then she went to find Luc. He was in his chambers, which she had expected, and he was not reading or working, which she had not expected. He was standing at the window in the particular way he stood at windows when he had been thinking for a long time and had arrived somewhere he wasn't sure about. The coat was off. The leather cord at his wrist was still on, the ritual scar beneath it. His hair was slightly undone from whatever it had been in the morning. She closed the door behind her. Idris Calloway found me, she said. Caius saw us on the road. Luc said, without turning from the window. I was aware of him. I didn't think he'd move that quickly. He told Calloway, who came to me. She sat down. What do you want to do about Caius? Nothing, at present. He turned from the window. He looked, she thought, tired in a way that was not physical. Tired in the way of someone who has been doing structural work for a long time and has just added an additional load. He'll manage the information for his own purposes. If those purposes become inconvenient, I'll address it then. That's very calm of you. I'm choosing my battles. He came and sat in the chair across from her, which was unusual. Luc did not often sit in ways that made him equally accessible to conversation. He usually chose positions that controlled the interaction. This one did not. She noticed it. We talked, he said, on the road. I know. Tell me what happened. He told her, precisely and completely, with the specific quality he brought to reports of things that had mattered to him, which was that they became more precise rather than less. More detail, not less, because the detail was where he lived when something was real. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she sat with it for a moment. He had said the intent out loud to Brennan directly. He had acknowledged not only what he had done, but why he had done it, the deliberateness of it, the targeting, the specific architecture of the wound. He had said it without excuse and without apology, which was harder than either. Apologies were transactions. What he had given Brennan on the Garrison Road was something else. A witness statement, accurate and unretouched. How did he respond? She said. He said it doesn't resolve anything. Luc paused. He said he hasn't forgiven it. Good, Sarah said. Luc looked at her. I mean it, she said. If he'd said he'd forgiven it, I'd have been worried. That would have been the performance. She looked at him steadily. He held it. He named it. He let you know it was still there without using it as a weapon. That's not forgiveness. That's something else. What is it? She thought about how to say it. It's him refusing to disappear it for your comfort, she said. He's been disappearing things for people's comfort for his entire career. He kept that one. He's telling you he kept it. She paused. That's not a threat. It's a door left slightly open. He's showing you the inside of something real. Luc was quiet for a long moment. He said he wanted to matter, he said. Very quiet. Not to be used. To be a person who was worth doing something to. The room was still. Outside the window, the mountains were dark, and the stars were very clear, and Sarah sat with the weight of what that sentence meant. Coming from Brennan, said to Luc. And, she said, I told him I knew. He looked at his hands. That I identified it. That I've been carrying that since the night I did it. He paused. I didn't say I was sorry. I wanted to. But that wasn't what the moment was for. No, she agreed. It wasn't. The moment was for naming it accurately. He looked up. He said it was the first honest thing I'd said to him outside a structured session. Was it? Yes. She watched him for a moment. He was sitting in the open chair with his hands in his lap, and his hair undone, and the specific quality of someone who had put down something heavy and was still feeling the absence of its weight. She had seen Luc in many states over 3 years. She had not often seen him like this, unassembled in a way that was not distress. Simply present, without the armor forward. What do you want to happen? She asked. It was the question she had asked in various forms since the bond manifested, and he had answered it in various ways, each one slightly more honest than the last. Tonight she was asking it differently, and she thought he knew it. He was quiet for a long time. I want him to be angry, Luc said. Genuinely. Not the managed version. Not the patience he performs. He paused. I've been waiting for 5 years for him to be angry, and tonight he was angry, and he didn't dissolve it and didn't use it, and he just let it be there between us as a thing that was real. His voice was controlled. It was not controlled enough to entirely hide what was underneath it. It was the most honest interaction I've had with another person since I was 17 years old. Sarah was very still. I found it, Luc said, and his voice shifted into a register she had heard exactly twice before, both times in moments of genuine rupture, a relief. The word sat in the room. I've been waiting 5 years for him to be angry, Luc said again, more quietly. Because angry means real. Angry means he's a person and not a function. Angry means I did something to someone who existed. And he was angry, and he held it, and he stood on the road, and he was real, and he stopped. You found it a relief, Sarah said softly. Yes, because it means he's a person it happened to, not a function you used. Yes. He looked at her. His expression was doing something she had not seen before, not in 3 years. It was the floor under the armor, the thing he kept below every surface. It was not dramatic. It was just very, very tired and very, very real. I did something to someone who existed, he said, and he existed enough to be angry about it. And he's still here, and he looked at me on that road, and he was a pause. He was angry, and he was present, and he said we are in a strange situation, and I thought. What did you think? She said. Luc was quiet for a moment. I thought, finally, he said, someone who won't let me make them nothing. The room was very still. She did not say anything for a long time, because some things needed the full weight of their silence. Then she said, Luc. He looked at her. That's what you actually want, she said. Isn't it? Not just from him. You want someone who will be a person to you without performing softness for your comfort. Someone who won't let you at a distance because the distance is convenient. Someone who will be actually present. She paused. That's what scares you about this. Not the bond. Not the history. The fact that he might be exactly that. Luc held her gaze for a moment. His left hand was loose at his side, not quite a fist. Yes, he said, very quiet. And you're terrified of it. Yes. Because if you let him in and he leaves anyway, I will have been right, Luc said. About everyone. Forever. Sarah put her notebook down. She did it deliberately, and he saw the deliberateness, and she said, "He came back from the Eastern posting, Luc. He came back twice. He's been in this court for 5 years, and he never weaponized a single thing you handed him that night. And now he's standing on a road in the dark telling you that he's still angry, and he's still here, and he wants a matter." She held his eyes. "He is not going to confirm your worst theory. He is constitutionally incapable of it." Luc was quiet for a very long time. Then he said, almost inaudibly, "I know." She picked her notebook back up. "So what are you going to do?" He looked at the window. He looked at the mountains, dark and patient in the way they always were. He looked at the bond's anchor point in his chest and felt it running its warm, continuous work, patient and structural and hungry in a way that matched something in him he had been pretending for 5 years was not there. "I'm going to go to the Thursday session," he said, "and I'm going to not manage it." "Good," Sarah said. "And then I'm going to see what he actually is." "Also good." And then Luc said, and his voice had arrived at something, the specific quality of a man who has made a decision and is only now understanding that he made it. "I'm going to tell him something true. Not in a session. Not in front of Thessaly. Just something true." Sarah looked at him for a long moment. "Okay," she said. It was the gentlest thing she had said to him in 3 years. He looked at her. "Don't tell anyone I said any of that." "Obviously not." She stood. "Get some sleep." "I'm not tired." "You're exhausted. You've been doing structural work for 11 years. You're allowed to be exhausted." He looked at her for a moment with something in his face that was not his usual expression for her. Not fond exasperation or precision or the careful warmth he permitted himself. Something more direct. "Thank you," he said, "for the last 3 years." She stopped at the door. "Don't thank me. I've been insufferably right about everything, and you've been insufferably resistant, and it's been the most interesting 3 years of my life." She opened the door. "Thursday." "Thursday," he said. She left. He sat alone in the chair with the armor still down and the bond warm in his chest. And he thought about Brennan Ashveil on the Garrison Road, saying I wanted to matter, and about 5 years of a debt that kept accruing, and about what it felt like to stand in the dark next to someone's genuine anger and find it a relief. He thought, "I've been building shelves for this since I was 17. He thought, "I don't think there are enough shelves." He sat with the bond and let it run. And for the first time in 11 days, he did not try to catalog what it was transmitting. He just let it be there. Patient, warm, hungry, real. Chapter 13, The Bond at 50%. The diplomatic reception was being held in the court's East Receiving Hall, which had 3 antechambers, 2 of which were accessible, and 1 of which had been quietly set aside for the territorial negotiation that was running long in the adjacent suite. Brennan had known about the negotiation because Finn had briefed him that morning, and he had known about the antechambers because he always knew about the antechambers. Knowing where the rooms were, where they led, what function they served when a larger function required overflow space. This was the specific knowledge his role had built into him over 11 years, the unconscious cartography of someone whose job was to keep people moving in the right directions. He had not known about Caius. He should have. In retrospect, the signs were obvious. Caius Drell, who had been positioned at the edge of every significant event involving both Brennan and Luc for the past 3 weeks, was moving through the reception with the particular quality of a man who had already decided where he wanted to end up and was navigating there with the pleasant, unhurried confidence of someone who had never once been stopped from going where he intended. Brennan had been at the reception for 40 minutes. Which was approximately 38 minutes longer than he would have chosen to be there under other circumstances. The territorial negotiation in the adjacent suite was requiring the presence of 3 senior delegates who should have been circulating through the reception, which had created a political gap that no one was managing and that Brennan had spent 30 of those 40 minutes managing. He was aware in the continuous background frequency the bond had settled into over 3 weeks of Luc somewhere across the room, doing something similar, the focused, slightly pressure quality of someone who was working a room they had not planned to work. 3 weeks and 2 days since the War Council. The bond signal had developed in the ways Thessaly had predicted. More specific, more textured, the emotional temperature giving way to something more granular. He could feel, on an average day, the broad shape of Luc's internal state in the way you could feel the quality of a room through a wall. Not detail, but impression. Focused or restless. Present or withdrawn. Working through something or having arrived somewhere. Tonight, Luc was working through something. The specific quality of it had an edge that Brennan was learning to distinguish from the ordinary intensity Luc brought to professional situations. Something tighter. Something with underneath the precision, a note he could not yet name. He noticed this and returned his attention to the Alden delegate he was speaking to, who had opinions about the preliminary framework's language on water rights that were technically outside the scope of this gathering and practically very important. He was midway through the third of what he estimated would be 5 necessary exchanges when Caius materialized at his elbow with the warm, purposeful quality of someone who had been moving toward this moment for a while. "Sentinel Ashveil," Caius said, with the easy familiarity of a long acquaintance. "Forgive me, Lord Veston needs a word with Lord Darren about the tributary language before the session closes tomorrow." He was already shifting the conversational geometry, inserting himself between Brennan and the Alden delegate with the smooth efficiency of someone very good at this. And in the space of 30 seconds, the Alden delegate was moving toward Veston on the far side of the room, and Brennan was standing slightly aside with Caius's hand at his elbow, steering him gently toward the east corridor. "There's a situation," Caius said, pleasantly. "The secondary antechamber. 2 of the Cashin delegates have had a disagreement. Nothing severe, but if it escalates before tomorrow's session, Aldous will want someone to have addressed it. I thought of you immediately." It was the kind of statement that was entirely plausible and could not be easily refused by someone whose function in this space was exactly what Caius had described. Brennan looked at the east corridor and at the door that led to the secondary antechamber and registered the specific quality of the maneuvering he'd just experienced. "Of course," he said. He walked into the corridor. He heard, behind him, a different door open and close with the quiet timing of someone whose entrance had been arranged. The secondary antechamber was small. 3 chairs, a side table with a decanter that no one had used, 1 window that faced the inner courtyard rather than the mountains. It was a room for waiting in, not for anything else, and it was empty. It was also, 30 seconds after Brennan entered it, occupied by Luc. Luc crossed the threshold and assessed the room the way he assessed everything. Once completely arriving at whatever conclusion he arrived at without making it visible. He looked at Brennan. His expression was assembled, and his hands were at his sides, and the bond, at Brennan's end, carried the specific quality of something that had just been slightly redirected and was not pleased about it. "Caius," Luc said. "Not a question." "Yes." Brennan looked at the closed door. "There are apparently no disagreeing Cashin delegates." "No." Luc looked at the door as well. He had a brief conversation with me about the North Corridor needing a neutral eye on a delegation issue. A slight pause. "I imagine there is also no delegation issue in the North Corridor." "Almost certainly not." Silence. They stood in the antechamber with the closed door and the unused decanter and the window, facing the dark courtyard, and the bond sat between them with its constant warm work, and neither of them made a move toward the door. Brennan looked at the window. "The negotiation will run at least another hour." 40 minutes, Luc said. "I was briefed on the agenda. They're through the primary points. The remaining time is language review." He paused. "We are not needed in the reception." "We are not needed in the reception," Brennan agreed. Another silence. This one was different from the first week's silences, different from the carefully managed sessions with Thessaly and the charged darkness of the Garrison Road. 3 weeks and 2 days had produced something between them that was neither comfort nor hostility, more like a specific gravity, the way 2 objects in proximity develop their own arrangement without deciding to. Luc moved to the window. He stood with his back to Brennan, looking at the inner courtyard, and Brennan watched the line of his shoulders and the precise set of his spine and thought, he has something he's been carrying all evening, and he is deciding what to do with it. The bond confirmed this, in its broad, imprecise way. Something underneath the professional surface that had been there all evening and was, now that they were out of the room, pressing closer to the surface. "The Northern Territories update," Luc said. From this afternoon, Brennan had received the same update. "The third faction involvement." "Yes." A pause. "The timing suggests they've been waiting for the territorial dispute to reach this specific stage before moving. They've been patient." His voice was even. Someone who has been patient a long time moves differently than someone who acts on impulse. The action comes out of alignment with what's built behind it. Brennan came to stand at the window beside him, not crowding the space, but close enough that the bond's warmth was specific rather than background. The inner courtyard was lit by iron brackets along the walls, the shadows long and deliberate. "You're not talking about the third faction," he said. A pause. "No," Luc said. "I'm not." They stood at the window in the small room, and Brennan waited. Because Luc was choosing something, and the choosing required time, and he had learned, in 3 weeks and 2 days, that Luc's silences before a true thing were not gaps to fill. "I had a mentor," Luc said, "in the Dragon Court. When I was 17, he said it the way someone states a condition before the thing that followed from it. Precise, declarative, without the performance of casualness." Brennan was very still. "He had an interest in what he called my potential," Luc continued. "He was senior court. He had a particular view of the court's future, and he was looking, I think now, for the kind of person who could be useful to that future in ways that required a specific combination of perception and loyalty. He thought he could develop both in me." A slight pause. He was not wrong about the perception. And the loyalty? He tested it before he'd earned it. And then he moved against my family with the information I had given him, when it became convenient, and denied our connection in public. Luc's voice was perfectly even. It was the evenness of someone who had said a version of this sentence many times in private and never once out loud. The court believed him. He was senior court. I was 17. My family lost a significant political alliance because of the position he had moved us into, and he suffered no consequence at all. Brennan looked at the courtyard lights. He let the silence hold what it needed to hold. How old was he? 42. A pause. "He is still at court. I see him at functions. And you don't. What would I do?" Luc's voice had a quality Brennan had not heard before. Not bitter, specifically, but the flat recognition of someone who has looked at a situation from every angle and arrived at the same conclusion each time. He's protected. What he did is unprovable. The political consequence is settled history. A grudge in this court, without a mechanism to act on it, is simply furniture you carry around and everyone can see. A slight pause. "So, I carry in the inventory. I keep it current, and I accept that the act of witnessing it accurately is the only thing that belongs to me." Brennan thought about this. He thought about the specific weight of keeping an accurate account of something you cannot settle. He thought about the inventory Luc had mentioned in the Garrison Road conversation, not as metaphor, but as practice. Every wrong cataloged, every debt recorded. "Waiting. That's where it started," he said. "The grudges." "Yes." Luc turned from the window. He looked at Brennan directly, in the way he did in the moments when the architecture had come down far enough for the real look to come through. "I decided after that openness was a liability, that the only safe place for a feeling was inside a record of it, where it could not be used against you." A slight pause. "I have been comprehensively wrong about this for 9 years, and I am only now beginning to understand in which specific ways." Brennan looked at him. The bond was warm and specific, and Luc was standing in the small room without his full armor, and had just said the most unguarded thing he had said since the Garrison Road. Brennan registered the cost of it, the specific discipline required to say a true thing about yourself to someone who had reason not to be generous with it. "I was 22, Brennan said, "when my wolf blood manifested. Lucas gas sharpened. Late. 2 years late. Most of the Garrison cohort had shifted by 19, 20 at the outside. For 2 years, I was the one who hadn't." He looked at the window, not because there was anything in the courtyard to look at, but because some things were easier to say without direct eye contact. "No one excluded me deliberately. That's the part it was the absence of deliberateness, actually. Nobody invited me to the runs. Nobody included me in the bond rituals. Not because they decided to leave me out, because it simply didn't occur to them that I should be there, and I had made myself so useful in other ways that no one had to think about what I might be missing. He paused. By the time I shifted, the role had set. I was the mediator, the peacekeeper. I had built the whole function around not being the one who needed anything, and it worked so well that there was no version of me left that knew how to need things. He pressed 2 fingers briefly to his sternum, caught himself doing it, left his hand there anyway. That's what you named in the West Hall. Accurately. I was performing in front of 30 people, and you walked in and identified the performance and said in a room where no one else had the courage to say it, and in the worst possible way. And you were right, and that's the part that has always been the most complicated about being angry. The room was very quiet. I wanted the West Hall to not be right, Brennan said. I spent 5 years wanting that, carrying it, transferring east and coming back, and carrying in the place. I keep things that don't fit anywhere functional. He looked at Luc. But it was right. You saw the thing that was actually there. Luc was looking at him with the specific quality Brennan had come to recognize as his listening face. Not the performance of listening, the head tilted, the stillness, so complete it looked like absence of movement. The difference was in his eyes, which were never actually still even when the rest of him was. I used it, Luc said. What I saw. I took it, and I used it in front of people who would remember it. Yes, because I was 21, and I had just spent a year watching everyone around me use what they saw about other people, and I had concluded that was the only honest transaction available. A pause. And because you were... He stopped. Because I was what? Luc was quiet for a moment. His jaw was set in the way it got when he was doing something difficult. Because you were readable, he said. In a way I wasn't. You walked into rooms, and you were present. Warm. People wanted to be near you. And I was 21, and I just had the most specific lesson of my life about what happened to people who were open in this court, and another pause. I saw the openness, and I walked through it. Because it was there. Because I could. And because it frightened you, Brennan said. A silence. Then, yes. Very quiet. Because it frightened me. Because someone who was that genuinely present was either going to be destroyed by this court or was going to survive it in a way I didn't understand. And I could not, at 21, accept not understanding it. So I dismantled it instead. Brennan sat down. There was a chair behind him, and he sat in it with the specific weight of a man who has been standing for a while and has just run out of a reason to keep standing. He sat and looked at Luc and felt the anger in its location, the old familiar weight of it. It did not dissolve it. He also felt the bond, warm and specific and 3 weeks deep, and the specific quality coming from Luc's end right now. Something that was not contrition in the perform sense, but in the anatomical sense, the sensation of a thing sitting wrong and having sat wrong for a long time, and finally being given the correct position. Sit down, Brennan said. Luc sat. He took the other chair and sat in it with the particular economy of someone who had decided to commit to a position and was not going to hedge it. They sat in the small antechamber with a decanter no one had touched and the courtyard lights through the window and the bond running its warm work between them. And Brennan thought about 2 people who had been protecting themselves from the wrong things in the wrong directions and had managed to find each other anyway through the worst possible mechanism. When you were 17, Brennan said, after the mentor, what did you do? I found a community in the lower east rooms, Luc said. I had heard about it. I went. A slight pause. The first time I went, I stood at the door for approximately 4 minutes before going in. I was aware that going in was a choice that could be used against me. I went in anyway because I was 17 and I had just spent a year having everything used against me, and I had decided that if things were going to be used against me regardless, I might as well choose the things that were actually mine. Brennan looked at him. He thought about Sarah saying, some things are yours and not for other people's comfort. He thought about a 17-year-old standing at the door of the lower east rooms making a specific, difficult, sovereign choice. That was brave, he said. Luc met his eyes. It didn't feel brave. Those tend to be the same. A slight pause, and then Luc did something Brennan had not seen him do in 3 weeks and 2 days. He looked away. Not with the controlled deliberateness of someone managing a room, with the specific quality of someone who has been seen and is not entirely certain what to do with it. The bond, at Brennan's end, transmitted something he had no precise word for. Warm and fragile. And underneath those two things, something that was the emotional equivalent of standing still rather than retreating. The thing I'm working on, Luc said to the window, is that I have built an entire system around the premise that wanting things from people is a structural weakness. And the system works. It has always worked. He paused. The bond doesn't respond to the system. No, Brennan said. It transmits regardless of what I want it to transmit, which means you've been receiving a pause during which Brennan could feel him deciding how much of this to say, things I have not decided to show you. Yes, Brennan said. And you've been receiving things from my end that I have been carrying for years without particularly knowing they were showing. He looked at his hands. The hunger. Thessaly said it was the dominant somatic state. I assume you've been receiving it since the beginning. Luc was quiet for a moment. Yes, and it was already there before the bond. The latency, which means, Brennan paused. The things you've been receiving from my end were there before either of us knew what they were. Yes. Luc turned from the window to look at him. His expression had the quality of the floor under the armor. The face that appeared in the second before he reassembled, which Brennan had seen twice and which looked, each time, like a person rather than a position. I have been receiving, for 3 weeks and 2 days, evidence that the premise my entire architecture is built on is incorrect. Which premise? That wanting things from people is weakness. He held Brennan's gaze steadily. The transmission from your end is the most structurally honest thing I have ever received from another person. It has been patient for years without becoming either resigned or aggressive. It exists without apology. It does not ask for anything. It simply is there, a slight pause, and it is the opposite of weakness. It is the most sustained form of courage I have encountered. The room was very quiet. Brennan sat with what had just been said. He sat with it the way he was learning to sit with things that mattered, without immediately converting them into something manageable. He let the words take up space. He felt the bond warm in his chest and Luc's gaze direct, and the particular weight of having been seen by someone who was not looking for anything from him. You came to the autumn gathering, Luc said. After I found out, I thought about what it meant that you were there. I thought about it for 4 days. A pause, and then something in his voice shifted to a register Brennan was learning to identify. The register of truth said without defense. I found I wanted you to be there. Brennan held his gaze. Not for political reasons, Luc said. Not as a variable. I wanted you to have been there because it's mine and I wanted... He stopped. It was a brief stop, the kind that came when someone was saying a thing they had not said in a long time, or possibly ever. I wanted it to be something we both had. The bond was very warm. Brennan thought about the mountain view he had never told anyone he loved, and the book with its spine turned to the wall, and the long list of things that were only his because he had never found someone who was worth showing them to. He thought about what it felt like to have a place be yours, something kept private, because you had learned that private was the only safe form of having. "I'd like to go again," he said. "At midsummer. If that's..." He paused, and it was his own pause now, the uncharacteristic one, the brief stop before something he had not said before. "If that would be all right." Luc looked at him for a moment. The expression on his face was assembled, but only barely, and underneath the assembly was something that Brennan had seen once before. The look from the Garrison Road, the frightened and present look, the face of someone choosing to stand in it rather than retreat. "Yes," Luc said, "that will be all right." Silence. The bond sat between them, warm and distributed and thoroughly without their consent. And the room was small, and the courtyard lights were doing their patient work through the window, and neither of them made any move toward the door. "The negotiation will be concluding," Luc said eventually. "Yes. We should return to the reception." "Yes." Neither of them moved immediately. There was no reason to rush it. The reception would be there. The session would close. The court would continue its elaborate navigation of things it did not say directly, and both of them would continue their separate functions in it. And tomorrow there would be another joint session with Thessaly, and the War Council follow-up was in 2 days, and the territorial situation was still unresolved. None of that required them to move yet. They sat in the small antechamber with the unused decanter and the window, and the 40 minutes Caius Drell had engineered between them, and something settled. Not resolution, not clarity, nothing as clean as that. Something more like acknowledged. The shape of what they were each carrying, finally given form in the specific presence of the other person. The weight of it redistributed slightly, shared, no longer quite so entirely one person's alone. Brennan stood first. He straightened his jacket with the habit of 11 years in the Sentinel's gray and looked at Luc still seated in his chair, and thought, there is a person here. Not the file, not the 5 years, not the performance. A person who sat on stone floors and kept private things private and found, at 17, a community that was his and who has been carrying a wound since then in the only form he knew how to carry it. I need to tell you something, Luc said. Brennan waited. The West Hall. Luc stood. He did it with the particular economy of someone who had decided to be upright for what came next. He looked at Brennan directly. I identified your openness. I named it in public. I used it as a point of leverage against someone who had never done anything to me. He paused. I had been looking for something to be right about, something I could see that others couldn't. And I found it in you, and I was another of the brief stops. I was 21, and I was frightened, and I was wrong. Not about what I saw, about what I did with it. He held Brennan's gaze. I am sorry. It was not the word Brennan had been waiting for 5 years. He had not known he was waiting for it, had told himself repeatedly that he was not, had converted the waiting into a manageable form and carried it in its location and done 11 years of useful work in the meantime. It landed anyway. The specific weight of 2 words said without transaction, without deflection, without the machinery of excuses attached. He stood with it for a moment. I know, he said, and meant it differently than he had meant it on the Garrison Road. On the road it had been, I know what you did and I have accounted for it. Now it was something else. Now it was, I know you, and I know this cost you, and I'm putting it where it belongs. He did not forgive it. He was still not sure forgiveness was the right word for what the next years would or would not produce. But he picked up the thing he had been carrying in its location for 5 years, and acknowledged it and set it down, temporarily, in the specific space of this room, of this 40 minutes of this man in front of him who had said a hard, true thing and was waiting to see what it cost. Thank you, Brennan said. Luc nodded once. They left the antechamber and walked back into the reception separately, because that was the appropriate form, and the reception was still in its late stages, and Caius Drell was visible across the room with the pleasant expression of a man who has successfully engineered something and is watching the result with professional satisfaction. Brennan did not look at him. He moved back into the room and continued the work the room required, and the bond sat warm in his chest. And somewhere across the reception, Luc was doing the same thing, and both of them were carrying the weight of what had been said in the small room, and neither of them had the language yet for what the carrying would eventually become. But the weight was shared now. That was not nothing. That was, in fact, quite a lot. Chapter 14. What Finn calls compromise. Finn called him in on a Wednesday. Brennan had been expecting it since the reception, for days after the antechamber. He had watched Caius Drell the next morning across the Garrison Hall with the expression of someone who was aware that a particular kind of damage had been set in motion and was calculating its eventual shape. Caius had smiled at him with the warm, slightly proprietary manner of a man who had done someone a favor they hadn't asked for, and Brennan had returned the smile with the easy pleasantness of someone who was not going to give Caius the satisfaction of knowing how well he'd read the situation, and that had been the whole of it. But Caius had been talking. He was always talking, and Finn, who had sources in every room the court's officers occupied, had been listening. The office was the same as it always was, permanent, solid, the desk chosen to communicate something about the permanence and solidity of its occupant and the decisions made across it. Finn was at the desk when Brennan entered, with a folder open and a posture that said the folder was relevant and the conversation it belonged to had already been structured before Brennan arrived. Close the door, Finn said. Brennan closed it. He sat in the chair across the desk and put his hands on his knees and looked at Finn with the professional attention of a man who was here to receive information and was not going to perform anything about what he expected that information to contain. The reception, Finn said. 4 days ago. You were present. I was assigned to the diplomatic function, yes. You were seen. Finn paused, with the specific quality of a man who chose his words in the way other men chose weapons, for precision and effect, in private conversation with Lord Varentis. In the secondary antechamber, for approximately 40 minutes during the territorial negotiation. Brennan kept his expression easy. There was a misunderstanding about a delegation issue. We addressed it. Caius Drell described it differently. Caius Drell has an interest in how things are described. Brennan met Finn's eyes steadily. The conversation was private, and it concerned the bond situation, which is being managed through the joint sessions with Thessaly, as the court's protocol requires. I don't see the concern. Finn folded his hands. He did this when he was about to say something that had been prepared rather than improvised, and Brennan recognized the gesture with the specific recognition of someone who had been on the receiving end of prepared speeches in this room before. The concern, Brennan, is not the conversation itself. It is the pattern. The joint sessions are required, and they are appropriate. What is less appropriate, from the Crown's perspective, from the perspective of the territorial resolution we are working toward, is the appearance of a wolf-blood sentinel developing a personal attachment to the Varentis noble whose house has a direct stake in the disputed territory. The bond is not a personal attachment, Brennan said, carefully. It's a biological event. Yes. Finn's voice was measured, and the court's management of that biological event has been handled correctly. What I'm asking you to consider is whether the management is complete. He picked up the document in his folder and set it on the edge of the desk, and Brennan recognized the crest on the header. Garrison Command, Formal Grade Review. There is a position available. Senior Tactical Advisor to the Eastern Garrison's Border Response Unit. It is a significant posting, substantial advancement, real authority, the kind of role that reflects the quality of 11 years of work at this level. Finn looked at him with the particular warmth of someone who genuinely believed the gift he was handing over. It would require a transfer. The Eastern posting. Within the month. Brennan looked at the document. He had seen this document, or a version of it, before. Not literally. The specific form was new, the posting was specific, but the mechanism was familiar. The promotion that was a management tool dressed in the language of recognition. The advancement that was a cage designed to look like a door. He thought about what Idris had said 2 years ago about the difference between indispensable, meaning the right thing, and indispensable, meaning the thing that had been built around you without your consent. He had said he wasn't sure which version Finn meant. Brennan had thought, at the time, that the distinction didn't matter because the result was the same. He would do his work, and the work would be good, and that would be sufficient. He did not think that now. The bond, Brennan said, has a mandatory joint session protocol through Thessaly. Transfer within the month would interfere with the protocol. The protocol has a provision for managed distance, Finn said, for cases where the bonded parties are required to be in separate locations for professional reasons. It is not the preferred method of managing the development, but it is an established one. A pause. I've reviewed the provisions with Thessaly's office. So he had already spoken to Thessaly's office. Brennan kept his face what it was. The Eastern posting is a significant opportunity, Finn continued. It is also, I would argue, the most prudent path given the sensitivity of the current territorial situation. The Crown needs the War Council resolution to hold. The War Council's integrity depends on the neutrality of its sentinel representative. Any appearance of personal involvement, he paused again, the precise pause of a man emphasizing a word he has chosen with care, complicates that. Brennan heard the shape of it. Not a command. Better than a command. Actually, a command could be refused, argued with, brought to the floor of an appeal process. This was the framing of a situation so that refusal looked like irresponsibility. The promotion was real. Finn believed in it. The concern about the War Council was real. Finn meant that too. It was not malice. It was something more specific and less addressable than malice. A man who was genuinely right about everything in his domain of expertise and could not see where the domain ended. Thank you, Commander, Brennan said. I'll review the posting documentation. I want an answer by the end of the week, Finn said. He said it with the warmth of someone who was offering rather than demanding, which was the specific quality that made it more binding than a demand. You're good at this work, Brennan. You know that. I want to see you in a role that reflects it. I appreciate that, Brennan said. He picked up his copy of the posting documentation and left. The corridor outside Finn's office was the same as it always was. Stone floors worn by years of the same traffic patterns. The window at the far end with its view of the training yards. The particular quality of administrative function that a space absorbed when the same kind of decisions had been made in it for a long time. He had stood in this corridor after previous conversations with Finn and felt the shape of this building around him, familiar and reliable, the architecture of a function that fit him the way his gray coat fit. Made for this, designed for this, nothing awkward about it. He stood in it now and noticed, with the specific attention of someone noticing something for the first time that has been there all along, that his hands were cold. Wolves ran hot. He had always run hot, had been the person in cold rooms who generated warmth for the people nearest him, the sentinel who moved through winter postings without the extra layers other garrison officers needed. His hands had been warm for as long as he could remember. They were cold now. Not numb, just cold, in a specific way of a temperature that was wrong. Not the cold of an absent thing, but the cold of something suppressed. He pressed them together, held them, felt the wrongness of it. He was furious. He had not identified it as fury until now, standing in the corridor with his hands cold and the posting documentation under his arm, because fury was something he had a lot of practice converting into something more manageable before it reached the surface. He was very good at the conversion. He had been doing it for 11 years. But the bond had apparently changed the conversion rate. He could feel it in his chest, the warmth of it insisting in the face of the cold of his hands, and underneath the insistence the wolf in him had gone to the quiet, still place it went when something was actually wrong. Not performed calm, but the specific stillness of something that had decided a response was necessary and was waiting to understand what kind. He went to Idris. He did not stop first to edit it into something more presentable, which was how he could tell the difference between this version of the impulse and the version where he arrived at Idris's door with everything already managed and converted, and Idris let him get away with it, because the managed version was easier for both of them. He walked directly from Finn's corridor to the garrison wing and knocked twice and opened the door. Idris was at his desk with maps, because Idris was always at his desk with maps, and he looked up and read Brennan's face and did not say anything, just watch him cross the room and sit in the other chair. He looked at the posting documentation Brennan set on the corner of the desk. That bad, Idris said. He offered me the Eastern Senior Tactical position, Brennan said. Advancement, authority, formal recognition of 11 years of work. He looked at the document. Transfer within the month. Idris was quiet for a moment. He was reading the situation, which he did faster than most people gave him credit for. The reception, he said. Caius told him. Of course he did. Idris put down his pen. He did it with care, the careful way. And Fenn. Fenn thinks it's the right thing, Brennan said. That's the part one keep coming back to. He genuinely believes this is an opportunity. He genuinely believes that managing the appearance of personal involvement is good professional practice, and that this posting solves the concern, and that I will understand this and make the right decision. He looked at Idris steadily. He's not wrong about the posting. It is a significant opportunity. He's not wrong about the appearance of involvement, either. If the War Council resolution depends on the perception of my neutrality, my relationship with Luc is a political complication. Your relationship with Luc, Idris said, with the care of someone repeating a phrase to establish that it had been used. Brennan heard himself. The bond situation, he said, and then stopped, and let the correction sit there and be heard. No, the relationship, what it is, or what it's becoming, or what there is between us that is real and not the bond. Idris was very still. The antechamber, Brennan said. 4 days ago, we talked. Actually talked, not in front of Thessaly, not with the structure of session. He paused. He told me something he hasn't said out loud before, I think. And then he apologized. Not as a transaction. He just said it. For the West Hall. Yes. Brennan pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. The warmth was there. The bond was there, the continuous specific warmth that had been there for 3.5 weeks, and that he had been pressing his hand to for years before that without knowing what it was. And I have been sitting with the fact that when he said it, what I felt was not relief. What I felt was, he paused, present, like I was somewhere real for the first time in a long time. Idris leaned back in his chair. He was looking at Brennan with the direct, unhurried attention of someone who has known someone for long enough to see the gap between who they present and who they are, and who is doing the specific work of not looking away from it. "And now Finn wants to move you east," he said. "And now Finn wants to move me east. What are you going to do?" Brennan looked at the posting documentation. Senior Tactical Advisor, Eastern Garrison. Significant advancement, real authority, the reflection of 11 years of good work. The kind of thing you took when it was offered because it was the right thing for someone whose function was what his function was. "I don't know yet," he said. Idris nodded slowly. "That's the first time I've heard you say that without it being a performance." Brennan looked at him. "You always know," Idris said, "or you have it arranged so that you know, because the knowing is part of the function and the function is the whole structure. You know what the right answer is, and you give it and the room proceeds." He met Brennan's eyes. "You don't know right now. That means something." "It means I'm not sure what I want," Brennan said. "Yes." A pause. "When's the last time that was true?" The question sat in the room. Brennan thought about it honestly, which took a moment because honest accounting was different from the automatic inventory he usually ran. When was the last time not knowing what he wanted was real rather than strategic? When was the last time the unknown had not been converted into a professional question rather than a personal one? "I don't know," he said. Idris looked at him for a long moment. His expression was doing something that was not its usual warmth, something more complicated, the look of someone who is carrying a recognition about themselves and is deciding what to do with it. "Bren," he said. Brennan waited. "I've known for years that you were doing it," Idris said. "The disappearing, managing every room so well that no one needed to ask whether you were all right, because you were demonstrably all right. You were the one keeping everything running, and if you were the one keeping everything running, then how could you be not all right? And he stopped. He looked at the desk. "I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it for 9 years, and not by accident. It was easier. You kept things moving. You kept our friendship easy. You absorbed things I didn't want to say, and you converted them into something manageable, and I let you every time." Brennan was quiet. Idris paused. He said things easily, generally, which was his gift, but this one was coming out with the specific difficulty of something that had been sitting for a long time and was being said because it was owed rather than because it was easy. "I'm sorry for that. For taking the easy version. For knowing and not saying." The room was quiet in the way it was when something real had been said in it. Brennan looked at his friend. He thought about 9 years of friendship that had always been good and warm and fundamentally somewhat incomplete, the specific shape of the thing that Idris was naming, the comfortable arrangement that let both of them avoid the question. He did not feel anger about it. He felt something sadder than anger and more specific. The grief of years that had been good, but could have been more, the quiet toll of a pattern maintained by both parties and paid for mostly by one. "I know," he said. "I should have said it earlier." "Yes," Brennan agreed. "You should have. But I should have made it possible to say. I made it difficult on purpose." He looked at his hands, still slightly cold. "Not deliberately. But the function I built made honesty inconvenient. That's not only your failure." Idris looked at him with the expression of someone who has just had something taken from the wrong side of a ledger and is not sure how to process the redistribution. "You're not supposed to make it easy for me to feel less guilty about this." "I'm not making it easy," Brennan said. "I'm making it accurate. Those aren't the same." A pause, and then Idris laughed. A genuine one, the startled kind that came out before the management got to it. He covered almost immediately, but Brennan had heard it. "No," Idris said. "They aren't." He was quiet for a moment. "What do you actually want, Bren? Not what Finn wants, not what the court needs, not what makes sense for the posting or the council or the bond protocol." He met Brennan's eyes. "What do you want?" Brennan sat with the question. He thought about the antechamber and what had been said in it. He thought about the bond's warmth and the specific quality of it over 3.5 weeks. Not soft, not comfortable, but there always there the specific presence of something that did not require management and did not perform for his benefit and was simply, stubbornly, exactly what it was. He thought about a man who sat on stone floors and kept private things private and had, for days ago, said I'm sorry with nothing behind it but the truth. He thought about what it felt like to be seen. Not assessed, not used, not managed. Seen. I want to stay, he said. It came out simpler than he expected. I want to be in this court, in this situation with whatever this is. I want to see what it becomes when neither of us is managing it. He paused. I haven't wanted something like that in, he paused again, reaching for the honest version, a long time. Maybe ever. Idris was quiet for a moment. Then you know what the answer to Finn's posting is. Yes. Brennan looked at the documentation. I know what it is. I'm also aware that saying no to it means saying no to the function I've been in for 11 years. To the indispensable version. To the thing that's been sufficient. Has it been sufficient? The question sat there. No, Brennan said. It hasn't been. I've been telling myself it was. Idris nodded, slowly, with the specific quality of someone who has just witnessed a moment they have been adjacent to for years and are grateful to finally be present for. Good, he said. It doesn't feel good. No, Idris said. It feels like the beginning of something difficult. That's usually what good feels like before it settles. Brennan stood. He picked up the posting documentation and looked at it. The formal letterhead, the specific language of advancement and recognition, the cage dressed as an opportunity, and set it back on the corner of Idris's desk. Keep that for me, he said. I'm not ready to give it back yet, but I don't want to carry it. Idris took it without comment. Brennan walked out into the corridor. His hands were still slightly cold. The bond was warm in his chest, the continuous specific warmth of something that had been there long enough to know him. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum and felt it, and thought about what Finn had called compromise and what it actually was, and what Idris had said about the beginning of difficult things, and walked back toward the garrison wing with a wolf in him, very quiet and very awake. He had an answer. He wasn't ready to give it yet, but he knew what it was. Chapter 15. The Thing Idris Doesn't Say. He went back to Idris's quarters that night. Not immediately. He spent 3 hours in between doing the things the day required. The follow-up session with Thessaly, which ran as scheduled, and in which he reported on the bond signal with the accuracy he had committed to while not mentioning the antechamber, because the antechamber was not Thessaly's territory. He filed 2 pending documents from the War Council's provisional framework. He ate something in the garrison hall, because Idris had been right about the eating, and he was trying to be honest with himself about the things Idris was right about. By the time he knocked on Idris's door, it was past the 9th bell, and the corridor was quiet, and he had not edited the thing he needed to say into anything more presentable. Idris opened the door in his civilian clothes, off-duty in the specific way of a man who had been expecting either this conversation or sleep, and was prepared to be flexible about which came first. He looked at Brennan. He stood aside. Brennan came in. The room was what it always was. Maps on every surface, a lamp on the desk turned low, the particular lived-in quality of a space occupied by someone who was comfortable in it. He sat in the chair. He did not begin explaining the situation in his usual calibrated way, because the calibrated way was not what tonight was for. Tell me what you actually think, Brennan said. Not the version that keeps things easy. Tell me what you've been sitting on. Idris sat down across from him. He was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of someone who has been waiting for permission to say a difficult thing and is now organizing the difficult thing rather than deciding whether to say it. All of it, he asked. All of it, right? Idris looked at the desk for a moment. Then he looked at Brennan directly, with the honest attention Brennan valued in him, the attention that was genuinely present rather than performed. You have been disappearing yourself for as long as I've known you, he said. That's not new information. You know that I know that. What is new is that this morning, when you came in from Finn's office with your hands cold, and you set the posting documentation on my desk, that was the first time in 9 years you came to me without having already decided what you were going to do and who you were going to be about it. I said that earlier. I know. I'm saying it again because it bears saying again. You showed up raw. You showed up before the conversion process. And that was, he paused, and Brennan watched him look for the honest word. It was the most honest thing you've done in front of me in a long time, and I've been your friend for 9 years. What does that tell you? It tells me I've been doing the conversion with you too. Yes. Idris met his eyes. Because it's easier for both of us. You arrive with things already handled. I'll let you arrive that way. We go to dinner and talk about Lord Veston's territorial opinions, and it's pleasant and low stakes, and I go to sleep and don't have to sit with whether my oldest friend is all right. A pause. I've been doing this since I met you. I told you this morning that I let you do it because it was easier. I want to say that more precisely. I let you do it because I was afraid that pushing would change things. That if I said the difficult thing, I would lose the comfortable version. Brennan was quiet. I love the comfortable version, Idris said. I want to be clear about that. The version where you walk in and you're warm and competent and everything is handled. I love that version. I have relied on that version. I have, specifically and deliberately, not asked questions that would have made that version harder to maintain because I have benefited from a version that exists when you don't make me sit with the real thing. He looked at his hands for a moment, which means I have been, for 9 years, one of the people you were performing the steadiness for. And I knew it, and I let it go on. The room was quiet. Brennan sat with what had been said. He sat with it and did not immediately convert it into something more manageable, which was the new practice, the thing the bond had made necessary, letting things be what they were in the moment of being told. He felt the weight of 9 years of this pattern, laid out in the specific language of an honest man telling an honest thing about himself at cost. He also felt something that was not anger at Idris and not grief exactly, something between them. The specific tenderness of a wound being named. The particular ache of a friendship that had always been good and true in its way, that had simply been slightly less than its full self for reasons both of them had maintained. You're right, Brennan said. I know, and I don't hold it against you. I know that too, Idris said, which is part of the problem, honestly. You forgive things so fast it doesn't leave anyone room to actually feel the weight of having done them. He paused. I'm asking you not to do that right now. I'm asking you to let me sit with having been a coward about this for 9 years. You don't have to forgive it yet. Brennan looked at him. He thought about the bond and what Thessaly had said about the bond responding to truth rather than management, and about Luc's non-apology on the Garrison Road and the 4 days of sitting with what it meant that he had not dissolved it immediately. He was learning, slowly and against considerable habit, that not dissolving a thing was not the same as holding it against someone. All right, he said. I'll let you sit with it. Idris exhaled, not with relief, exactly, with the specific quality of someone who has been holding something and has been permitted to put it down. Tell me the rest, he said. The antechamber. What he said. So Brennan told him. Not the managed version, not the summary, but the thing itself. Luc's voice saying I had a mentor and what had followed from it. The specific quality of a man sharing a wound without dressing it. The way the room had gone quiet, and how neither of them had moved toward the door. He told Idris what he had said in return. The late manifestation, the 2 years of exclusion, the role that had calcified before he'd had a chance to decide whether he wanted it. He told him about the hunger the bond had been transmitting for 3.5 weeks, and about hearing it named as patient rather than desperate, and what it had meant to have someone say that. He told Idris about the apology. Not the version that made it tidy or dramatic or resolved, but the flat, honest version. 2 words said without transaction, in a small room, by a man who had been building toward them for 9 years, and landing the way something lands when it was real. Idris listened. He did it well, not filling the silences, not redirecting when something was uncomfortable, just holding the space for what was being said. It was one of his best qualities, and Brennan recognized it with the particular recognition of someone who had been relying on it for 9 years and had not, until recently, understood how much it cost to provide. When Brennan finished, Idris was quiet for a moment. He looked at the low lamp and the maps and the middle distance. You're in love with him, he said. Brennan did not immediately respond. Not because of the bond, Idris said. I mean, the bond is there, and it's doing whatever it does. But what you just described is not a man managing a biological event. What you just described is someone paying attention to a person. I'm aware of the distinction, Brennan said carefully. Are you? Because you just spent 20 minutes telling me about a man's specific history and what it cost him and what it looks like when his expression comes down, and you told me all of it with the specific quality you have when something actually matters to you, the full attention, the real version, not the functional version. Idris met his eyes. The last time you talked about anything that way was your great-uncle's cartography book. When you were 20, Brennan looked at the lamp. He thought about the book with its spine turned to the wall, the thing that was only his because he had not found anyone worth showing it to. He thought about a man who kept the Lower East rooms private for years and had said, "I wanted it to be something we both had with a specific quality that was not performance and not transaction." "Yes," he said, "I think you're right. How do you feel about that?" "Terrified," Brennan said, with the kind of precision that came from having been honest for long enough that the shortcuts were no longer available. "And it feels like something I should protect. Not from him. From a version of me that will convert it into a function before it has a chance to be anything else." Idris nodded slowly. "The posting," he said. "The posting is the function solution to the problem," Brennan said. "It resolves the political complication. It makes Finn happy. It keeps me useful and indispensable and in my correct location in the structure. It is from every professional angle the right thing to do." He paused, which is exactly what Finn said. What does the non-professional angle say? Brennan thought about Finn's voice saying the appearance of personal involvement. He thought about the word appearance, the way it had sat in the room, and the specific quality of a professional frame that did not have language for the thing it was asking him to let go of. Finn was not unkind. Finn was not wrong about the politics. Finn simply did not have a category for the idea that Brennan might have a non-professional angle worth consulting. "The non-professional angle," Brennan said, "says that I'm 29 years old and I have been running on the hollow fuel of being needed for as long as I can remember. And I have just, for the first time in possibly my entire adult life, encountered something that wants nothing from me. Not my function, not my steadiness, not my particular skill at managing rooms." He paused. "The bond doesn't want anything from me. It just is. It knows me. And Luc, what Luc wants from me, or is starting to want, is not the function. He specifically sees through the function. He finds the function insufficient. And that is, he stopped." "What?" Idris said. "The most anyone has wanted from me in years," Brennan said. "Someone seeing through the performance and wanting what's underneath it, even when what's underneath it is less manageable. Even when it's angry. Even when it doesn't know what it wants." Idris was quiet for a long moment. "Brennan," he said finally. He said it in the register of a man who is about to say something he has been not saying for years, and who has decided that not saying it is the specific cowardice he was just acknowledging, and he is not going to do it again. "You have been the best version of useful for as long as I've known you, and the worst version of present. You are in every room, and you are the reason the room works, and you are not. You are not all the way there. There's always a layer of you that's watching the room and managing it, and that layer is always between you and actually being in it." He paused. "And I have loved you for 9 years, and I have not said that, because saying it meant asking you to change something that I also relied on, and that is," he stopped himself. "That is not a thing I'm proud of." "No," Brennan said gently, "but it's honest. It is. And the honest version also says, Luc Varentis is the first person I have seen pull you into a room fully. Not because the room required it, because the person in the room did." He looked at Brennan steadily. "That's not nothing." Brennan pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. The warmth was there, consistent and specific, the bond running its continuous work. Somewhere in the court, Luc was wherever Luc was at this hour, doing whatever Luc did when he was not assembling himself for a room. "I'm going to turn down the posting," Brennan said. "I know, and I'm going to have to talk to Finn about it in a way that doesn't end my career." "Also, yes." Idris winced slightly. "That part is going to be interesting. He's going to interpret it as poor professional judgment driven by the bond's influence." "Can you argue it isn't?" Brennan thought about this. He thought about what the argument was, if it was not the bond, the 11 years of function, the work, the genuine professional concern about a posting structure that had been designed around his compliance rather than his development. He thought about what he could say that was true and defensible and did not require him to perform certainty he didn't have. "I can argue," he said, "that the professional concern about my perceived neutrality exists regardless of my posting location, and that the War Council's resolution depends on the sessions already in progress rather than my absence from the capital. That the managed distance protocol for bonded parties at distance introduces instability rather than resolving it. That the posting timeline interferes with the court's own bond management requirements. He paused, all of which is technically accurate. And the real reason? The real reason is that I'm not going to let the function make this decision, Brennan said. The function has been making every decision for 11 years. I'm trying to find out what's underneath it, and I can't do that from the Eastern Garrison. Idris looked at him. He had the look of someone who has just watched something happen that they have been waiting for without knowing they were waiting. He looked, Brennan thought, like a man who was going to cry slightly when Brennan left, and who had already decided he was not going to do in front of him. Good, Idris said. That's good. They sat together for a while after that, in a way they had been sitting together for 9 years, but with something shifted between them, a layer removed. Idris talked, and Brennan listened, and the lamp burned low, and at some point the conversation found its way back to the ordinary things, the territorial follow-up, the dispatches from the Eastern Corridor, the specific and ongoing saga of Lord Veston's opinions. And it was warm and familiar, and also, quietly, more than it had been before. When Brennan left, Idris said, "Tell him about the book." Brennan paused at the door. "What?" "The cartography book. Your gray tunkles." The one with the spine turned to the wall. Idris met his eyes. "At some point. Tell him about it. People who keep private things private recognize each other. It's the kind of thing that matters." Brennan looked at him for a moment. "Maybe," he said. "That's a yes," Idris said. "You don't maybe things that aren't real possibilities." Brennan walked out. The corridor was quiet, the garrison wing going still at this hour, and the bond was warm in his chest, and his hands were warm again, and the particular clarity of someone who has put down a weight they did not know they were carrying until it was gone. He walked back to his quarters. He did not press 2 fingers to his sternum when he arrived. He sat at the window and looked at the place where the mountains were, invisible in the dark, and let himself want the thing he wanted. It was a small thing, in its way. Wanting. It did not feel small. It let be large. Chapter 16. The war moves closer. The dispatch arrived at the 3rd bell. Luc was awake when it came, which was not unusual. He slept in the way of someone who had trained himself to require less sleep than his body would otherwise ask for. Efficiently, in windows, with the specific economy of a man who found the unmanaged hours of the night both necessary and difficult to trust. He had been at the window when the runner arrived, not looking at anything, just present with the dark and the quiet and the bond's warmth in his chest, which had become, over 4 weeks, something he thought of as a continuous companion rather than an intrusion. He read the dispatch once, then again. The Varentis border post at Caldfen had been attacked. Not by the Cashin vassal houses, not by the Alden contingent, not by anyone involved in the current territorial dispute. A third faction, using the dispute as operational cover, had moved against the post with the specific efficiency of people who had been waiting for the current political instability to produce the window they needed. 2 sentinels assigned to the post were injured. The post was intact, but compromised. The faction had withdrawn before the garrison response arrived. Luc set the dispatch on the desk and sat very still for a moment. Caldfen. He knew every post in the Varentis southern boundary with the specific precision of someone who had grown up understanding that knowledge of your own territory was not optional, that geography was politics and politics was survival. Caldfen was not the largest post, not the most strategically significant in isolation, but its location was precise. It sat at the junction of 3 territorial definitions, the exact point where the Cashin corridor met the Varentis southern edge and the Alden eastern extension converged. It was not a random target. Someone had chosen it carefully, the way careful people chose things. He spent the next 10 minutes thinking about what that meant. Not the immediate political response. That would require consultation, and he would have it properly in the morning, but the architecture of it. The third faction had waited. They had been patient in the specific way of people who understood that the right moment was worth more than any number of wrong ones. They had moved when the existing dispute was consuming the court's attention and the primary stakeholders were in sustained negotiation, when the response would be delayed and the interpretation would be confused by existing political noise. Patient, the bond had transmitted for 4 weeks. The word Thessaly had used for what Luc received from Brennan's end. He was not going to examine what it meant that the quality of the attack and the quality of the bond's transmission had just assembled themselves into the same word in his mind. He was a little bit going to examine it. He set the thought aside and went to work. By morning, he had drafted the Varentis household's preliminary position on the incident, identified the 3 most likely candidates for the third faction based on the border's recent movement patterns, and sent a communication to the War Council's chair requesting an emergency session. He had also slept for 2 hours, which was enough, and he was assembled by the time Sarah found him at the desk at the 6th bell. She looked at the dispatch, then at the documents around him, then at the second cup of tea that had gone cold. When did you get this? 3rd bell. And you've been, she gestured at the organized disaster of the desk. Working, he said. Right. She sat on the window seat. Is it bad? It's strategic, he said, which is worse than bad. Bad things resolve. Strategic things are the opening of something longer. What do you need? The emergency session will be called this morning. The Crown will want to respond quickly and visibly. The Varentis position needs to be ready to present without being read as an escalation, because if it reads as an escalation, the Cashin vassals will use it to reframe their own position in the dispute. He paused. I need to brief our household's advocate before the session, and I need to be in the room when the Crown's neutral representative receives the security assessment, because the assessment is going to shape the response framework, and the response framework is going to determine whether this incident is contained or whether it opens the second phase. Sarah looked at him. He could feel the specific quality of her attention that meant she was holding a question about something that was not the political situation. He knew what the question was. He let sit. The Crown's neutral representative, she said, carefully. Brennan will be assigned, Luc said. Finn will put him on the response team. It's the logical move. He's already the Council's designated neutral party. He has the territorial background from the preceding sessions, and he's the most effective operator the garrison has for exactly this kind of multi-stakeholder situation. And you're fine with that. I'm aware of it, Luc said, which was the truthful version of fine. Sarah looked at him for another moment. Then she picked up her notebook. Tell me what you need for the session brief. He told her. They worked for 2 hours, the specific efficiency of 2 people who had been doing this long enough to move fast and not step on each other. And by the time the emergency session was called, they had everything they needed, and Sarah had also, without commentary, replaced the cold tea with something warm. The session was held in the War Council's hall. Magistrate Aldis at the head. All primary stakeholders present. The Crown Security Assessor delivered the initial report, which was accurate and appropriately alarming, and the room did what rooms did when they receive information that required response. It reorganized itself around the information, each delegation calculating the impact on their position, the political geometry shifting in real time. Brennan was at the neutral representative seat. He had arrived early, as he always arrived early. He had the dispatch and the security assessment summary in front of him, and the specific quality of attention he brought to complex rooms, the broad focus listening that meant he was tracking everyone simultaneously rather than following the loudest voice. He looked up when Luc entered. Their eyes met for a moment, the brief, professional acknowledgement of 2 people who had, over 4 weeks, developed a significant amount of unspoken language. Brennan's expression said, I've read the assessment. Luc said, so have I. And below both of those, something that was not professional. The brief, warm recognition of the bond, the specific quality of 2 people who had spent 4 weeks developing a continuous background awareness of each other and had not yet found a way to pretend they hadn't. Luc sat. He presented the Varentis position with the precision the situation required. The session ran 4 hours. At the end of it, Magistrate Aldis announced the Crown's immediate response framework, which included, as Luc had anticipated, the assignment of the court's neutral representative to the Varentis border response team for the initial 3-day assessment period. The assignment was framed as standard protocol for a multi-stakeholder incident with existing neutral party infrastructure. Brennan accepted the assignment with the professional ease of someone for whom this was routine. He did not look at Luc when the assignment was announced. Luc did not look at him. They both looked at Magistrate Aldis. The session closed. The room began its dispersal. Sarah appeared at Luc's elbow. 3 days, she said, very quietly. 3 days, he agreed. You know what that means. It means Finn's response team and the Varentis household's operational space will overlap for 72 hours, Luc said. It is a professional arrangement, and it is being managed professionally. Sarah looked at him. I'm aware, he said, that it is also going to be 3 days of sustained proximity in a crisis context, which is a different kind of proximity than the joint sessions. Very different, Sarah said. I am aware, Luc said again, with the quality of someone who has already done the assessment and does not need the assessment narrated to him. I'll see you after. The first day of the response was operational. The border response team assembled at the Neutral Hall's eastern annex, the maps laid out, the security assessment being worked through in a systematic way of people who needed to understand the full picture before deciding how to respond to any part of it. Brennan was part of the Crown's team, and Luc was part of the Varentis team, and there were 7 other people in the room, which meant the overlap was professional and contained. Luc watched Brennan work. He had cataloged Brennan in many contexts over 4 weeks. In Thessaly's office, in the war council sessions, in the Garrison Road Dark, in the small antechamber with the unused decanter. He had built a revised file from all of those. But this was a different context, and it produced different data. A crisis room was not a mediation room. The specific pressure of a security incident with an active ongoing threat changed the quality of every person in the space, stripped away the social surfaces, and left the functional cores visible. Luc had always trusted this. It was why he had, in his professional life, come to believe that the way people handled genuine pressure was the most reliable thing you could know about them. Brennan, under pressure, was not the same as Brennan in a managed context. The managed Brennan was warm and easy and positioned slightly to the side of the center of the room. The crisis Brennan was not at the side. He was in the room, fully, in a way that Luc had not seen before. He rolled up his sleeves at some point in the second hour without appearing to notice he had done it, the specific unself-consciousness of a man who had stopped managing his presentation because the situation had required his full attention and the presentation was not relevant to the work. He sat at the table with his broad shoulders forward and his hands on the map, and he was present, actually completely, without reserve present. When he spoke, it was not the measured mediator's cadence of the council sessions. He spoke faster, precisely, but with the quality of someone who had dropped 2 layers of professional spacing and was speaking directly to the thing being addressed. When he disagreed with the Crown's assessor's interpretation of the faction's movement pattern, and he did, once, cleanly, in a way that was not combative but was completely direct, his voice had the quality of someone who had stopped calculating what it would cost to be right. He was right. The assessor revised. Luc filed this. He filed all of it. The second day was worse, in the way that second days of crises were always worse. The initial adrenaline of the first response had passed, and what remained was the sustained operational grind of people working through a problem that was not going to resolve quickly. By the second afternoon, half the team had been awake for longer than was ideal, and the room had the specific quality of exhausted people trying to be careful. Brennan was one of 3 people in the room who looked as if they had not lost a step. The other 2 were Luc and the Crown's lead assessor, a gray-haired woman named Velen who had apparently decided that sleep was optional when there was work to be done, and who Luc respected for exactly this. At some point in the late afternoon, the room took a break. People found food, found air, found the corridor outside, and the specific relief of being out of a concentrated workspace for 20 minutes. Luc stayed at the table. Brennan stayed at the table. They were the last 2. Velen had gone to dispatch a runner and had not come back yet. The pattern from the first position, Brennan said to the map. Yes, Luc said. If they were watching the boundary for months before acting, they had observers in the territory. The watchers would have been using existing cover, not new infrastructure, something that was already there. Brennan traced the map with one finger. The old survey post at the Varen Ridge. It hasn't been active for a generation, but the structure still stands. If I were establishing observation of the Caldfen post with existing cover, I had the same thought, Luc said. This morning, he pulled the survey records he'd brought from the household's archives. Here, He placed the records alongside the map. The ridge post sightline covers the Caldfin approach for approximately 2 miles in both directions. If you're watching the boundary, this is where you'd watch from. Brennan looked at the records. He looked at the map. He looked at the records again with the specific focused attention of someone doing genuine work, not managing a room. We should put it in the assessment. I've drafted a supplemental note, Luc said. Brennan looked at him. May I see it? Luc handed it across. Brennan read it. His face had the quality it had in the crisis room, rather than the council room. The present, unself-conscious quality, the warmth of genuine engagement rather than professional warmth. This is better than what I was going to write, he said. The household's archive has better cartographic records than the Crown's standard survey set. The boundary documentation is more granular. Luc paused. If you want to attach it to the Crown's assessment under joint authorship, I have no objection. Brennan looked at him for a moment. Why, he said. It was a simple question and not a simple question. The bond transmitted something from Brennan's end that was the broad shape of genuine curiosity, not suspicion, not political calculation, just the actual question. Because the assessment will be more accurate if it includes it, Luc said, and because the Crown's team will weight a document with a neutral representative's name on it more heavily than a household submission, which means the most accurate information will reach the people who need to act on it. He paused. The Varentis household's interest is in a good outcome for the border. A good outcome is more likely with better information in the hands of the response planners. That's the political reason, Brennan said. Yes. What's the other reason? Luc was quiet for a moment. Outside the room, footsteps on the corridor flagstones told him Veln was coming back. He had perhaps 20 seconds before the room filled again. He looked at Brennan with the direct look, the one that existed below the professional surface, the one he had been learning to use rather than managing away. You saw the ridge connection, he said. Before I showed you the survey records, you had arrived at the same place I had. We're working the same problem from the same angle. A slight pause. I find I want to work it together rather than in parallel. Brennan held his gaze for a moment. The bond was warm, specifically warm, in a way it was when something true had passed between them, when neither of them was performing for the room or managing toward an outcome. All right, Brennan said. Veln came back in with 3 others, and the table reorganized itself around the returning team, and the moment passed into the operational flow of the crisis response. But Brennan put the supplemental note next to his own documents rather than returning it. And that evening his name appeared alongside Luc's in the assessment supplemental section, and Veln accepted it without comment, because the argument it made was correct, and she was not the kind of person who cared whose name was on correct arguments. The third day resolved the immediate question. The ridge post had been used, the evidence confirmed the assessment, and the Crown's response framework was adjusted accordingly. The border response team began the process of closing out its work. Late in the third afternoon, with most of the team already dispersing to their respective reports, Luc was at the table consolidating the Varentis household's documents, and Brennan was at the window with his sleeves still rolled up and his jacket on the chair behind him, looking at nothing in particular. The bond transmitted something that Luc had been receiving at varying intensity for 3 days of sustained proximity. Something he had been cataloging with the thoroughness he brought to things that required understanding, and that he had assembled, by the end of the third day, into a description he was fairly certain was accurate. Brennan, without the context of a room to manage or a role to perform, was someone who was entirely there. Not warm in the perform sense, not steady in the maintain sense. Simply present with the full weight of his attention in whatever he was doing. In the crisis room, the work had been his object. In the joint sessions, the truth had been his object. On the Garrison Road, the conversation had been his object. When he was doing those things, the hunger that ran through his bond transmission quieted. Not because it resolved, it was too structural for that, but because the attention that was usually directed inward, the patient ongoing awareness of an absence, was directed outward instead, toward the work, toward the conversation, toward whatever was actually in front of him, toward Luc in the antechamber, when the conversation had been real. Luc stood with this information for a moment. He stood at the table with his documents and the quiet crisis room and Brennan at the window and the bond between them. And he did something he had been doing with increasing frequency over 4 weeks. He set down the inventory and just let himself know what he knew. He wanted to be what was in front of Brennan, not as a function, not as the bond's object, as the thing the attention went toward when the performance was set aside, and what was underneath it was allowed to choose. He wanted to be chosen, not fated, chosen. He recognized the thing the bond had been showing him for 4 weeks. Not the bond's pull, not fate or cosmic arrangement. The specific direction of someone's real, unmanaged attention. And what he was receiving for Brennan's end was not the bond speaking. It was Brennan, underneath everything the bond said about him, choosing where to look, looking at Luc. He set the last document in the folder and closed it. The assessment will be filed by morning, he said. Brennan turned from the window. He looked at Luc with the direct quality he had in the crisis room. The present look, the unself-conscious one. Yes, the household's position is secure. The Crown has the supplemental on record. Yes. Then we're done here, Luc said. Brennan looked at him for a moment. The bond was warm and specific between them, and the late afternoon light was doing what it did at this hour. The amber moving through the high windows of the neutral hall and making the room look, briefly, like everything in it had been there for a long time and was not going anywhere. Something moved in Brennan's expression. Something under the surface, the quality of a man who has been present for 3 days in an honest context and is feeling the weight of being about to go back to the managed one. Come find me, Brennan said, if you want to walk the road tonight. He said it simply, without dressing it up or converting it into a different kind of offer. Just the plain form of it, a thing extended, an invitation with no management wrapped around it. Luc stood with the closed folder and the late light and the bond's warmth and looked at Brennan saying the plain thing. Not performing anything, not calculating anything, just asking. All right, he said. He was aware, as he said it, that something had loosened in his chest that had been tight since the antechamber. Not the bond. The bond was always warm. Something else. The specific tightness of someone who has been trying to decide whether to want a thing and has just been given permission by the wanting itself to stop deciding. He was going to have to tell Sarah she was right about everything. He was going to do that later. For now, he finished the documents and let himself, quietly, without inventory and without analysis, look forward to the road. Chapter 17, What the Bond Asks. They walked the Garrison Road that night, and it was different from the first time. The first time had been the dark and the elder trees and the charged specific tension of 2 people who had been in proximity for 11 days and had not yet decided what to do with the proximity. The first time, Luc had come around the bend in the path, and they had both stopped, and the whole night had been the careful, combustive negotiation of 2 people who were not yet ready to stop performing and could feel the performance failing anyway. This time Luc was already there when Brennan came out of the annex, standing at the start of the road with his coat and his leather collar and his hands at his sides, not performing anything, not arriving with the studied timing of someone making a statement. Just there, waiting. You came, Brennan said. I said I would, Luc said. They fell in a step. The night was cold in the particular way of late autumn. Not the soft cold of early season, but the specific, mineral cold of stone and bare branches and air that had stopped pretending. The elder trees at the far stretch of the loop had lost most of their gold. What remained hung in scattered clusters, pale in the starlight, the last of the season making its quiet, stubborn argument for staying. They had been in the same rooms for 3 days. They had worked the same problem from the same angle and eaten hurried meals at the same table and been present for each other's exhaustion in the unguarded way of people who were too tired to maintain the professional distance required by daylight. 3 days of that had produced a quality of familiarity that was different from the joint sessions and different from the deliberate exchanges on the Garrison Road before. Something more ordinary, something that had the specific warmth of daily proximity made real. The Ridge post-confirmation, Luc said, yes, Velen will have the adjustment filed by morning. The faction won't move again immediately. The response was faster than they anticipated. Luc was quiet for a moment. 3 to 4 weeks before the next window, if their pattern holds, which gives us time to address the gap in the southern boundary watch. Yes. A pause. I'll recommend the Varentis household install observers at the two adjacent positions. Quietly, without making it a political announcement. That's the right call. Brennan looked at the path ahead. Will your household push back? My household will follow my recommendation. They're not comfortable with the situation, but they trust my read of it. A slight pause. They're also not comfortable with the bond situation, but they're making their peace with it. Brennan thought about this. Luc's household was not something they had talked about directly. The Varentis name, the political weight of it, the specific complications that a wolf-blood sentinel bonded to a Varentis noble created for everyone in every relevant direction. Have they said anything formally? My aunt sent a letter, something in Luc's voice that was not quite amusement. She expressed concern about the timing. She also expressed confidence in my judgment, which means she has looked at the situation from every angle and concluded that objecting would be both fruitless and counterproductive. He paused. She's very perceptive. Where do you think she got that? Luc was quiet for a second and then said, with the quality Brennan had come to identify as his dry register, I'm choosing not to answer that. Brennan's laugh came out before he could manage it. The real one, slightly too loud, the one that had gotten loose before he caught it. He heard Luc beside him do the thing he did when something had caught him off guard. The breath that was not quite a sound, the fraction of a second before the controlled surface reassembled. That, Luc said, in the specific careful voice of a man choosing not to say the thing he was thinking, is a reaction I was not expecting. Which part? The laugh. I have a laugh. You have the other laugh, Luc said. The one that doesn't wait for permission. Brennan looked at the path. He was aware of the warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the bond and everything to do with the specific quality of standing next to someone who noticed things and did not pretend they had not noticed them. 3 days of crisis work had stripped away several layers of the professional distance he had learned to maintain, and the walk was stripping away what remained, and he was finding, to his own moderate surprise, that he did not want to put any of it back. The posting, he said. Luc was quiet. I turned it down. A pause. Not the pause of surprise. Brennan was fairly certain Luc had expected this, or something like it, from the moment Finn's intentions became legible. The pause of a man sitting with information he did not want to respond incorrectly. When Luc said, yesterday, before the third-day session, I gave Finn my answer in the morning. How did he take it? Badly, Brennan said, without particular drama. Not angrily. He doesn't do anger that way. He thought about Finn's face when the answer came, the specific quality of a man receiving information that did not fit his model of the person he thought he knew, disappointed, and concerned. He's going to manage the concern by watching more carefully and finding another way to frame the posting eventually. He paused. I told him the protocol argument, the instability risk of managed distance, the War Council's continuity requirements, all of which is true. All of which is true. A pause. It's not all of the reason. Luc was quiet beside him. I told him I wasn't going to make the decision the function would make, Brennan said. He said it simply, without dressing it up, the way he had been trying to say things since the bond had made the dressed-up version too expensive. That the function had been making the decisions for 11 years, and I was trying to understand what was underneath it. He didn't have language for that argument. No, Luc said. He wouldn't. Another pause, and this one had a quality to it that was not analysis. Something else. You told me once that you wanted to matter, that you wanted to be a person someone did something to, rather than a function someone deployed. Yes. Turning down that posting, Luc said, slowly, was the first time you've done something that cost you something real, something that has a professional price, not just the personal cost of the antechamber or the garrison road. Actual, institutional cost. He paused. I want you to know that I'm aware of that. Brennan looked at him sideways. Luc was facing the path, his profile clear in the low light, the precise set of features that had been hostile and then professional, and then, over 5 weeks, something that was neither. I know you're aware of it, Brennan said. That's why I'm telling you. They walked the rest of the far loop in a silence that was not empty. The cold deepened slightly as they moved through the elder tree section, the stripped branches making a different sound in the wind, and Brennan was aware of the bond's warmth in his chest and Luc's specific presence 3 feet to his left, and the particular quality of an evening that had started as a professional continuation and had become something else entirely. In the way things sometimes became other things when neither party was performing hard enough to prevent it. They came back around the near loop, the garrison hall visible ahead, the lights in the upper windows warm against the dark. Luc stopped walking. Brennan stopped. They were at the place where the path straightened before the garrison entrance. The same place they had stood on the first Garrison Road night, when Luc had turned and said Thursday, and Brennan had watched the unguarded second on his face. Brennan remembered it with the specific precision of someone who had filed it carefully. The frightened and present look, the face of someone choosing to stand in something rather than retreat from it. Luc was looking at him now with a version of that look. Not quite the same. 5 weeks had done something to the specific quality of the frightened part. It was still there, but underneath it was something that had settled, something that had decided. The look of a man who has been afraid of a thing for a long time and has made a considered decision to be afraid of it right here, in the open, where it can be seen. I would like, Luc said, to come inside. He said it in the precise declarative manner. He said things that mattered to him. Not a request designed to be refused. A thing stated with full knowledge of what it was. Brennan held his gaze. The bond was warm in his chest, and his hands were warm, and the wolf in him had gone to the specific kind of still that it went to when something that had been patient for a long time was about to stop being ahead of it and become present. Not alarm. The opposite of alarm. The stillness of arrival. Yes, Brennan said. His quarters were on the 3rd floor of the garrison wing, and he had climbed those stairs several thousand times in 11 years, and he could not recall a single time the stairs had felt like what they felt like now. The specific weight of each step deliberate, the cold stone and the lamp at the landing, and the sound of Luc's footsteps behind him, unhurried, precise, the sound of someone who had decided where he was going. The room was what it always was. Functional, orderly. The window with the mountain view, invisible at this hour, but present in the known way. The shelf with the book whose spine faced the wall. The lamp Brennan lit on the desk, the flame catching and steadying, the room becoming itself in the low light. Luc came in and stood at the center of the room and looked at it, not assessing it the way he assessed professional spaces, something quieter than that. The way you looked at a space when you were trying to understand the person who lived in it. His eyes went to the shelf. The book with its spine turned away. A title you don't want read, he said. Something I don't share easily, Brennan said. Luc looked at the book for a moment. Then he looked at Brennan. Tell me about it, he said, and his voice had the quality it had when he was asking a genuine question rather than gathering information. When he actually wanted to know, Brennan sat on the edge of the desk, which was not the posture of a man performing anything, and said, "It was my great uncle's. He was a cartographer. He annotated all his surveys, and when he died, he left this one to me specifically because he said I would want to know where things are." He paused. It's territorial surveys from 3 generations back. Not particularly remarkable from a scholarly perspective, but the marginalia, his handwriting, his observations, he stopped. They're the most personal thing anyone has ever given me. The dedication says, for Brennan, who'll want to know where things are. He had told Idris to tell him about the book, Brennan thought. And here was the book. And here was the room, and the window, and Luc Varentis standing in the center of both with his coat off, and his hair slightly undone from the walk, and his dark eyes doing the thing they did when he was actually present rather than professionally attending. "May I see it?" Luc said. Brennan took the book from a shelf. He handed it across with the specific feeling of handing someone the object of care, not anxious, exactly, but precise about it. Luc took it with both hands. He turned it carefully, opened it to the inside cover, read the inscription. He was quiet for a long moment. "For Brennan, who'll want to know where things are," he said. He closed the book. He held it for a moment. "He knew you." He was the only one who did for a long time. Luc looked at him. The book was still in his hands, and the lamp was doing its specific work on the angles of his face, and the room was very small and very quiet, and the bond between them was warm in the way it was when neither of them was managing anything, the specific warmth of something that had stopped having to negotiate with the surface. I keep the leather cord, Luc said. Over the scar. He turned his left wrist, the ritual marking visible in the lamp's light. People assume it's decorative. It's not. I keep the scar visible because I chose to, at 21, when the court was uncomfortable with it. The cord is there because when I need to remember what I chose and why, I can feel it under the cord without having to look. He paused. I've never told anyone that. Brennan looked at the wrist. The cord, the scar beneath it. He thought about things kept private because they were the real thing, the thing underneath the performance, and about two men standing in a garrison room at the end of a long 3 days with the whole architecture of the professional world outside the door and the specific quality of being the only ones in this room. He stood up from the desk. He was not performing the distance of careful management. He was not converting anything. He crossed the small space and took Luc's left wrist in his hands, both hands warm, the wolf's warmth that had always run in him, and turned it so the cord and the scar caught the light, and looked at the marking Luc had chosen and kept and carried for 8 years. Luc was very still. Brennan ran his thumb along the edge of the cord, not pressing, just present. The scar was smooth and deliberate beneath it, and Luc's pulse was there, steady and real, and the bond was warm in his chest, and the room was small, and the night was outside, and neither of them was anywhere else. He looked up. Luc was looking at him with the unguarded second, the floor under the armor, the face that existed below every deliberate surface. It lasted longer than a second this time. It was not going to be replaced. The architecture had come down entirely, and what was underneath was a man of 26 who had been building shell for his feelings since he was 17 and had just, quietly and without drama, decided to stop. "Tell me what you want," Brennan said, not performing steadiness, just asking. Luc reached across the small remaining space with his free hand and put it against Brennan's jaw. Not gently. Luc did not do things gently, but with the precision of someone who knew exactly what they were choosing and had decided to choose it completely. His fingers were cool from the night air, and his palm was warm, and the specific quality of the touch was, "I know what I'm doing, and I am choosing to do it." This, Luc said. The first kiss was not soft. It was not the exploratory, careful kind that announced itself as a question. It was the kind that said, "I've been thinking about this, and I have decided, and I am here." Luc kissed the way he did everything, with precision and intention and no wasted motion, and Brennan had been touch-starved in the specific, deep way of someone whose hunger had been structural rather than situational, and the contact of it went through him the way warmth went through cold stone, slowly at first, and then all at once. He brought his hands up, one still holding Luc's wrist, the other going to the back of Luc's neck where his hair was cut close at the sides, and he kissed him back with the full weight of 5 weeks and 5 years and 29 years of being the person who absorbed things rather than took them. Luc made a sound against his mouth that was very small and not controlled at all. They found the bed the way people found beds in small rooms, by the simple geometry of where there was space and what there was to do with it. Luc's coat was already off from the walk. Brennan's gray jacket went to the floor with the lack of ceremony of someone who had stopped caring about the Sentinel's gray as an identity and not yet known that was happening. The lamp stayed lit because neither of them stopped to think about the lamp, and because the specific quality of low warm light on a person you've been looking at for weeks and are now allowed to look at differently is not a quality you extinguish if you are paying attention. Luc was meticulous even here. There was a version of meticulous that was cold, that was about control rather than presence, and this was not that version. This was the meticulousness of someone who had decided to pay complete attention to the thing they were doing and was not going to be careless with something they had fought for the right to want. He was unhurried in a way that made it clear the unhurriedness was a choice. He kept his eyes open. He said things, not many, not the perform kind, but the specific and declarative kind he used when something mattered to him, the kind that had the quality of record rather than address. Brennan, for his part, stopped managing. He had been managing his physical self for as long as he had been managing everything else. The wolf's warmth kept in, the hunger kept in its location, the specific quality of a body that had been performing competence for so long that the performance had become the body's default mode. He let that go. He let the warmth be warm, and the wanting be wanting, and the wolf in him be present rather than contained. He let himself be large in the room, which was something he had never done, and the room held it, and Luc held it with the specific quality of someone who is not asking you to be smaller. What happened between them was real. They both knew it. The bond was there, yes, always there, the continuous warm work of it, but the bond was not what was real about it. What was real about it was the choosing. Two people who had been in proximity for 5 weeks, who had accumulated enough honest weight between them to know the difference between what the bond asked and what they were choosing, and who were choosing anyway, with full knowledge of the cost and the complication and the 5 years and the 5 weeks, and everything that still needed addressing. The bond had never asked for this. The people had. Afterward, they were quiet. The lamp was still burning. Outside the window, the mountains were where they always were, invisible in the dark, but present in the known way. Brennan was warm from the inside out, the wolf's warmth at full presence, and Luc was beside him on the narrow garrison bed with the specific quality of a man who had set down the weight of his own armor and was finding out what his body felt like without it. His breathing had settled. His left hand was loose between them, the cord and the scar resting against the bedding. Brennan looked at the ceiling. The bond was warm in his chest. Luc's warmth was at his side, present and specific, not the background signal of weeks of proximity, but the immediate, particular reality of a person who was here in this room and had chosen to be here. That was the thing. Brennan looked at the ceiling and let the thought arrive. He could not tell, in this moment, whether what was in this room was the bond or Luc. Whether Luc was here because of the continuous pull of 5 weeks of forced proximity and a mating bond that had been weaving itself through both of them for a month, or whether Luc was here because he had decided to be here. They felt the same from Brennan's side of it. They felt the same because the bond ran through everything now, warm and distributed and present in every room, and he had no way to separate what he felt from what the bond told him he felt. And he had no way to separate what Luc felt from what the bond was generating in Luc, and the specific clarity of that uncertainty arrived now, in the quiet after like cold water. He wanted to be chosen. He had said it to himself in the elder tree tunnel not yet arrived, to Idris in the garrison room, to the mountain view that didn't answer. He wanted to be chosen deliberately by someone who didn't have to, not fated, not pulled by biology, not managed into proximity by a mating bond that had manifested in a war council chamber without asking anyone's permission. Chosen. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. The bond was there. Luc was there. Both warm. Both present. He could not tell the difference. The thought settled in him, cold and clear and not going away. He needed to be able to tell the difference. He needed to know. Not because what had happened tonight was not real, it was real, it had been real, he was still warm from the realness of it, but because he had spent his whole life not knowing the difference between what he felt and what he was performing for someone else's benefit, and this was the one thing in the world he could not afford to not know. He lay awake while Luc's breathing slowed beside him, warm and present and entirely there. The bond hummed in his chest like a second heartbeat. He could not, from the inside, tell where the bond ended and the choosing began. He needed to find out. Chapter 18. The option nobody mentions. Thessaly sent for him on a Thursday, which was the day of their joint sessions, and the note said after rather than at the usual hour, which meant it was not the session and was something else. Brennan arrived at her office at the time specified and sat in the chair across from her cluttered desk and put his hands on his knees and looked at her with the professional attention of someone who had been in this office enough times to know that when Thessaly's expression had the specific quality it currently had, not unkind, careful, the look of someone who had decided to say something correctly and was organizing the correct order of it. The thing she was going to say was important. Outside the window, the Ashveil Mountains were doing what they always did at dusk, bleeding amber into the low-lying cloud, the kind of light that made the peaks look like something wounded and beautiful. He had always loved this view. He had never told anyone that. He thought about telling someone, and then the thought passed, and he waited for Thessaly to speak. "There is a severance ritual," she said. She said it the way she said most things that mattered, without preamble, without softening, with the specific precision of a woman who had decided that the most respectful form of delivering difficult information was to deliver it completely. I want you to know that. Before anything is decided, you should know it exists. Brennan was very still. It is not widely discussed, Thessaly continued, because it is not commonly used. The standard position of the court's bond protocol is that severance is a last resort, and the joint session process is designed to make last resorts unnecessary. She set down the quill she had been holding. But last resorts exist for a reason, and by protocol, both bonded parties must be informed of the option. I have not told you before now, because the protocol specifies that the information be delivered after the initial stabilization period, when both parties have had sufficient time to understand what they are deciding about. She looked at him steadily. That period has passed. Brennan thought about 5 weeks. He thought about the joint sessions and the Garrison Road and the antechamber and the crisis response and the night 6 days ago that he had been lying awake with cold clarity for, in the quiet and steady way of something that had been sitting with him and not resolving. How painful, he asked. Thessaly set down her quill. For a wolf. She paused, and he recognized the pause of someone choosing precision over comfort. More than for a dragon. The bond runs differently in wolf bloodlines. More distributed. It doesn't sit in one place. It's woven. She paused again. It would be like unpicking a hem from the inside of a coat. The coat survives, but you feel every thread. He nodded slowly. And after you're free. Completely. No residual pull. No ghost sensation, no. She stopped. Started again. You wouldn't feel him anymore. Where you feel him now. Brennan pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. He did it before he could stop himself. The habit that had been with him for years and had become, in 5 weeks, a different kind of gesture entirely. He stopped when he noticed Thessaly watching. He left his hand there anyway. Does he know this option exists? He asked. All bonded parties are informed simultaneously by protocol. Thessaly's voice was careful in the way it was when she was choosing not to offer an opinion she had. He received the same message you did. Brennan sat with this. Luc, receiving a letter. Luc, reading it with the systematic precision he brought to everything, arriving at the specific word severance, and then doing whatever Luc did when he received information he did not want. He thought about what Luc did when he received information he did not want. He set it somewhere internal and worked through it from every angle until he could arrive at the correct response rather than the immediate one. He built shelves. He managed. He thought about Luc the night 6 days ago, in the narrow bed with the lamp still burning, breathing slowly beside Brennan with his left hand loose and the cord and the scar resting against the bedding, the specific quality of a man who had set down the weight of his own armor and was finding out what rest felt like without it. He thought about waking up and finding the ceiling and the cold clarity and the thing he had not been able to resolve since. The question of whether what was between them was chosen or fated, whether the bond was the cause or the context, whether Luc was here because of the pull of biology or because of the person Brennan actually was. He thought, there's a ritual that could settle that question. He stood. He smoothed the front of his uniform without deciding to, the sentinel's gray, the silver thread at the cuffs, the insignia that meant peacekeeper, mediator, the one who absorbs. He had worn this uniform for 11 years. He knew every weight of it. Thank you, he told Thessaly. She looked at him with something complicated in her expression. Not the neutral professional look she kept for sessions. Something more considered. Brennan, she said. He paused at the door. You don't have to be gracious about this one. He stood at the door for a moment. He thought about what it meant to not be gracious about something, to let it cost him visibly, to let the cost show on his face, to not convert the weight of it into the smooth professional exterior that had been his entire professional existence. He thought about 11 years of absorbing things without showing the absorption. I know, he said, and left. The corridor outside was cool and long, the administrative annex going quiet at this hour, and he stood in it for a moment. He had been standing in corridors after difficult information for 11 years. He was very good at it. He walked, and the walk took him without particular decision to the Garrison Road, because the Garrison Road was where he went when he needed to think, and he needed to think now in a way that was different from all the previous times he had needed to think. Not about what the right thing to do was for the room or the function or the court's requirements, but about what was true. He walked. Autumn had committed fully now. The elder trees had finished with their gold and stood bare in the evening, the branches making their stark, patient shapes against the dusk sky. The amber was in the mountains and in the air itself, the particular quality of late-season light that made everything look temporary and deliberate, the way things looked when they were themselves without decoration. He had been performing softness his whole life. He knew that now, had known it in pieces for years, but the bond had rearranged the pieces into a picture he could not look away from. Every forgiveness examined. Had that been grace, or had that been self-erasure? Every smile absorbed into a hostile room. Had that been strength, or had that been the desperate maintenance of a role he had never chosen? Every moment in Thessaly's office reporting on the bond's signal with the accuracy he had committed to, while the bond transmitted his hunger in its patient structural way to the man 3 feet away, and he had called it information rather than confession. The peacekeeper, the one who never breaks. He had been so good at it. He had been so good at it that he had stopped being able to tell the difference between who he was and what he was for. And the bond sat in his chest like something warm and terrifying, and at the other end of it was Luc, and the thing he'd been lying awake with for 6 days was this. The bond was the warmest thing he had ever felt in his chest. The bond was woven through him, distributed, present in every breath. It was real, and it was powerful, and it was exactly what the old court text described. What Thessaly had explained in clinical terms, what he had experienced as the specific quality of a lit forge that had been at the other end of his chest for 5 weeks. But the bond did not care who he was. The bond cared that Luc was there. The bond cared about proximity and biology and the deep instinctive architecture of wolf blood paired with dragon blood in the way the old records described. The bond would have felt like this with anyone whose biology matched the pattern. Brennan stopped walking. He was standing in the elder tree section, gold-stripped branches against the darkening sky, the mountains bleeding amber behind him. He had stopped at the place where the path narrowed and the trees came close on both sides, the tunnel the leaves made in full autumn already gone, just the bare intention of the tunnel remaining, the structure without the decoration. He was someone who wanted to be chosen back. He had known this since the afternoon he first admitted it to himself, the answer that had surfaced from below deliberate language on a night that felt, in retrospect, like an early version of this one. But he had not, until now, asked the question precisely enough to see what the answer required. To be chosen back. Not needed, not useful, not absorbed into someone else's equilibrium. Chosen, deliberately, by someone who doesn't have to. The bond made having to the condition of everything. The bond made Luc's presence necessary. The bond made Brennan's chest warm regardless of what Luc chose, because the bond did not operate on choice. He thought about the night 6 days ago and what had been real about it. He thought about Luc's voice saying, "I've never told anyone that," and the cartography book in careful hands, and the unhurried quality of being with someone who was paying complete attention. He thought about the specific weight of a kiss that said, "I know what I'm doing and I'm choosing to do it," and the deliberateness of it, and whether deliberateness and the bond were distinguishable. He thought, if I sever this bond and then knock on his door and Luc opens it, that will be the truest thing I have ever done. He would know. They would both know. No fight, no bond, no cosmic convenience, no argument that what existed between them was the biology of a mating bond running its prescribed course. Just Brennan, choosing with full knowledge of what the choosing cost. Just Luc, choosing in return or not, with the same knowledge. And if Luc did not open the door, or opened it and said no, or stood in the doorway and looked at Brennan and saw a man who had severed the bond and decided that what remained was not worth what it would cost, then Brennan would have his answer. He would have chosen and been seen choosing and received a real answer rather than a bond-constructed one. He stood in the bare elder tree tunnel for a long time. The amber finished its work in the mountains, and the sky went the particular dark blue of evening that came before the stars. The cold settled in, the mineral cold of the season, and the bond was warm in his chest against it, present, patient, steady. He had never been willing to let something cost him before. He had converted costs into manageable forms his whole life. The Eastern posting had been a beginning, the first professional cost he had absorbed without converting it. But that had been saying no to something. This was something harder. This was the specific courage of doing something that would hurt and not being certain what was on the other side. He turned around. He walked back toward the court. He needed to see Thessaly. Chapter 19, Ash on a Stone Floor. Luc already knew what the letter was going to say before he read it. He knew because the protocol existed, and he had known the protocol existed, and he had been counting, in the careful way he counted everything, the days since the bond's initial stabilization period, and the days since the joint sessions had begun, and the days since Thessaly had explained the timeline in the way she explained all timelines, completely without softening. He had known this letter was coming, and he had made the error of thinking that knowing it was coming would make it manageable. He read it once, then again. The words were precise, and the protocol language was what it was, and the specific word at the center of it was severance. He set the letter on the desk. He looked at it for a moment. Then he breathed on it. He was a dragon. The fire in him was low and controlled and always present, the specific instrument of a bloodline that ran hot in a different direction than wolf blood, and the letter became ash on the stone floor of his chambers, curling and settling, gray and final. He stood looking at the ash. The bond hummed in his chest like a second heartbeat. Brennan. Even the direction of the thought felt like conceding something, like acknowledging the bond rather than receiving it. And Luc had been working very hard for 5 weeks to not concede things without intention. He had been doing his inventory. He had been building his shelves and revising his files and arriving, with the methodical care he brought to everything, at the conclusions the evidence demanded. He had not arrived at a conclusion about this. He had known, when the bond snapped into place 5 weeks ago, sudden, violent, absurd, the universe's least subtle joke, that Brennan would be gracious about it. That had been the worst part. Brennan had looked at him across that war council table with those steady amber eyes and said, very quietly, "We should speak with the mage," and Luc had wanted to scream at him to react, to be furious, to match the storm that was happening inside Luc's own ribs. Brennan never matched anyone's storm. He just stood in the middle of it, solid and infuriating and warm, and waited for it to pass. Luc had hated him for 5 years. Since the incident. Since he had said those things in court, sharp things, accurate things, things designed to wound a man he had identified as dangerously soft in a world that ate softness for breakfast. And Brennan had looked at him, and then looked away, and 3 days later had transferred to the Eastern Garrison and never mentioned it again. Never mentioned it. Luc had been waiting for 5 years for the retaliation, the cold shoulder, the whisper campaign, the perfectly timed revenge. He had even, in his more honest moments, thought that he deserved it and had steeled himself for the receiving. Nothing came. Brennan had forgiven him without ever saying so, which was somehow worse than being told, until the Garrison Road, until the word "I'm sorry" said without transaction, and even then, even forgiven, the thing between them was complicated in a way Luc had not known how to map. And now they were bonded, and now there was a severance ritual, and now Luc was standing in the ash of an important letter, trying to decide what to do with the fact that his first, most visceral reaction to the news had not been relief. It had been, he might leave. He sat down on the floor. Luc, who did not sit on floors, sat down on his stone floor in his expensive trousers, and put his head back against the wall, and felt the bond hum, and hated himself comprehensively. He might choose to leave. The thought had teeth. In the 5 weeks since the bond, the joint sessions, the Garrison Road, the antechamber with its unused decanter, 3 days in the crisis response room, working the same problem from the same angle, and then the narrow Garrison bed, and the lamp still burning, and the specific quality of being with someone who was paying complete attention and was not, for once, managing how much of himself he let show. 6 days ago. 6 days since Brennan had been beside him in that room, and Luc had felt the bond transmit something from his own end that he had not intended to transmit, and could not have stopped if he had intended to. Something the word warmth did not cover. Something that was specifically, irrevocably about this person and not about biology. He had not wanted Brennan there because of the bond. He had wanted Brennan there because of the book with its spine turned to the wall, and the laugh that came out before permission, and the way he stood in the crisis room with his sleeves rolled up and said the accurate thing without calculating what it cost. And the specific quality of the antechamber evening, when Luc had said, "I'm sorry," and Brennan had received it with the precision of someone who understood what it weighed and gave it the correct weight. He wanted Brennan there because Brennan was Brennan, and Luc had spent 26 years constructing an architecture specifically designed to prevent this from being possible. And the architecture had failed, and the failure was the most structurally interesting thing that had happened to him in his adult life. He might choose to leave. The thought did not go away. Luc, who held grudges the way dragons hoarded gold, had just discovered something appalling. He did not want Brennan to go. Not the Bond signal version of Brennan. Not the warm background frequency of someone present in his chest. Brennan himself. The specific, difficult, unexpectedly brave man who had turned down a professional promotion and told his commanding officer that the function had been making decisions for 11 years, and he was trying to find out what was underneath it. He did not know what to do with that. He had no shelf for it. He had built shelves for 9 years, since he was 17, for every feeling that arrived without invitation. He had an entire interior architecture of careful compartmentalization, everything labeled, everything accessible, but contained. He had built shelves for "I wanted to be there when Brennan went to the lower east rooms." He had built shelves for the way Brennan's real laugh sounded in the crisis room. He had built shelves for the night 6 days ago, cataloged it with the thoroughness he brought to important events, labeled it correctly. He did not have a shelf for "I cannot tell the difference between wanting him to stay and needing him to stay, and I do not know if that distinction matters." He sat on the stone floor with the ash of the letter and the bond warm in his chest and the specific quality of the evening quiet, and he thought about a severance ritual and what it would cost a wolf blood bond to sever. Every thread. He had been told this by Sarek at the neutral hall weeks ago and had filed it and had not revisited it because the revisiting produced a feeling he did not have a shelf for. The wolf blood bond was distributed, woven through the entire system rather than anchored at one point. To sever would be to unpick every thread, to feel every thread. Brennan would feel every thread. Luc sat with this. He sat with it the way he sat with things that required time, completely, without rushing the conclusion, letting the full weight of the thing be felt before he decided what to do with it. Brennan would feel every thread, because the bond was wolf blood, because wolf blood bonds are distributed and woven rather than contained, because that was simply the biology of the thing, and Brennan would go through that. And then he would be free, completely free. No residual pool. No ghost of the warmth that had been in his chest for 5 weeks. No continuous background frequency of the specific person who had been pressing his fingers to an absence in his chest for years without knowing what the absence was. Luc looked at the ash on the floor. He did not request the severance ritual. He had not done it in the first moment of reading the letter, had not done it in the second, had not done it in the third moment, or any of the moments since the letter had become ash. He sat with the warmth of the bond in his chest and the specific quality of having a choice and choosing to keep sitting with the warmth, and he understood, with the precision he brought to understandings that cost him something, that this was the most honest thing he had done since he was 17 years old. Not the severance, the choosing not to sever. He had spent 9 years making every decision from the position of containment. Keep the feelings inside the inventory. Keep the wanting inside the record. Never let the vulnerability be visible, because visibility was the first step to being used. He had been comprehensively right about the mechanism and comprehensively wrong about the application, and the bond had been showing him the wrongness for 5 weeks in the patient structural way that wolf blood bonds apparently had of showing things. He did not want to sever it. He had not wanted to sever it from the first moment he received the letter. He had been honest about this in the privacy of his own floor for approximately 7 minutes now, and the honesty had not destroyed anything. He was aware that this meant something. He was aware that his first, most visceral response to the information had been he might leave, which meant he had already, somewhere below the level of deliberate decision, understood that the leaving would be a loss. He had no shelf for that. He was going to have to build one. He was sitting on the floor building it when his door opened. Sarah did not knock when she thought he needed her. She had developed, over 3 years, the specific skill of knowing when knocking would give him time to reassemble, and when he did not need more time to reassemble, he needed presence. She was correct about this more often than was statistically comfortable. She came in and closed the door and looked at the ash on the floor and then at Luc on the floor, and then she came and sat beside him on the stone, which was a thing she did without being asked and which was one of her best qualities. She did not make sitting beside people a conditional offer. "The letter," she said. "Yes." "You read it." "Yes." "And then you burned it." "I'm a dragon." He looked at the ash. "It's the only file management I have that's final." Sarah was quiet for a moment. She had the quality she had when she was deciding whether to say the difficult thing or the kind thing and was calculating which one was more useful. In Luc's experience, she usually concluded that they were the same thing, which was frequently inconvenient but reliably accurate. "What are you going to do?" "Nothing," he said. She looked at him. "I'm not going to request a severance," he said. "I read the letter, and my first response was not relief, and I've been sitting on this floor for 11 minutes, and the response has not changed." He looked at the ash, the gray settled dust of a protocol letter, and the specific choice he had made in not requesting what it offered. "I'm not going to request it." Sarah was very still beside him. "You might," Luc said. His voice was even. He had arrived at even from somewhere that had not been even, which meant the evening had done some work on him that he was still measuring. The same letter. He received the same information. He has, he paused, the same choice. "He might request it," Sarah said. Not a question. She was following the logic, which was one of the things he valued about her. "Yes." He looked at the ash. "And if he does, he would be correct to do so. The bond did not ask permission of either of us. What has happened between us has happened in the context of a bond that neither of us chose. The question of whether what exists between us is genuinely chosen or bond-generated is," he stopped. He started again. "It is a reasonable question. I have been asking it of myself for 5 weeks. I expect he has been asking it of himself." "And what's your answer?" Luc was quiet for a long moment. The bond hummed in his chest, warm and specific, the anchor point below his sternum that was different from the wolf blood transmission, but had arrived at a kind of fluency with it over 5 weeks. He felt, in the bond's warmth, the broad signal of Brennan somewhere in the court. Patient, focused, the specific quality of a man doing difficult work and being fully present for it. He thought about the question. "The bond is there," he said carefully. "The bond has been there for 5 weeks, and will presumably continue to be there for as long as neither of us severs it. The bond transmits warmth and presence, and the somatic state of the wolf blood and the emotional temperature of the dragon blood, and it has been doing this reliably since the first day, and will continue to do so." He paused. "What I feel about Brennan Ashveil is not the bond. The bond is the condition. What I feel is the specificity. The book with the spine turned to the wall. The laugh that doesn't wait for permission. The way he stands in a crisis room with his sleeves rolled up and says the accurate thing without managing the cost." He paused again. "The bond would feel like this with anyone whose biology matched the pattern. What I feel is not the bond." "How long have you known that?" Sarah said. He thought about when he had known it precisely. The ridgeline connection in the crisis room, working the same map from the same angle, and thinking, "I want to work this together." The garrison rode the night of the 3rd day, hearing the plain invitation offered without management. 6 days ago, the lamp still burning and the specificity of paying complete attention to a person rather than cataloging them. For some time, he said, "Before or after the night, 6 days ago?" "Both," he said. The night confirmed it. It did not originate it. He looked at his hands in his lap. The leather cord, the scar, things he had kept visible on purpose as a reminder of what he had chosen and why. He was adding to the list of visible things. He was aware of this. He might still request the severance. The question of whether what he feels is chosen or bond-generated is legitimate. He is the one with the distributed wolf blood bond. He is the one for whom the severance would cost every thread. He has, he paused, more reason than I do to want to know that what he feels is real and not bond-constructed. "You're thinking about it from his perspective," Sarah said. "I'm thinking about it from the accurate perspective." He looked at the ash. which is that Brennan Ashveil has spent his entire adult life not knowing the difference between who he is and what he is for, and the one thing in the world he cannot afford to not know is whether the most genuine thing he has felt in years is actually genuine, or whether it is the bond speaking in a language he cannot separate from his own. He paused. If I were him, I would sever it. I would sever it and knock on the door and find out. Sarah was quiet for a very long time. And if he does, she said finally. Luc sat on the stone floor of his chambers with the ash of the severance letter and the bond warm in his chest, and the particular quality of evening settling around them, and looked at the place where the letter had been, and said, I will open the door. He said it simply, without the architecture, without the inventory or the shelf, or the controlled evenness of someone managing a response. He said it in a flat, declarative way. He said things that were true rather than things that were calculated, which was a register he had been learning to use more often and which still cost him something every time. I will open the door, he said again, because saying it once had not been enough to make it feel real, and saying it twice had. And I will let him see what is here. What has been here? What is mine? He paused. I've spent 9 years keeping what is mine inside the inventory. I'm going to stop doing that. Sarah put her head against his shoulder. It was not the kind of comfort that required words around it, and she did not add words. She simply sat beside him on the stone floor with the ash and the bond and the particular quality of a night that had required something real from him and had received it. They sat like that for a long time. Outside the window, the Ashveil Mountains were dark and the stars were very clear, and the bond ran its warm, continuous work in Luc's chest, patient and specific and present. He did not request the severance. He sat with the warmth of it and chose not to let it go. And let the choosing be the most honest thing. Chapter 20, The Elder Tree Tunnel. He had been wrong about one thing. He had thought, leaving Thessaly's office the first time, that the appointment he needed to make was the one he made. He had walked the Garrison Road and asked himself the question and received the answer and turned around. And then he had stopped, because between the turning around and the second appointment, there was something that needed to happen first. He needed to be certain the answer was his and not the bond's. So he waited. He waited with the specific discipline of someone who had learned that the most important decisions could not be made from the inside of the thing you were deciding about. He waited for 2 days, going his assignments and the garrison sessions and the ordinary machinery of the court's function, and he pressed 2 fingers to his sternum and felt the bond's warmth and tried, carefully and honestly, to distinguish between what he felt and what the bond was telling him to feel. He could not distinguish them. That was the point. On the second morning, he woke before the light and lay still and did the inventory he had not been willing to do until now. Not the professional inventory, not the record of what had happened and when and what it meant for the court's function, but the personal one. The one that asked who he was when the role was not required. He had been performing softness his whole life. He knew that. The bond had made it impossible not to know. Every forgiveness examined. Had that been grace, or had that been self-erasure? Every absorbed insult converted into something manageable before it reached the surface. Had that been strength, or had that been the maintenance of a function that had calcified around him before he could choose it? The peacekeeper, the one who never breaks. He had been so good at it. He had been so good at it that he had stopped being able to tell the difference between who he was and what he was for. And now the bond sat in his chest like something warm and terrifying, and at the other end of it was Luc, and the question that had been building since the night 6 days ago was this. Was what existed between them real, or was it the bond constructing the appearance of the real thing? He thought about Luc. He thought about the grudges Luc kept like heirlooms. He thought about the way the bond felt on the other end, not soft, not easy, nothing like the comfortable warmth people wrote about in ballads. It felt like standing next to a lit forge. It felt like being seen by something that saw everything and softened for no one. He thought about the cartography book turned with care in careful hands, and the specific word we said at the start of all of this, and the night 6 days ago, when Luc had said, I have never told anyone that. And he thought about the bond, and whether the bond was what had produced those things, or whether those things had happened because of the specific people involved, and the bond was simply the context. He could not answer that question from the inside. He needed to answer it from the outside. He got up. He did not press 2 fingers to his sternum when he stood. He dressed in the sentinel's gray with the deliberate care of someone who was doing a thing that needed doing and was doing it cleanly. He walked out of his quarters and down the stairs and out through the garrison hall and onto the garrison road, because the garrison road was where he went when he needed to think, and he had been going there for 11 years, and it had never failed him yet. The road was empty at this hour. The pre-dawn quality of the air, cold and very still, the kind of still that came before things. The elder trees at the far stretch were bare, their branches making the honest shapes of things that had stopped pretending to be other than what they were. He walked through them, and they made the tunnel of their structure. Not gold now, not the autumn warmth, just the clean, branching lines of late season, the architecture of the thing without the decoration. He walked the full loop. He walked it without thinking very hard. In a specific way, he had learned recently that thinking required. Not the managed thinking of someone directing themselves toward the preferred conclusion, but the walking in not quite thinking that let the actual answer surface in its own time. He was someone who wanted to be chosen back. He had known this for a while. He had arrived at it in pieces. On the garrison road in the dark saying, "I want it to matter," in Idris's quarters saying, "I want to stay," in his own quarters at dawn doing the honest inventory. He wanted to be chosen deliberately by someone who didn't have to. Not fated, not pulled by biology, not managed into proximity by a mating bond that had manifested in a war council chamber without asking anyone's permission. Chosen. He was standing in the elder tree tunnel when he stopped walking. Gold light everywhere, or would have been in autumn. The gold was gone, but the structure was there, the 2 lines of elder trees on either side, the path between them, the specific quality of a place that existed for the specific purpose of being walked through. He had walked this section of the road hundreds of times. He had never once stood in the middle of it and asked himself the question the whole structure of his life had been avoiding. He asked it now. Who are you? He thought it himself, when you're not being what someone needs. He waited. He had been afraid of this question for 29 years. He had been afraid that the answer was nothing or nothing worth staying for. Or the specific horror of someone who had built so thorough an identity around function that removing the function left nothing recognizable underneath. He had been afraid that the performance had gone all the way down. The answer came up slowly, the way things came up from deep water. Not quickly, not with drama, not with the clean resolution of a question asked and answered in narrative. It came up with the specific quality of something that had been submerged for a long time and was finding its way to the surface for the first time. He was someone who loved the mountain view at dusk. He had never told anyone that. He was someone who kept a cartography book with its spine turned to the wall, because it was his great uncle's and it had his name in the front, and it was the most personal thing anyone had ever given him, and he had kept it private, because private was the only form of having he had ever trusted. He was someone who had been pressing his fingers to an absence in his chest for years without knowing what the absence was, and had finally, 5 weeks ago, learned what the absence was and what it felt like when it was filled. He was someone whose real laugh arrived before permission, who went very quiet when he was actually angry rather than performing patience, who had always wanted, in the specific hungry way of the wolf in him that had never been addressed, to be known rather than used. He was, underneath the function and the performance and the 11 years of indispensable, a person who wanted to be chosen back. Not needed, not useful, chosen, deliberately, by someone who doesn't have to. He thought about Luc. He thought about the bond. He thought about the difference between the two and whether there was a difference and what the difference would cost to establish. He thought, if I sever this bond and then knock on his door and Luc opens it, that will be the truest thing I have ever done. Both of them would know. No fight, no bond, no cosmic convenience. No argument that what existed between them was the biology of paired bloodlines running their prescribed course. Just Brennan, choosing on purpose with full knowledge of the cost. He stood in the elder tree tunnel for a long moment. The dawn was coming up behind the mountains, the first pale light on the peaks, the specific quality of something that had been patient all night and was finally allowed to arrive. The bare branches made their honest shapes against the sky. The air was cold and still, and the garrison road was empty, and the world was very quiet. He thought about what the severance would cost. Every thread. He thought about Thessaly's word, woven. He thought about what it would feel like to unpick every thread of something that had been woven through him for 5 weeks, that had been woven through him in latency for years before that. He thought, I know what I want. For the first time in my life, I know what I want. He wanted Luc to open the door. Not because the bond asked for it, because Brennan was asking for it. Brennan, specifically with full knowledge of who Luc was and what it would cost, and what the 5 years had been and what the 5 weeks had built. He wanted to be chosen back by that specific, difficult, extraordinarily precise man who sat on stone floors and kept things private because they were his, and who had said I'm sorry with nothing behind it but the truth. And he wanted to know it was chosen, not fated, chosen. He turned around. He walked back toward the court. The dawn light followed him, or he followed it, or they were simply both moving in the same direction through the same morning, which was not a metaphor, and also was. He had an appointment with Thessaly. Chapter 21, Every Thread. He had thought it would feel like loss. He had been preparing for loss since he turned around on the garrison road, not dreading it, not performing readiness, but genuinely preparing in the way he prepared for things that required him to be present for something difficult. He had thought about the bond and what it had been for 5 weeks, the warmth, the distributed presence, the continuous low-frequency awareness of another person that had become as ordinary as his own heartbeat. And he had thought, losing that is going to feel like something. He had not prepared correctly for what something would actually be. Thessaly's office was the same as it always was. The books on every surface, the desk facing the window, the Ashveil mountains visible at the right angle in morning light, the accumulated effect of 30 years of one person's very particular habits pressing themselves into the walls. She was at her desk when he arrived, and she looked at him the way she had been looking at him since the first session, with interest and without sentiment, the expression of a woman whose job was to see things clearly and who had been doing it for long enough that clarity had become the default rather than the effort. Sit, she said. He sat. He put his hands on his knees. You've decided, she said. Not a question. Yes. She looked at him for a moment. The complicated expression was back, the one she wore in the moments when her professional neutrality was in conversation with something else. You should know it's irreversible, she said. In wolf bloodlines, once the ritual is complete, the bond cannot be reestablished. The connection is severed, and the biological architecture that would permit a new bond with the same individual is dismantled as part of the severance. This is not a temporary measure. I know, and you've considered this fully. Thessaly. He met her eyes. I've been considering nothing else for 2 days. She looked at him for another moment. Then she nodded once, with the specific quality of someone who has provided the information required and is now setting aside the person's welfare, which was her professional position, and letting the person do what people did after information had been provided. She got up from her desk and moved to the work table along the far wall, where several objects had been arranged with a neat, deliberate order of things prepared in advance. She had prepared in advance. He noted this. He did not examine what it meant. Sit in the center chair, she said. Not the desk chair, not the session chair. A third chair he had not seen before, plain, positioned at the center of the open floor. He sat in it. He put his hands on the armrests and looked at the window and the mountains and thought, I have always loved this view. The wolf blood ritual requires your verbal consent twice, Thessaly said. She was at the work table with her back to him, her hands moving with the efficient precision of someone very good at a specific skill. Once at the beginning and once at the conclusion. Between those 2 moments, you are required to be still. I will tell you when it is permitted to move. All right. It will be painful. She turned from the work table. Not acutely and then done. The nature of the distributed bond means the severance moves through the whole system progressively. Thessaly's voice was even. The process takes approximately 12 minutes. I would recommend keeping your eyes open and focusing on a fixed point. It tends to help with the management of the physical sensation. The mountains, he said. She looked at him. That will do, she said. He looked at the mountains. The morning light on them was doing what morning light did, making everything look very specific and very there, the kind of light that did not permit abstractions. He thought about 11 years of looking at this view from other people's windows and not once saying the thing that was true about it. He thought about the small, private inventory of things that were only his. He had one grudge. He was keeping it, not as cruelty, not as a weapon, as proof. That it happened, that he was a person it could happen to. "Do you consent," Thessaly said, "to the severance of the mating bond between yourself and Lord Luc Varentis of the Varentis household, understanding that this action is irreversible and that the bond cannot be re-established?" He breathed in. He thought about Luc on the Garrison Road saying the thing that cost him. He thought about the antechamber and the apology that was not a transaction. He thought about the cartography book held with care, and I have never told anyone that. He thought about the night 6 days ago and the cold clarity afterward and the 2 days of waiting and the answer he had arrived at in the elder tree tunnel. He thought about the door. "Yes," he said, "I consent." It began quietly, not dramatically, not with the external markers of something significant. No change in the light, no sound, nothing visible. Just a quality of attention from Thessaly's hands, precise and careful, and then a sensation in his chest that was not pain yet, but was the specific awareness of something beginning to be addressed. The bond. He could feel it being found, the way you could feel a physician finding the correct location before they began their work. Not invasive, thorough. The accuracy of someone who had done this before and was being careful with it. Then the first thread. He understood then what Thessaly had meant. Not a central location being excised. Nothing as clean as that. Something more distributed, more intimate. The first thread was something he had not known existed, a specific filament of warmth at the back of his left shoulder that he had been carrying for 5 weeks and had not been aware of carrying. It was there, and then it was less there, and then it was gone, and the absence was small and precise, and in that specific location he would never again feel the low warmth of someone else's affective state. He looked at the mountains. The morning light. Very specific. Very there. The second thread was at the base of his sternum, which he had known about. This one was not small. This was the one he had been pressing 2 fingers to for years, before the bond, and after the specific location where the warmth had lived and where the absence had lived before the warmth. Thessaly found it, and he understood, with sudden and visceral clarity, that what he had been pressing his fingers to all those years had not been nothing. It had been this. The latency bond, the pre-manifestation residue, the low-frequency awareness of Luc that had been there without either of them knowing it was there. He breathed through it. He kept his eyes on the mountains. The mountains were very still and very themselves, and they did not ask anything of him. The third thread was somewhere he would not have expected, a warmth behind his right collarbone that he had been aware of only as a background quality of the last 5 weeks, and that, as it was severed, revealed itself to have been transmitting something specific. Luc's focused concentration, the quality of intelligence that never quite stopped working, the particular intensity of a mind that was always somewhere between engagement and absorption. He felt it go and felt the space it left and understood that he would not, after this, be able to feel when Luc was thinking hard about something. He pressed 2 fingers to his sternum without meaning to, the reflex of years. He stopped when he registered it. He put his hand back on the armrest. The threads kept coming. Thessaly had not lied, and he had not underestimated her. The bond was woven through him, distributed in the way that wolf blood bonds were distributed, present in places he had not known it was present, at his wrists, which had been warm since the manifestation in ways he had attributed to winter clothing, in his throat, which had been the location of something he had assumed was professional stress, until he understood it was the specific quality of being heard rather than listened to. In his hands, which were always warm, had always been warm, but had been warm in a specifically different way for 5 weeks in a way that was not his own warmth but the wolf's echo of someone else's warmth borrowed and returned. He breathed through it. He kept his eyes on the mountains. He was aware that 12 minutes was a number and that the number was larger from the inside of it than the outside. He was aware that the warmth in his chest was diminishing. Not all at once, thread by thread, each one precise, each one identified and severed with the specific care of someone who was doing this right. The warmth was cooling. The bond was becoming quieter. The continuous background frequency of Luc's presence in his chest, the thing he'd been pressing his fingers to for years and had finally, 5 weeks ago, learned the name of, was becoming less. He looked at the mountains. He thought, if I sever this bond and then knock on his door and Luc opens it, that will be the truest thing I have ever done. He held that thought. The bond got quieter, and then silence. He sat in the chair in Thessaly's office with his hands on the armrests and the morning light on the mountains and the silence in his chest that had not been silence in 5 weeks, and he took stock. His chest ached. Not acutely. The distributed quality of the severance had distributed the ache as well, the specific sensation of a system that had been at a certain temperature for a long time and had suddenly, completely returned to its baseline. He was aware of every location where the threads had been. He would be aware of them for some time. His hands were steady. His mind was the clearest it had been in 5 weeks, which made sense because he was no longer receiving the low-level frequency of someone else's affective state, like a signal he hadn't asked to tune into. He was not receiving anything. His chest was his own. His warmth was his own. He sat in the silence for a moment. It was extraordinary what absence felt like when you had had something there. Done, Thessaly said softly. She was watching him from across the room with the complicated expression, which he was beginning to understand was the expression she reserved for moments when professionalism and something else were both present, and she was honoring both. How are you? Brennan took stock. He took stock in a way he had been learning to take stock. Not the professional version, not the functional assessment of operational capacity, but the honest version. How his body felt. How his chest felt. How he felt. His chest ached. His hands were steady. He felt, completely and without qualification, like himself. Not the peacekeeper. Not the sentinel. Not the one who forgives, or the one who absorbs, or the one who keeps the room running when everything else is catching fire. Not the function. Just a man, sitting in a chair, in the late autumn of his 29th year, who had just done the bravest thing he had ever done in his life. Just Brennan, with his warm hands and his amber eyes and his real laugh and the cartography book and a mountain view, present in his own chest in a way he had not been present for as long as he could remember. I'm all right, he said, and meant it completely. He stood. He straightened his jacket by habit and then stopped straightening it, because the jacket was fine and the habit was the function speaking and the function could wait. He ran one hand through his close-cropped hair in a way that his commanding officer would have called unprofessional, and that felt, in this moment, like a small declaration of something true. Brennan, Thessaly said. He looked back. She was holding a document. Not a form, not a protocol paper. Just a sheet with her handwriting. He didn't sever it, she said. I thought you should know. He received the same information. She paused. And the pause had the specific quality of a woman who was being as neutral as her professional precision permitted and who was finding it somewhat difficult. He did not request the ritual. Brennan was quiet for a moment. The silence in his chest where the bond had been was still there, complete and clean and his own. Outside the window, the mountains were doing their morning work. The amber would come at dusk. At this hour, they were simply the mountains, gray-blue and enormous and entirely themselves. He thought he might choose to leave. He thought he might choose to stay. He thought about sitting on the stone floor in expensive trousers, about letters burned to ash, about a man who held grudges the way dragons hoarded gold, and who had apparently, in receipt of the same information Brennan had received, made the opposite choice. Something moved through him that he had no name for. Not relief, not quite. Something older and more specific. Something that was his own, not the bond's. Thank you, he said. You're still going? Thessaly asked. Yes. Even knowing he's still. Especially knowing, Brennan said. That's rather the point. He looked at her for a moment. She was watching him with a complicated expression and something that was, he thought, as close to warmth as her professional precision permitted. He thought about 11 years of being in rooms managed by other people's purposes and of having been, in this office, consistently seen without being managed, which was a form of respect he had not known he was missing until he had it. "Thank you," he said again, "for the sessions. For all of it." "Don't thank me," Thessaly said. "Go." He went. The corridor outside her office was cool and long and currently empty, which was useful because he stopped in it, stood still for approximately 10 seconds, and did absolutely nothing except breathe and feel the silence in his chest. Not empty, his. The particular quality of space that had been occupied and was now available. The specific silence of someone who has made room for something they have not yet arrived at. He did not press 2 fingers to his sternum. He walked toward the East Tower. Luke's chambers were there. He had known this since the bond's first session, since the administrative documentation had specified the location as part of the court's bond management protocol, and he had filed it and not examined why he filed it with more care than administrative documentation required. The East Tower, stone stairs, the cold of cut rock, and the particular quality of height that East Towers had, the view opening as you climbed. He climbed. He did not rehearse anything. He had spent enough of his life preparing speeches for other people's comfort, editing himself into the shape that would be easiest to receive, converting his actual state into the version most likely to smooth the room. He was not going to do that now. He was going to knock on a door and say what he meant without the professional distance or the management or the function. He was going to want something out loud. He climbed the stairs. The stone was cold under his hand on the railing, and his chest was silent and clean and entirely his own, and the wolf in him was not alarmed and was not performing calm. The wolf was simply here, present, going toward. He reached the landing. He stood at the door. He knocked. Chapter 22. The door opens wider. Luke knew the moment Brennan severed it. He was at his desk, not working. He had tried working twice since the letter arrived and had abandoned it both times because the specific quality of his concentration had been, since that evening, different. Not broken. Changed. He was at his desk with his documents, and the particular quality of a man who is technically doing a thing and is actually doing something else, which was the specific thing he had spent 9 years not allowing himself to do. And he was doing it because he had decided, on his stone floor with Sarah beside him and the ash of the letter settling, to stop building shelves for everything. He was thinking about Brennan. Not the variable, not the file, not the bond's transmission, just the person. The way he had stood in the crisis room with his sleeves rolled up. The way the real laugh arrived before permission. The book with the cartography annotations for Brennan, who will want to know where things are handed across with the specific quality of someone giving something real. The morning he had come to Idris's quarters with his hands cold and the posting documentation under his arm, which Sarah had told him about, and which Luke had sat with for a long time, the specific image of it. Brennan, before the conversion process, arriving at a door raw. He was thinking about that when the bond went out. Not slowly. Not the way the bond sometimes quieted when Brennan was sleeping or deeply focused. The way the signal dimmed at certain hours. This was specific. Deliberate. The warmth that had been in Luke's chest for 5 weeks. The anchor point, the continuous background frequency, the particular quality of someone else's presence woven into his own system, went silent. He sat very still. The silence was complete. Where there had been warmth, there was now the absence of warmth, which was not the same as cold, but was more specific than neutral. The precise shape of a thing that had been there and was no longer there, the negative space of a presence. He knew what it meant. He had known, when he said I would sever it and knock on the door, that this was the form it would take if Brennan did it. The sudden silence. The severed end. Brennan had severed it. Luke sat at his desk with the document he had not been reading, and the absence in his chest and the silence. And he did the thing he had decided to do instead of building a shelf for it. He sat with it. He let it be what it was. He let the absence be the absence, and the silence be the silence, and he felt, in the 5 seconds between the bond going out and the knock at the door, the full specific weight of what the absence meant. He had not wanted to let it go. He had sat on his floor and chosen not to let it go, and now it was gone anyway, not because of his choice, but because of Brennan's and the 5 seconds of that. The 5 seconds of the silence and the absence, and the knowledge that Brennan had gone through every thread for the specific purpose of arriving at his door without a bond, were the most honest 5 seconds of Luc's adult life. Because in those 5 seconds, with nothing in his chest to tell him what to feel, he knew exactly what he felt. The knock came. He stood. He crossed the room. He put his hand on the door and then stopped for a moment with his hand on the door, which was not hesitation. He had already decided on the floor with Sarah in the flat declarative register that meant the true thing rather than the calculated thing, and which was something else. Something closer to, before I open this, I want to know that I know what is on the other side of it. He knew. He opened the door. Brennan was there. He looked different from the Brennan of 5 weeks ago, from the Brennan of the joint sessions and the War Council and the managed professional services. Not physically, the broad shoulders, the warm brown skin, the amber eyes that caught the corridor light in a way that was specific and not general. All of that was the same. But the quality of how he occupied the doorway was different. He was not positioned slightly to the side, the habitual peripheral placement of someone who had learned that the center was a thing to be earned. He was simply standing there, taking up the space the doorway offered, present in it without apology or management. He was without his formal jacket. He had left the sentinel's gray somewhere in the corridor below, set on a step, draped over the railing at the landing, the specific deliberateness of a man who had decided that the insignia was not what he needed to arrive in. He was here without the silver thread at the cuffs, and without the roll, and with his warm hands at his sides, and his amber eyes on Luc with the direct quality of someone who has stopped calculating the cost of looking. His chest. Luc's eyes went there without deciding to. Where the bond had been, where the silence now was. He had felt it go out on Brennan's end. He had felt it go from this side like a candle. And he looked at Brennan's chest, at the place where the warmth had been, and understood that Brennan had felt every thread. He looked back up. "You severed it," Luc said. His voice was even. His voice was always even. Underneath the evenness was something he did not try to manage. "Yes," Brennan said. A pause. The corridor was quiet behind him. The stone of the east tower was cold at Luc's back through the open door. The absence in Luc's chest was specific and clean, the negative space of the bond he had kept. "Then why are you here?" He said it the way he said things that mattered to him, precisely, without softening. Not a question with the grammar of a question. The grammar of someone asking something they were not certain they wanted answered and were asking anyway. Brennan looked at him. Luc watched Brennan's face do the thing it did before a true thing. Not the briefing document face, not the mediator's warmth, not the performed ease of a man managing a room. The stillness that was not passive. The amber eyes. The jaw that had a scar along the left side from a territorial skirmish he didn't talk about. And the laugh lines, and the expression of a man who had been carrying something for 29 years and had put it down. "I want to come in," Brennan said. "If you'll let me." Luc stared at him. He had prepared, on the floor and with Sarah, for this moment. He had said, "I will open the door," and he had meant it, and he had known what it would feel like. He had been wrong about what it would feel like. It felt like the moment before something true, the specific suspended quality of a thing that was about to be said in a room that had been waiting for it. That's all. Luc's voice was very carefully controlled, which meant it was doing something underneath the control. "You severed a mating bond, which I am told is for wolf-blooded, extraordinarily." He stopped. He started again. "You went through that, and you came to my door, and all you want is to come in?" "I want to come in," Brennan said. He said it without performance and without the usual management of his effect, in the direct register he had been using more often and which Luc recognized now as what Brennan sounded like when he was not converting anything. "And I want you to know that I'm here because I chose to be, not because the bond pulled me, not because it was easier than the alternative, not because I'm performing something for your benefit or for the court's comfort or for any reason other than." He paused. The pause was brief. It had the specific quality of a man letting himself want something out loud in the open air for the first time. "I want to be where you are," Brennan said. "I would like to be where you are. I am asking." The corridor was very quiet. From somewhere in the east tower a window was open and the autumn wind came through, cold and smelling of rain and the particular stone mineral quality of the mountains at this season. Luc stood at the door with the silence in his chest and the absence of the bond he had kept and the presence of the man who had severed his own in order to stand here and ask. He thought about 5 seconds of silence. He thought about the specific weight of knowing what he felt when there was nothing in his chest to tell him what to feel. He thought about 9 years of building shelves. "I didn't sever it," Luc said, very quiet. "I know. I should have. It would have been," he stopped. Started again. "It's the rational," he stopped again. He was doing a thing he almost never did, which was beginning sentences without knowing how they ended, and the texture of it was uncomfortable, and he was not ending the discomfort by performing control. He was letting it be uncomfortable. "I didn't want to. I know," Brennan said again. His voice had the quality it had in the crisis room when he stopped managing the delivery. Direct, warm, the full attention of someone who was present rather than professional. "That's—" Luc's jaw tightened. He was fighting something in himself, visibly in the way of someone who had built very good walls and was watching them do nothing. The walls were doing nothing. He was standing at his own door in his shirt sleeves with his hair loose and the absence in his chest where the bond still ran warm, and the man he had wronged 5 years ago and spent 5 weeks discovering was entirely other than he had filed him as was standing in the corridor asking to come in, and the walls were doing nothing. "I don't want things from people. I don't allow myself to—" "Luc." Brennan said his name the way he had been wanting to say it for 5 weeks. Not as a title, not in the context of a court function, not carefully. Just his name, with the full weight of knowing the person it belonged to. "I'm not asking you to perform anything either." A long moment. The cold wind came through again. The east tower was very still around them. Luc stood at the threshold of the open door with the choice he had already made and the man he had already decided about, and felt the specific sensation of arriving somewhere he had been going for a long time without knowing it. He stepped back from the door. The door opened wider. Brennan came in. The chambers were what they were, precisely arranged, the leather detailing of 2 coats on the hook by the door, the desk with its organized documents, the window with the mountain view that Luc had looked at on many evenings and had never once thought of as something to be shared. The lamp was lit. The room had the quality of a space that held the person who lived in it, and Luc watched Brennan cross the threshold and look at it with the attention he brought to things he was genuinely seeing rather than assessing. Brennan took off his jacket. He put over the chair back and sat down on the floor, which was unexpected, not in a chair, not at the desk, on the floor with his back against the wall and his long legs extended, the specific posture of a man who has decided that the formal furniture is not the point and who is here for something else entirely. Luc looked at him. "The floor," Luc said. "You seem to do your thinking there," Brennan said. "I thought it might be a useful location." Luc sat down on the floor. He sat across from Brennan, back against the opposite wall, his expensive trousers on the same stone floor where the ash of the letter had been, and he looked at the man across from him. No desk between them, no session structure, no Thessaly taking notes, no protocol and no role and no performance required of either of them, and thought, there it is. Not the bond, not the warmth he had been carrying for 5 weeks, just the specific, difficult, entirely particular person across from him, present in the room without management, sitting on his floor and looking at him with the direct quality of someone who had just done the bravest thing he had ever done and was here for whatever came after. "Tell me something true," Brennan said. "Not as a game, not as a test, as a genuine invitation. The room is here, the evening is here, the bond is not here, and what remains is us. So tell me something true." Luc thought about it. "I have strong opinions about territorial cartography," he said, "that I don't share in professional settings because they would make me sound like a map enthusiast." Brennan's face did the thing it did before the Real laugh. The briefest fraction of a second, and then the Real laugh, unguarded, slightly too loud for the room. It lasted approximately 1.5 seconds before he caught it, and in that 1.5 seconds, he looked like a completely different person, or perhaps like exactly himself. The sound of it in the room was extraordinary. Luc sat with it for a moment. He felt something in his chest that was not the bond and was not the bond's absence. Something of his own, running warm, with the specific quality of a thing that had been in the inventory for a long time and was being allowed out of it. Your turn, he said. Brennan looked at the window. The mountains at this hour were invisible, the dark complete, but he looked at the place where they were with the quality of someone who knew exactly where they were. I love that view, he said. The mountains at dusk. I have always loved it. I have never told anyone that. I know, Luc said. Brennan looked at him. How? The way you look at it. When you're in a room with a window that faces west, there is a specific quality to the way you look at something you love and don't expect anyone to notice. He paused. I noticed. The room was quiet. Outside, somewhere in the tower, the wind was at a window. The lamp was doing its steady work. Brennan was looking at him with the direct amber eyes and the expression that was not the mediator's warmth and was not the professional ease and was instead simply present, fully there, without the layer of distance the role usually maintained. When I was 12, Brennan said, my great-uncle took me to the eastern ridge above Ashveil. It was autumn, the same amber as the mountains get at dusk. He had a survey instrument, and he was showing me how you triangulated position from 3 fixed points, and I understood it, but I was looking at the light on the mountains and thinking that I would want to come back here my whole life, that I would want this to be something I could always find. He paused. He died the following spring. I've been coming back ever since. Luc was very still. I didn't tell anyone that, Brennan said, because I've never been sure it would mean to them what it means to me. And things that mean something to me and don't mean it to someone else go in a particular location. He looked at Luc directly. You know the location? Yes, Luc said. I have a great deal of property in that location. I know. Most of it, Luc said, more quietly, was put there as a form of protection. Not all of it. He looked at his hands. The cord. The scar. Some of it was put there because it was the only form of keeping I knew how to do. Brennan was quiet for a moment. Tell me about him, he said. The mentor. What you haven't said. The room received this. Luc thought about what he had said in the antechamber. The shape of the wound without the name. He thought about 9 years of carrying it in the inventory. The specific heaviness of a thing that had been accurately witnessed only by himself. He thought about what it meant to be in this room, on this floor, with someone who had already heard the shape and was asking for the rest of it. His name is Kareth, Luc said. The name was strange in his mouth after 9 years of not saying it. He is still at court. Senior counsel. He attends the winter functions and the territorial sessions, and I see him, at a remove, perhaps 4 times per year. He paused. He is always exactly the same. That is the thing that is hardest. He has not changed at all. He is the same man who told me I had potential and then used what I gave him and denied it. And the court has not changed its assessment of him, and he has not changed his assessment of himself. And I'm the only person in the world who is carrying the accurate record of what he did. He paused. I told you in the antechamber that the act of witnessing it accurately is the only thing that belongs to me. That is still true. But I've been thinking since the antechamber about what witnessing accurately actually requires. What does it require? Brennan asked. Someone else who knows it happened. Luc looked at him steadily. A witness requires another witness, eventually. Otherwise, the accurate record is just a private archive. It has weight, but no location outside the person carrying it. Brennan held his gaze. I know it happened, he said. Something shifted in the room. Not dramatically. The lamp did not change. The wind did not stop. But the specific quality of the air between them shifted, the way air shifted in rooms where the real thing had just been said after a long approach to it. I know, Luc said. He said it in the flat, declarative way. That is the first time I've said his name to anyone. Brennan nodded once. He did not reach for the usual tools, the managed warmth, the mediator's smoothing gesture, the performed grace of someone absorbing someone else's pain with professional competence. He simply sat on the floor and held the weight of what had been said with the full attention of someone who was here for exactly this. They were quiet for a while. The good kind of quiet, the kind that was made of something rather than the absence of something. The kind where both people were present in it, and neither of them was waiting for it to end. The book, Luc said eventually. Brennan looked at him. Your great uncles. May I see the annotations? Brennan had not brought the book. He said this. Luc said he was aware he had not brought it. The specific brief quality of two people who had just arrived at a joke that was also not a joke, the warmth of it in the room. Another time, Brennan said. Another time, Luc agreed. And let the words be what they were. A promise that there was another time, that this was not a single night to be contained and concluded, but the beginning of a pattern. Another time, as many times as there were rooms and evenings and windows with mountain views and things that needed a second witness. It was late, not impossibly late. The night had hours remaining, but late enough that the quality of the lamp's warmth had shifted to the particular intimacy of late-night light, the specific quality of being awake past the hour when the rest of the world had stopped. At some point, Brennan moved to sit beside him rather than across from him. He did it with the simple economy of someone adjusting to a new position without ceremony, and Luc watched him do it and did not perform indifference to it, because he had decided on the floor with Sarah to stop performing indifference to things that were not indifferent to him. They were not touching. They were close, the cold of the stone floor and the warmth of proximity, the specific quality of two people in a room who were together rather than adjacent. Luc said, "You came here without the bond." "Yes." "You severed the thing that was easiest to say was why." "Yes." "And you're still here." "Yes." Brennan looked at the dark window, at the invisible mountains. "I told you once that I wanted to matter. Not to be used. Not to be the function. To be a person something happened to." He paused. "I want to be here because I chose to be here, and I want you to know the difference." He looked at Luc directly. "You know the difference?" Luc thought about 5 seconds. He thought about the silence in his chest and knowing, with nothing to tell him, exactly what he felt. He thought about 9 years of the inventory, and the first time in 9 years he had let something be true without first putting it on a shelf. "Yes," he said, "I know the difference." And then, at some point, Brennan could not have said exactly when, and Luc would not have been able to identify the precise moment either, which was perhaps the point. Luc reached over and put his hand over Brennan's. Not gently. Luc did not do things gently. He did them the way he did everything, with precision and intention and a kind of fierce deliberateness that said, "I know what I'm doing, and I am choosing to do it." The warmth of it was immediate. Not the bond. The bond was gone, the distributed, woven warmth that had been 5 weeks of second heartbeat. This was different, specific, the warmth of a person choosing contact rather than having arranged for them. The warmth of a hand that had been meticulous about everything it touched and had decided that this was something it intended to touch. Brennan looked down at their hands. He thought, there it is. Not the bond. Not the pull of fate or bloodline or cosmic arrangement. Not the court politics or the 5 years or the weight of everything that still needed to be addressed and would be addressed slowly and imperfectly over whatever came next. Just a man who held grudges like heirlooms, reaching across the space between them on purpose. He turned his hand over. He held on. The wolf in him, the part that had been hungry for so long, that had been touch-starved, not of skin but of being known, went very, very quiet. Not empty. Full. They sat on the stone floor of the East Tower in the late-night lamp warmth, with the mountains invisible in the dark and the Ashveil autumn pressing cold against the window, and the silence in Brennan's chest that was his own, and the bond's warmth still running in Luc's that would run until Luc chose otherwise or not at all, and neither of them performed anything about any of it. Brennan said true things, not edited things, not things designed to keep the peace or smooth the room or make someone else more comfortable. The inventory of his actual self, the mountain view, the cartography book, the late manifestation, and the 2 years of being the one who hadn't, and how that had built the function that had built the role that had built the 11 years. The specific anger he was keeping, the Eastern posting and what it had cost to refuse it, and how the cost had felt like the first real thing he'd paid for in years. Luc listened. He did it the way he listened when he was afraid of missing something, not waiting for the angle, not preparing the rebuttal, not building a shelf. He listened with the tilt of his head that meant real attention rather than performed attention, which was a distinction Brennan had been learning for 5 weeks and could now read. And at some point the telling found its way to silence, and the silence was good, and Luc's hand was over Brennan's, and neither of them had let go. The territorial war, Luc said eventually into the quiet. It will require another session within the month. The third faction's next window. 3 to 4 weeks. Yes. Brennan looked at the ceiling. Finn will want me on the response team again. And your answer to Finn? That I'll be on the response team, Brennan said. That has not changed. What has changed is that I'll be on the response team as myself, rather than as the function he thinks he's deploying. He paused. He's going to find that more interesting than he expected. Luc made a sound that was not quite a laugh, but had the precise quality of one contained. I find myself, he said, with the specific, careful manner of someone saying a thing they have not said in this register before, looking forward to that. Brennan looked at him. The lamp was low now, the particular quality of late-night light that softened angles without removing them, and Luc's face in it had the quality it had on the garrison road and in the antechamber and on the floor under the armor. The face below the deliberate surfaces. What are you looking forward to? Brennan said. Not as a question that needed an answer. As an invitation to keep talking, to be here, to let the evening be what it was. Luc was quiet for a moment. This, he said, specifically. He looked at their hands, joined on the stone floor between them. Finding out what this is. What it becomes. He paused. I have not been someone who looked forward to things. I have prepared for things. There is a difference. Yes, Brennan said. There is. They stayed until the lamp burned low enough to require a decision, and the decision they both made, without discussing it, was to let the lamp burn down rather than replenish it. The darkness came in gradually, the specific late-night quality of a room where the light was finished and the dark was not unwelcome. Outside, the first pale quality of pre-dawn had not yet arrived, but was somewhere in the east making its way, patient and reliable, toward the Ashveil Mountains. They were both still there when it came. Chapter 23. The court holds its breath. 6 weeks after the door. The territorial war reached its political resolution on a Tuesday, which Brennan noted was a day he had always considered structurally unsuitable for important events and which had apparently not consulted him. The resolution was fragile in the specific way of agreements that had been negotiated under pressure. Not fragile because the parties were insincere, but fragile because the conditions that had forced negotiation were still present and would require continued management to prevent them from becoming the conditions for the next crisis. He said this to Finn in his written assessment, which was accurate, and to Idris over dinner, which produced a more colorful response. The third faction's second window had not materialized. The border post that called Finn had been reinforced. The Varentis household's observers at the adjacent positions had reported no significant movement, and the combined pressure of the War Council's resolution and the Crown's public positioning had apparently persuaded the faction that the window was closed for now. Whether it remained closed was a different question, and one that would require the same sustained attention the first 3 months had required. Brennan was assigned to the ongoing monitoring team, which meant he was in rooms with Luc on a professional basis approximately 3 times a week, a frequency that was both politically legible as routine and, in the specific way of things that were 2 things at once, considerably more than routine. 6 weeks had produced something that he did not have a precise word for. Not the bond. The bond was gone. The silence in his chest remained his own, and he had not once pressed 2 fingers to his sternum since Thessaly's office and found he did not miss the reflex. What 6 weeks had produced was something more ordinary and more permanent, the daily accumulation of being known by someone who did not want anything from the knowing. The cartography book had been examined, the annotations read with the attention of someone who had strong opinions about territorial cartography and also, clearly, about the man who had inherited the book. Luc had offered, in return, access to the Varentis household's survey archives, which were more comprehensive than the Crown standards set, and which Brennan had spent several genuinely excellent hours in. They walked the garrison road when the weather permitted and sometimes when it did not. Luc had found, apparently, that the road was worth the weather. The court was aware that something had changed. The court was always aware when something changed between people of their respective positions, and the awareness had been circulating through the usual channels since Thessaly's office, since the East Tower, Since the first morning Brennan had walked out of the residential wing in the direction of the garrison hall at an hour that was not his usual hour for being in that corridor. He had not performed anything about the court being aware. Neither had Luc. What the court made of their not performing was the court's own matter. Fenn had said nothing more about the Eastern posting. He had adjusted his management of Brennan in the specific way of a commanding officer who had received new information about his most reliable officer and was recalculating without wanting to admit he was recalculating. The recalculation was ongoing. Brennan was patient with it in the way he had learned, over 6 weeks, to be patient with things, not the converting kind, not the smoothing kind. The kind that simply waited, without urgency, for the thing to arrive at its natural conclusion. The court function was held in the main receiving hall, which had better acoustics than the East Hall and worse ventilation, and which had been chosen because Lord Aldous was celebrating something that required the main hall's ceiling height to feel adequately celebrated. Brennan did not know what specifically was being celebrated. He had the invitation and the formal brief and the basic social architecture of the event, which was sufficient for knowing how to be in a room. He was in the room for perhaps 20 minutes before he identified the shape of the evening's specific potential. Caius Drell was there. This was not surprising. Caius was always there, had always been at every event where something significant was either happening or had happened, was one of those specific court figures who operated by the gravity of proximity to interesting events and who had, accordingly, been a presence at every significant moment of the last 6 weeks. He was warm and attentive and had the specific quality he always had at these events, the quality of a man who was listening for something useful and had not yet found it. Luc was at the function as well, which was also not surprising. He was across the room in a precisely chosen position. Brennan had learned to read the specific geometry of Luc's positioning in social spaces, the way he stood where he could see everyone and be seen as choosing to be seen rather than avoiding being seen, in a jacket that was new, the leather detailing along the shoulders a variation on his usual construction, something he had apparently had made. He had not mentioned it. Brennan had noticed it across a room within 30 seconds of Luc entering. Brennan was doing his work, which was what he did at functions, moving through the room with the competent warmth of someone for whom this was natural, addressing the things that needed addressing, keeping the political temperature stable. He was doing it differently than he had done it 6 weeks ago. Not less well. He was still good at this, would probably always be good at this. Competence of 11 years did not dissolve because you stopped confusing it with identity, but differently, from a position of choice rather than compulsion. He was here, and he was doing this, and he had chosen to be, and the choosing was present in his body in a way it hadn't been before, a quality of being anchored in himself rather than anchored to the room's requirements. The moment arrived the way Caius engineered moments always arrived, smoothly, plausibly, a natural gap in the conversation's flow. They were in a cluster near the south windows. Brennan, 2 of the Alden advisors he had developed a genuine professional regard for, and Lord Veston, who had opinions and the social confidence to offer them regardless of whether they had been solicited. Luc had moved through the room at the appropriate pace and was now, by the geometric logic of the evening, in the same cluster. They were not performing togetherness. They were simply in the same room, at the same event, which was a thing that happened. Caius materialized at the edge of the cluster with the easy timing of someone who was very good at appearing when the conversation reached the point where his appearance would be most useful to him. Sentinel Ashveil, Caius said, with the warmth of an old acquaintance. Lord Varentis. The pause between the 2 addresses was so brief it barely existed, but Brennan had spent 11 years reading the quality of pauses. He heard it. I was just saying to Lord Veston that the War Council's resolution represents quite an achievement for everyone involved. Remarkable, given the complexity of some of the working relationships in a room. The cluster's attention shifted slightly. This was a thing Caius was very good at, aligning a group's attention toward a specific point without appearing to have directed it. The resolution is the Crown's achievement, Brennan said, pleasantly. The stakeholder representatives did their work. Of course. Caius smiled. The smile was warm and did other things. Although some of the stakeholder relationships were more fraught than others, as I understand it. Given the history, he glanced at Luc with the specific quality of a man referencing a public record and the specific quality of a man inviting everyone present to also reference it. The Varentis household's representative performed admirably, I thought, given the situation. The cluster went quiet in the way clusters went quiet when someone had just said a thing that required the room to decide what it was. Given the history, 5 years and 7 months ago, the West Hall incident, 30 people, Luc, 21, in the specific machinery of a moment that had been engineered for an audience, saying accurate things in the worst possible way to a man who had been identified as dangerously readable. Caius had been there. Caius had been there and had been watching with the bright-eyed attentiveness of someone who had helped engineer the audience and was now enjoying the result. The cluster was waiting. The room was waiting, or the part of the room in the radius of this specific conversation was waiting in the specific way of courtrooms when a moment with history attached to its surfaces into the present. Brennan felt the anger in its location, the old familiar weight of it, the 5 years of carrying it in the place. He carried things that needed to be carried. He had said, in Idris's quarters, in the Garrison Road dark, to the Elder Tree Tunnel, I kept that one, as proof that it happened, that I am a person it could happen to. He had kept it. It was still there, in its location, entirely his. He had earned it. He thought about what it would cost to use it. What would feel like to say the thing that would wound Luc publicly here in the south windows of a function with the same specific quality as the West Hall, a cluster of people with the attention directed at the right moment, the space available for exactly this kind of remark. He could do it. He was good with language in the particular way of someone who had spent 11 years choosing exactly the right words for the right rooms. He could find a version that was accurate and devastating and plausibly deniable as anything other than honest observation. He thought about what Caius had been doing for 6 weeks, the specific operations of a man who was always listening for something useful, noting the East Tower morning, noting the monitoring team's composition, noting the specific quality of how 2 people stood in professional proximity to each other and how that quality had changed. Caius had been collecting material for 6 weeks and had arrived at this moment with it ready. He thought about what it would mean to use the anger here, to let the wound be reopened in this specific room by him, which would be a different wound than the original and would carry Caius's fingerprints even if Caius hadn't touched it. He thought about the difference between keeping a thing and using it. He thought about Luc, 2 chairs away in the cluster, who had gone very still in the specific way that meant he was paying complete attention and pretending not to be. Waiting. The court held its breath. Everyone who knew the history knew what this moment was. I thought, Brennan said, and his voice was what it always was, easy, warm, unhurried, that Lord Varentis' handling of the Caldfin incident in particular was the most significant contribution to the resolution's stability. The supplemental assessment he drafted was the most precise territorial analysis I've seen in 11 years of this work. He looked at Caius with the pleasant directness of someone making a straightforward observation. The history between households is always a complication in these situations. It speaks to the quality of the work that it held up regardless. A pause. He was not performing grace. He was not managing the room. He was not converting the anger into something useful and smoothed over and cost-free. He was choosing, with full knowledge of the cost and the 5 years and the fact that he had kept the anger and would go on keeping it, to say this instead. Not because he had forgiven it. He had not forgiven it. He was a person it had happened to, and he intended to remain one. Because what he was choosing was not forgiveness. What he was choosing was love, which was a distinction he had, for the first time, the clarity to make. Caius held his smile for precisely the right amount of time, and then directed it elsewhere, which was what Caius did when a moment had not produced what he had aimed it to produce. The cluster reorganized itself around Brennan's observation with a mild relief of people who had been waiting for a specific thing to happen and were collectively glad it had not. Lord Veston said something about the assessment methodology. One of the Alden advisors followed. The evening resumed its forward motion. Brennan felt, in the place where he kept the anger still there. Unchanged. His. Exactly where he had put it. He looked at Luc. Luc was looking at him. For 1 second, perhaps 2, long enough to register and short enough to plausibly be nothing. Luc's expression did the thing it did when he had been genuinely caught off guard. Not the managed stillness that was Luc's default. Not the controlled precision of someone who has assessed a situation and arrived at the correct response. The floor under the armor. The face below the deliberate surfaces, present in the open air of a room full of people. Brennan had seen it twice before. The Garrison Road, the first time. The antechamber, after the apology. He had been told by Sarah that it lasted exactly 1 second before Luc reassembled. This one lasted 2. Then Luc looked away, and his expression reassembled with the smoothness of long practice. And the evening moved forward around both of them. But Brennan had seen it, and Luc knew he had seen it, and both of them carried that knowledge for the remainder of the function with the specific weight of something that did not need to be said because the seeing had been sufficient. He had chosen to protect rather than wound, and he knew, cleanly and without ambiguity, why. Not because it was the gracious thing, not because the function of peacekeeper required it, not because he had dissolved the anger or converted it or pretended it was not there. He had kept the anger. He would always have kept the anger. It was his as proof as witness. He had chosen this because Luc was his in a different way, a chosen way, the way of someone who had opened a door on purpose and reached across the space between them first. The function wound toward its conclusion. The clusters thinned and reformed. Lord Aldous received the appropriate congratulations for whatever he had been celebrating. The main hall did its ceiling height work. Brennan worked his way across the room with the patient competence of 11 years and found himself, eventually, beside Luc at the edge of the gathering's dissolution, the natural geometry of an evening resolving into its conclusion, bringing them to the same position near the east corridor. Luc said nothing immediately. This was not unusual. Luc did not fill silences as a default. He stood with the precision of someone who had decided to be in this location and was being in it. The assessment methodology, Brennan said. Luc looked at him. I did not spend that much time on the methodology. I know, but Veston didn't know that, and it ended the conversation. A pause. Yes, Luc said. It did. Another pause, very brief, with a quality Brennan had learned over 6 weeks. The quality of something that was going to be said and was being placed correctly before being offered. You didn't have to do that. No, Brennan said. I know. You could have. I know what I could have done. He looked at the room, the clusters dispersing, the ceiling lights making the hall look larger in the late evening way. I chose what I did instead. Luc was quiet. I kept the grudge, Brennan said. I still have it. I intend to keep it. He glanced at Luc sideways. With the quality that Luc had been learning over 6 weeks was the quality he had when he was about to say something that mattered in a register that was neither the professional warmth nor the managed ease, but something more specific to the two of them. But that isn't what tonight was. No, Luc said. Very quiet. It wasn't. They stood together in the thinning function, and neither of them said anything else, because the thing that had happened tonight did not need more said about it. It was there between them, the full specific weight of it, a choice made in a room full of the history of a previous choice, made differently this time, not because the wound was healed, but because what he was choosing toward was larger than what he was choosing away from. The Garrison Road, Luc said, not a question, not quite an offer. The specific register he used when he was assuming something would happen and was naming it rather than asking for it, because asking for it had a quality of uncertainty he was still learning to tolerate. Yes, Brennan said. They left the function together. Not performing togetherness, simply leaving at the same time, in the same direction, which was the direction of the East Corridor and the Garrison Road, and the particular quality of autumn nights that had been accumulating since the road and the door and the floor and the hand. Behind them, Caius Drell stood in the dispersing cluster with his warm smile directed at the middle distance and the specific expression of a man whose instrument had not produced the expected note and who was, with the philosophical flexibility of a genuine chord operator, already recalibrating. Brennan did not look back. He walked out into the autumn dark with Luc beside him, and the stars were very clear over the Ashveil Mountains, and the cold was real and specific in his, and the wound he kept in its location was still there, still his still proof. He was a person it had happened to. He was also, which was new, a person who was walking somewhere on purpose and knew where he was going. Chapter 24, One Grudge. 6 months later, at a court function neither of them particularly wanted to attend, someone asked Brennan, because people were always asking Brennan things, he had that kind of face, the kind of face that invited questions and received them graciously and produced useful responses, and he had spent 30 years finding this out and approximately 8 months finding out that he could have this quality and not be consumed by it. Whether it was true that he had forgiven Luc for the incident. The original one. 5 years ago, he was standing near the winter reception's east windows, which had a good view of the Ashveil Mountains in the early dark, the peaks catching the last of the day's amber before the night took them. He had been looking at the mountains. He had been looking at the mountains for 11 years without telling anyone about it, and for 8 months with a specific person who knew, and the quality of looking at them was different now in the way that all things were different when you stopped keeping them only for yourself. The person who had asked was a courtier he recognized, one of the minor nobles who had been present at various functions over the past year, peripherally, in the way of people who were always present at things without being central to them. She was not particularly significant and was not, he thought, asking with any particular agenda. She was asking because it was the kind of thing people were curious about, and he had, apparently, the kind of face that made people think he would answer. He had answered a lot of questions in 11 years. He had answered them with the practiced warmth of someone who had learned that being approachable was a form of professional value, who had converted the management of social curiosity into something that served the room. He considered the question honestly. Luc, beside him, went very still. The specific kind of still, not the controlled professional stillness that was Luc's default in court settings, not the performance of not listening that was its own form of listening. The kind of still that meant he was paying complete attention and was aware that what was said next was going to have weight. Brennan had been learning Luc's silences for 8 months. He knew this one. No, Brennan said. The courtier blinked. Brennan looked at her with the pleasant, direct quality he had always had, the quality that had cost him nothing visible for years and now cost him very little, because it was no longer the only tool available to him. I kept that one, he said. I'm allowed to keep one. She looked uncertain. This was not the expected answer from the man the court knew as the one who forgave things. The court had a file on Brennan that was built around a particular premise, and this response required an update to the file. I see, she said, not quite seeing. It's useful, Brennan said, and there was the warmth in his voice, easy and genuine, but underneath it the other thing, the precision, the directness, the register that was his rather than the room's. As a reminder of what? He thought about the elder tree tunnel and the question he had asked himself and the answer that had come up slow from deep water. He thought about the cartography book and the great uncle's annotation and the view he had never told anyone about until he told someone. He thought about the specific anger he had been carrying in its location for 6 years now and what it had come to mean to carry it. That it happened, he said. That I'm a person it could happen to. He picked up his drink from the table beside him. I find it useful. She nodded, processing this, and then found a reason to be elsewhere that was too convenient to be entirely accidental. This was also a quality Brennan had always had. People found reasons to be elsewhere when they had received an answer they needed to think about. He had stopped minding this a month ago. Beside him, Luc was no longer very still. Luc was making a sound. It was a very small sound, barely a sound at all, and most people who knew Luc would have heard it as a dry exhale and not filed it as anything significant. Brennan had been learning Luc's sounds for 8 months. He knew this one. That was unnecessarily dramatic, Luc said. You liked it. A pause. The specific quality of the pause. I didn't dislike it, Luc said, which from him was a standing ovation. Brennan smiled. Not the performed one. Not the smile he kept in his arsenal for hostile rooms and court politics, and the moments when he needed to absorb something without showing that it landed. Not the smile that cost nothing visible because the cost was paid somewhere else. The real one, the one that had always been there underneath the roll, waiting for sufficient reason to arrive, and which had found its reason and had been arriving with increasing frequency for 8 months. The one that started at the eyes. Luc looked at it. He looked at it the way he looked at things he intended to keep, with precision and attention and the specific quality of someone who did not let good things pass without cataloging them. The inventory had changed in 8 months from the kind that kept things in order to the kind that kept things because they mattered. Luc was still very good at keeping things. He had simply changed what he kept them for. The winter reception continued its business around them. The Ashveil court did what it did, navigated its hierarchies, managed its politics, performed its elaborate and well-practiced rituals of precedence and position. Brennan knew all of it, had been part of all of it for 11 years, could read every room in this building with the specific cartographic accuracy of someone who had been mapping the same territory for so long that the map was part of him. He was still part of the court. He would go on being part of it. The territorial situation required ongoing monitoring. The Crown's neutral representative was still a role that needed filling, and he was still, objectively, very good at filling it. Finn had adjusted to the new version of Brennan with the specific stoic flexibility of a commanding officer who was finding, gradually, that the updated version was no less effective than the previous one, and was in some ways more reliable because it was less easily misread as compliance. He was still the one who resolved disputes, who knew the right thing to say to the right person, who read rooms. He had always been good at this and would always be good at it. The difference was that now, standing in the east windows of the winter reception with the mountains going dark outside, he knew the difference between doing the thing because it was the function and doing the thing because he was someone who was good at it and had chosen to be here. The difference was not visible from the outside and was everything on the inside. The territorial follow-up, Luc said. Next week. I know. The Cashin contingent will want to revisit the water rights language. They always want to revisit the water rights language. The language is fine. They want to revisit it because revisiting it is leverage. Brennan looked at the mountains. I'll tell them so. You'll tell them so pleasantly. I'll tell them so pleasantly, and they'll hear the accuracy underneath the pleasant, and they'll drop it, Brennan agreed. This is not a new skill. No, Luc said. It is a well-deployed one. The specific quality of how he said this was the quality that functioned as a compliment from someone who did not give compliments. Brennan had been learning this vocabulary for 8 months and was becoming fluent in it. The cartography book, Brennan said. Luc looked at him. I want to take it east. In the spring, when the ridge survey opens. I want to look at the annotations against the actual territory. He paused. I thought you might want to come. The East Ridge. The place his great-uncle had taken him at 12. With the survey instrument and the amber light. The place he had been returning to in various forms for 20 years, the fixed point he triangulated from, the view that had been only his until it wasn't. He had said this once before, obliquely, to Idris. Tell him about the book. People who keep private things private recognize each other. He was not keeping this one private anymore. Luc was quiet for a moment. In the window's reflection, Brennan could see his profile, the sharp features, the dark eyes that were nearly black in low light and very still, the precise quality of a man arriving at something without showing the arrival. Yes, Luc said. I would want to come. Not I would like to, or I would be happy to. I would want to. The register of want, used without apology or management, in the flat declarative way of someone who had decided that wanting things from people was not, after all, a structural weakness. Brennan looked at the mountains. They were almost gone in the dark now, the last pale definition of peaks against the winter sky, the specific beautiful obscurity of something large and permanent that did not require being seen to be there. He knew exactly where they were. He had always known where they were. He thought about the book, for Brennan, who will want to know where things are. He thought about a cartographer's annotation and a 12-year-old with a survey instrument learning to triangulate position from 3 fixed points. He thought about what it meant to know where things were, not just geographically, not just professionally, but in the fundamental sense of knowing what fixed points your life was organized around and being able to locate yourself in relation to them when the light was too low or the season too bare to see them clearly. He had 3 fixed points. The first was the work, the genuine work, the thing he was actually good at, the specific competence of someone who had been doing this for long enough to do it from choice rather than compulsion. This had always been there. He had simply not always known it was a fixed point rather than the whole map. The second was Idris, the friendship, honest now in the way it had needed to be and had not been for 9 years, which was not perfect and was not fixed, but was warmer than it had been and was chosen. Idris had been at the winter reception earlier and had found Brennan before circulating to his own people, had said Varentis is wearing a new jacket and then had not said anything else, which was the specific language of a friend who had been paying attention and was letting you know it. The third was beside him at the window, had been beside him in various configurations of closeness and distance and managed professional proximity for 8 months, had sat on the floor and reached across the space first and looked at his smile like something worth keeping and said, I would want to come with the flat declarative ease of someone who had learned slowly and against considerable resistance and at genuine cost, that wanting things did not require apology. He thought, fixed points. He thought, this is how you know where things are. They walked out together when the function released them. Not early, not late, at the natural conclusion of things, through the east corridor and into the night, which was cold and clear and smelled of winter stone and the particular quality of the Ashveil Mountains at this season, dry and mineral and very old. The court was behind them. The court would be there tomorrow and the next day and the next, with its politics and its hierarchy and its elaborate machinery of position and power, and they would both be in it, navigating it with the specific skills they had and the specific selves they had become. In the corridor, walking back through the east wing toward the tower, Luc said, that was unnecessarily dramatic. Brennan looked at him. You said that already. I'm saying it again because the point bears repeating. You liked it, Brennan said. I have already expressed my position on this. You liked it, Brennan said again, pleasantly. Luc was quiet for 3 seconds. Brennan was very good at counting seconds. Yes, Luc said. I liked it. Brennan's smile arrived. Not performed. The real one. Slightly too large for the seriousness with which Luc had just delivered that admission. Luc looked at it. He looked at it with the look he had. The inventory look, the one that had changed from cataloging to keeping. The grudge, Luc said. Yes. You're going to keep it. I said so. I know you said so. A pause. Not objecting. Brennan looked at him. I know you're not. I am noting, Luc said carefully, in the register of someone saying a true thing about themselves that still costs something to say, that I would deserve it if you did. Use it. At any point. I would have it coming. Yes, Brennan said. You would. The corridor was quiet around them. The winter functions sounds had faded into the distance of stone walls. The lamps were doing their patient work. I'm not going to use it, Brennan said. Not because I've forgiven it. I told you at the start I haven't forgiven it, and I still haven't. And I'm not certain I ever will, and I've stopped requiring myself to have a plan for it. He looked at Luc with the direct quality he had when he was not managing anything. I'm keeping it as proof. That I'm a person things happen to. That I have something worth protecting. He paused. That I'm not only what I'm for. Luc looked at him for a long moment. In the corridor light, his face had the quality it had in private moments. The floor below the armor, the specific human expression that existed below every deliberate surface. He had been showing it more often in 8 months, with the particular discipline of someone learning to do a difficult thing with intention rather than accident. He showed it now. You are not only what you're for, Luc said. You have not been only what you're for since before I met you. I identified what you were for in the West Hall, and I missed the rest of it entirely, which was both my method and my error. He paused. I'm aware of the error. I know, Brennan said. That's why I can keep the grudge without it being a weapon. Something moved through Luc's expression. The same thing that had moved through it at the south windows of the winter reception. The same 2 seconds of the floor under the armor before the reassembly. But the reassembly was slower now. It took longer every month. He was, Brennan thought, getting worse at reassembling and better at the thing underneath. And both of these things were exactly correct. They reached the east tower, the stairs, the stone worn smooth in the center, the cold of cut rock, the particular quality of height as you climbed. They climbed. The door at the top of the stairs. The lamp lit inside. The window with the mountains invisible in the winter dark but present in the known way, the specific certainty of things that did not require visibility to exist. Luc opened the door. He stood aside. Brennan came in. The room was what it had become over 8 months. Still precisely arranged. Still the leather coats on the hook. Still the desk with its organized documents. But with the specific difference of a room that had been occupied by 2 people who had decided to occupy it together. The cartography book was on the desk, not turned backward. The survey records from both the Varentis household and the Crown Standard set were stacked in the organized way of 2 people who processed information in compatible styles. There were notes in 2 handwritings in the margins of the same documents, one small and angular, one somewhat broader, in a specific shorthand of people who had been working the same problems together long enough to have developed a shared vocabulary. Brennan sat on the floor. This had become, over 8 months, a reliable location for the conversations that were real rather than performed, the specific quality of the stone floor with their backs to the wall that had started the night of the door and had continued on most evenings since, because it was the right position for the kind of talking they did when neither of them was being anything other than what they were. Luc sat beside him, not across from him, beside him, which was the 8 months version and which had the warmth of a thing chosen so many times it had become the default. Outside the window, the Ashveil Mountains were doing their winter work in the dark, existing with the patient permanence of things that had been in one place long enough to outlast most of the questions asked about them. Brennan had loved that view his whole life. He looked at it, and then he looked at the person beside him, and Luc looked back, and neither of them said anything about any of it, because some things did not need to be said to be known. The lamp was lit. The night was outside. The fixed points were where they were. He was exactly where he wanted to be. He was, for the first time, someone who knew it.